Part 1. Profound and Necessary Truth. It is a profound and necessary truth that the deep things in science are not found because they are useful. They are found because it was possible to find them. Robert Oppenheimer. It is still an unending source of surprise for me to see how a few scribbles on a blackboard or on a sheet of paper could change the course of human affairs. Stanislaw Ulam. 1. Moonshine. In London, where Southampton Row passes Russell Square, across from the British Museum in Bloomsbury, Leo Szilard waited irritably, one gray depression morning, for the stoplight to change. A trace of rain had fallen during the night. Tuesday, September 12th, 1933. Dawned cool, humid, and dull. Drizzling rain would begin again in early afternoon. When Szilard told the story later, he never mentioned his destination that morning. He may have had none. He often walked to think. In any case, another destination intervened. The stoplight changed to green. Szilard stepped off the curb. As he crossed the street, time cracked open before him, and he saw a way to the future. Death into the world, and all our woe. The shape of things to come. Leo Szilard, the Hungarian theoretical physicist, born of Jewish heritage in Budapest on February 11, 1898, was 35 years old in 1933. At 5 feet 6 inches, he was not tall even for the day. Nor was he yet the short, fat man, round-faced and pot-bellied, his eyes shining with intelligence and wit, and as generous with his ideas as a Maori chief with his wives, that the French biologist Jacques Monod met in a later year. Midway between trim youth and portly middle age, Szilard had thick, curly dark hair and an animated face with full lips, flat cheekbones, and dark brown eyes. In photographs, he still chose to look soulful. He had reason. His deepest ambition, more profound even than his commitment to science, was to somehow save the world. The Shape of Things to Come was H.G. Wells' new novel, just published, reviewed with avuncular warmth in The Times on September 1st. Mr. Wells' newest dream of the future is its own brilliant justification, The Times praised obscurely. The visionary English novelist was one among Szilard's network of influential acquaintances, a network he assembled by plating his articulate intelligence with the purest brass. In 1928, in Berlin, where he was a Privatdozent at the University of Berlin and a confidant and partner in practical invention of Albert Einstein, Szilard had read Wells' tract The Open Conspiracy. The Open Conspiracy was to be a public collusion of science-minded industrialists and financiers to establish a world republic, thus to save the world. Szilard appropriated Wells' term and used it off and on for the rest of his life. More to the point, he traveled to London in 1929 to meet Wells and bid for the Central European rights to his books. Given Szilard's ambition, he would certainly have discussed much more than publishing rights. But the meeting prompted no immediate further connection. He had not yet encountered the most appealing orphan among Wells' Dickensian crowd of tales. Szilard's past prepared him for his revelation on Southampton Row. He was the son of a civil engineer. His mother was loving, and he was well provided for. I knew languages because we had governesses at home, first in order to learn German, and second in order to learn French. He was sort of a mascot to classmates at his gymnasium, the University of Budapest's famous Minta. When I was young, he told an audience once, I had 2 great interests in life. One was physics, and the other, politics. He remembers informing his awed classmates at the beginning of the Great War, when he was 16, how the fortunes of nations should go based on his precocious weighing of the belligerents' relative political strength. I said to them at the time that I did of course not know who would win the war, but I did know that the war ought to end. It ought to end by the defeat of the Central Powers, that is, the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and Germany, and also end by the defeat of Russia. I said I couldn't quite see how this could happen since they were fighting on opposite sides, but I said that this was really what ought to happen. In retrospect, I find it difficult to understand how, at the age of 16 and without any direct knowledge of countries other than Hungary, I was able to make this statement. He seems to have assembled his essential identity by 16. He believed his clarity of judgment peaked then, never to increase further. It perhaps even declined. His 16th year was the first year of a war that would shatter the political and legal agreements of an age. That coincidence, or catalyst by itself, could turn a young man messianic. To the end of his life, he made dull men uncomfortable and vain men mad. He graduated from the Minta in 1916, taking the Eötvös Prize, the Hungarian National Prize in Mathematics, and considered his further education. He was interested in physics, but there was no career in physics in Hungary. If he studied physics, he could become at best a high school teacher. He thought of studying chemistry, which might be useful later when he picked up physics, but that wasn't likely either to be a living. He settled on electrical engineering. Economic justifications may not tell all. A friend of his, studying in Berlin, noticed as late as 1922 that Szilard, despite his Eötvös Prize, felt that his skill in mathematical operations could not compete with that of his colleagues. On the other hand, he was not alone among Hungarians of future prominence in physics in avoiding the backwater science taught in Hungarian universities at the time. He began engineering studies in Budapest at the King Joseph Institute of Technology, then was drafted into the Austro-Hungarian army. Because he had a gymnasium education, he was sent directly to officers' school to train for the cavalry. A leave of absence almost certainly saved his life. He asked for leave ostensibly to give his parents moral support, while his brother had a serious operation. In fact, he was ill. He thought he had pneumonia. He wanted to be treated in Budapest near his parents rather than in a frontier army hospital. He waited, standing at attention, for his commanding officer to appear to hear his request while his fever burned at 102 degrees. The captain was reluctant. Szilard characteristically insisted on his leave, and he got it. Found friends to support him to the train, arrived in Vienna with a lower temperature but a bad cough, and reached Budapest and a decent hospital. His illness was diagnosed as Spanish influenza, one of the first cases on the Austro-Hungarian side. The war was winding down. Using family connections, he arranged some weeks later to be mustered out. Not long afterward, I heard that my own regiment, sent to the front, had been under severe attack, and that all of my comrades had disappeared. In the summer of 1919, when Lenin's Hungarian protege Béla Kun and his communist and social democratic followers established a short-lived Soviet republic in Hungary in the disordered aftermath of the Austro-Hungarian defeat, Szilard decided it was time to study abroad. He was 21 years old. Just as he arranged for a passport at the beginning of August, the Kun regime collapsed. He managed another passport from the right-wing regime of Admiral Nikolai Horthy that succeeded it and left Hungary around Christmas time. Still reluctantly committed to engineering, Szilard enrolled in the Technische Hochschule, the Technology Institute in Berlin. But what had seemed necessary in Hungary seemed merely practical in Germany. The physics faculty of the University of Berlin included Nobel laureates Albert Einstein, Max Planck, and Max von Laue, theoreticians of the first rank. Fritz Haber, whose method for fixing nitrogen from the air to make nitrates for gunpowder saved Germany from early defeat in the Great War. It was only one among many chemists and physicists of distinction at the several government and industry-sponsored Kaiser Wilhelm Institutes in the elegant Berlin suburb of Dahlem. The difference in scientific opportunity between Budapest and Berlin left Szilard physically unable to listen to engineering lectures. In the end, as always, the subconscious proved stronger than the conscious and made it impossible for me to make any progress in my studies of engineering. Finally, the ego gave in, and I left the Technische Hochschule to complete my studies at the university, sometime around the middle of 21. Physics students at that time wandered Europe in search of exceptional masters, much as their forebears in scholarship and craft had done since medieval days. Universities in Germany were institutions of the state. A professor was a salaried civil servant who also collected fees directly from his students for the courses he chose to give. A Privatdozent, by contrast, was a visiting scholar with teaching privileges who received no salary but might collect fees. If someone whose specialty you wished to learn taught at Munich, you went to Munich. If at Göttingen, you went to Göttingen. Science grew out of the craft tradition, in any case. In the first third of the 20th century, it retained, and to some extent still retains, an informal system of mastery and apprenticeship, over which was laid the more recent system of the European graduate school. This informal collegiality partly explains the feeling among scientists of Szilard's generation of membership in an exclusive group, almost a guild, of international scope and values. Szilard's good friend and fellow Hungarian, the theoretical physicist Eugene Wigner, who was studying chemical engineering at the Technische Hochschule at the time of Szilard's conversion, watched him take the University of Berlin by storm. As soon as it became clear to Szilard that physics was his real interest, he introduced himself with characteristic directness to Albert Einstein. Einstein was a man who lived apart. Preferring originality to repetition, he taught few courses. But Wigner remembers that Szilard convinced him to give them a seminar on statistical mechanics. Max Planck was a gaunt, bald elder statesman whose study of radiation emitted by a uniformly heated surface, such as the interior of a kiln, had led him to discover a universal constant of nature. He followed the canny tradition among leading scientists of accepting only the most promising students for tutelage. Szilard won his attention. Max von Laue, the handsome director of the university's Institute for Theoretical Physics, who founded the science of X-ray crystallography and created a popular sensation by thus making the atomic lattices of crystals visible for the first time, accepted Szilard into his brilliant course in relativity theory, and eventually sponsored his PhD dissertation. The post-war German infection of despair, cynicism, and rage at defeat ran a course close to febrile hallucination in Berlin. The university, centrally located between Dornthestrasse and Ut den Linden due east of the Brandenburg Gate, was well positioned to observe the bizarre effects. Szilard missed the November 1918 revolution that began among mutinous sailors at Kiel, quickly spread to Berlin, and led to the retreat of the Kaiser to Holland, to armistice, and eventually to the founding, after bloody riots, of the insecure Weimar Republic. By the time he arrived in Berlin at the end of 1919, more than 8 months of martial law had been lifted, leaving a city at first starving and bleak, but soon restored to intoxicating life. There was snow on the ground, an Englishman recalls, of his first look at post-war Berlin in the middle of the night. And the blend of snow, neon, and huge, hulking buildings was unearthly. You felt you had arrived somewhere totally strange. To a German involved in the Berlin theater of the 1920s, the air was always bright, as if it were peppered, like New York late in autumn. You needed little sleep and never seemed tired. Nowhere else did you fail in such good form. Nowhere else could you be knocked on the chin time and again without being counted out. The German aristocracy retreated from view, and intellectuals, film stars, and journalists took its place. The major annual social event in the city, where an imperial palace stood empty, was the Press Ball, sponsored by the Berlin Press Club, which drew as many as 6,000 guests. Ludwig Mies van der Rohe designed his first glass-walled skyscraper in post-war Berlin. Yehudi Menuhin made his precocious debut, with Einstein in the audience to applaud him. George Grosz sorted among his years of savage observation on Berlin's wide boulevards and published Ecce Homo. Vladimir Nabokov was there, observing an elderly, rosy-faced beggar woman with legs cut off at the pelvis, set down like a bust at the foot of a wall, and selling, paradoxical, shoelaces. Fyodor Wienberg, one of the Tsar's departed officers, was there, publishing a shoddy newspaper, promoting the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which he had personally introduced into Germany from Russia, a new German edition of that pseudo-Machiavellian, patently fraudulent fantasy of world conquest, sold more than 100,000 copies, and openly advocating the violent destruction of the Jews. Hitler was not there until the end, because he was barred from northern Germany after his release from prison in 1924, but he sent Rumpelstiltskin Joseph Goebbels to stand in for him. Goebbels leaned to break heads and spin propaganda in an open, lusty, jazz-drunk city he slandered in his diary as a dark and mysterious enigma. In the summer of 1922, the rate of exchange in Germany sank to 400 marks to the dollar. It fell to 7,000 to the dollar at the beginning of January 1923, the truly terrible year. 160,000 in July, 1 million in August, and 4.2 trillion marks to the dollar on November 23, 1923, when adjustment finally began. Banks advertised for bookkeepers good with zeros and paid out cash withdrawals by weight. Antique stores filled to the ceiling with the pawned treasures of the bankrupt middle class. A theater seat sold for an egg. Only those with hard currency, mostly foreigners, thrived at a time when it was possible to cross Germany by first-class railroad carriage for pennies. But they also earned the enmity of starving Germans. No, one did not feel guilty, the visiting Englishman crows. One felt it was perfectly normal, a gift from the gods. The German physicist Walter Ellisser, who later emigrated to the United States, worked in Berlin in 1923 during an interlude in his student years. His father had agreed to pay his personal expenses. He was no foreigner, but with foreign help he was able to live like one. In order to make me independent of inflation, my father had appealed to his friend Kaufmann, the banker from Basel, who had established for me an account in American dollars at a large bank. Once a week I took half a day off to go downtown by subway and withdrew my allowance in marks, and it was more each time, of course. Returning to my rented room, I had once bought enough food staples to last the week, for within 3 days all the prices would have risen appreciably, by 15%, say, so that my allowance would have run short and would not have permitted such pleasures as an excursion to Potsdam or to the Lake Country on Sundays. I was too young, much too callous, and too inexperienced to understand what this galloping inflation must have meant. Actual starvation and misery to people who had to live on pensions or other fixed incomes, or even to wage earners, especially those with children, whose pay lagged behind the rate of inflation. So must Szilard have lived, except that no one recalls ever seeing him cook for himself. He preferred the offerings of delicatessens and cafes. He would have understood what inflation meant and some of the reasons for its extremity, but though Szilard was preternaturally observant, during a long life among scientists, writes Wigner, I have met no one with more imagination and originality, with more independence of thought and opinion. His recollections and his papers preserve almost nothing of these Berlin days. Germany's premier city, at the height of its post-war social, political, and intellectual upheaval, earns exactly one sentence from Szilard. Berlin at that time lived in the heyday of physics. That was how much physics, giving extraordinary birth during the 1920s to its modern synthesis, meant to him. 4 years of study usually preceded a German student's thesis work. Then, with a professor's approval, the student solved a problem of his own conception or one his professor supplied. In order to be acceptable, says Szilard, it had to be a piece of really original work. If the thesis found favor, the student took an oral examination one afternoon, and if he passed, he was duly awarded a doctorate. Szilard had already given a year of his life to the army, and 2 years to engineering. He wasted no time advancing through physics. In the summer of 1921, he went to Max von Laue and asked for a thesis topic. Von Laue apparently decided to challenge Szilard. The challenge may have been friendly, or it may have been an attempt to put him in his place, and gave him an obscure problem in relativity theory. I couldn't make any headway with it. As a matter of fact, I was not even convinced that this was a problem that could be solved. Szilard worked at it for 6 months, until the Christmas season. And I thought Christmas time is not a time to work, it is a time to loaf. So I thought I would just think whatever comes to my mind. What he thought, in 3 weeks, was how to solve a baffling inconsistency in thermodynamics, the branch of physics that concerns relationships between heat and other forms of energy. There are 2 thermodynamic theories, both highly successful at predicting heat phenomena. One, the phenomenological, is more abstract and generalized, and therefore more useful. The other, the statistical, is based on an atomic model and corresponds more closely to physical reality. In particular, the statistical theory depicts thermal equilibrium as a state of random motion of atoms. Einstein, for example, had demonstrated in important papers in 1905 that Brownian motion, the continuous random motion of particles such as pollen suspended in a liquid, was such a state. But the more useful phenomenological theory treated thermal equilibrium as if it were static, a state of no change. That was the inconsistency. Szilard went for long walks. Berlin would have been cold and gray, the grayness sometimes relieved by days of brilliant sunshine. And I saw something in the middle of the walk. When I came home, I wrote it down. Next morning, I woke up with a new idea, and I went for another walk. This crystallized in my mind, and in the evening, I wrote it down. It was, he thought, the most creative period of his life. Within 3 weeks, I had produced a manuscript of something which was really quite original. But I didn't dare take it to von Laue because it was not what he had asked me to do. He took it instead to Einstein. After a seminar, buttonholed him and said he would like to tell him about something he'd been doing. "Well, what have you been doing?" Szilard remembers Einstein saying. Szilard reported his quite original idea. "That's impossible," Einstein said. "This is something that cannot be done." "Well, yes, but I did it." "How did you do it?" Szilard began explaining. 5 or 10 minutes later, he says Einstein understood. After only a year of university physics, Szilard had worked out a rigorous mathematical proof that the random motion of thermal equilibrium could be fitted within the framework of the phenomenological theory in its original, classical form, without reference to a limiting atomic model. And Einstein liked this very much. Thus emboldened, Szilard took his paper. Its title would be On the Extension of Phenomenological Thermodynamics to Fluctuation Phenomena, to von Laue, who received it quizzically and took it home. And next morning, early in the morning, the telephone rang. It was von Laue. He said, "Your manuscript has been accepted as your thesis for the PhD degree." 6 months later, Szilard wrote another paper in thermodynamics, on the decrease of entropy in a thermodynamic system by the intervention of intelligent beings, that eventually would be recognized as one of the important foundation documents of modern information theory. By then he had his advanced degree. He was Dr. Leo Szilard now. He experimented with X-ray effects and crystals, von Lau's field, at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Chemistry in Dahlem until 1925. That year, the University of Berlin accepted his entropy paper as his Habilitationsschrift, his inaugural dissertation, and he was thereupon appointed a Privatdozent, a position he held until he left for England in 1933. One of Szilard's sidelines, then and later, was invention. Between 1924 and 1934, he applied to the German Patent Office individually or jointly with his partner, Albert Einstein, for 29 patents. Most of the joint applications dealt with home refrigeration. A sad newspaper story caught the attention of Einstein and Szilard one morning, writes one of Szilard's later American protégés. It was reported in a Berlin newspaper that an entire family, including a number of young children, had been found asphyxiated in their apartment as a result of their inhalation of the noxious fumes of the chemical that was used as the refrigerant in their primitive refrigerator and that had escaped in the night through a leaky pump valve. Whereupon the two physicists devised a method of pumping metallicized refrigerant by electromagnetism, a method that required no moving parts and therefore no valve seals that might leak except the refrigerant itself. AEG, the German General Electric, signed Szilard on as a paid consultant and actually built one of the Einstein-Szilard refrigerators. But the magnetic pump was so noisy compared to even the noisy conventional compressors of the day that it never left the engineering lab. Another oddly similar invention, also patented, might have won Szilard world acclaim if he had taken it beyond the patent stage. Independently of the American experimental physicist Ernst O. Lawrence, and at least 3 months earlier, Szilard worked out the basic principles and general design of what came to be called, as Lawrence's invention, the cyclotron, a device for accelerating nuclear particles in a circular magnetic field, a sort of nuclear pump. Szilard applied for a patent on his device on January 5, 1929. Lawrence first thought of the cyclotron on about April 1, 1929, producing a small working model a year later, for which he won the 1939 Nobel Prize in Physics. Szilard's originality stopped at no waterline. Somewhere along the way, from 16-year-old prophet of the fate of nations to 31-year-old open conspirer negotiating publishing rights with H.G. Wells, he conceived an open conspiracy of his own. He dated his social invention from the mid-20s in Germany. If so, then he went to see Wells in 1929 as much from enthusiasm for the Englishman's perspicacity as for his vision. C.P. Snow, the British physicist and novelist, writes of Leo Szilard that he had a temperament uncommon anywhere, maybe a little less uncommon among major scientists. He had a powerful ego and invulnerable egocentricity, but he projected the force of that personality outward with beneficent intention toward his fellow creatures. In that sense, he had a family resemblance to Einstein on a reduced scale. Beneficent intention, in his instance, is a document proposing a new organization, der Bund, the order, the confederacy, or more simply, the band. The Bund, Szilard writes, would be a closely knit group of people whose inner bond is pervaded by a religious and scientific spirit. If we possessed a magical spell with which to recognize the best individuals of the rising generation at an early age, then we would be able to train them to independent thinking, and through education in close association, we could create a spiritual leadership class with inner cohesion, which would renew itself on its own. Members of this class would not be awarded wealth or personal glory. To the contrary, they would be required to take on exceptional responsibilities, burdens that might demonstrate their devotion. It seemed to Szilard that such a group stood a good chance of influencing public affairs even if it had no formal structure or constitutional position. But there was also the possibility that it might take over a more direct influence on public affairs as part of the political system, next to government and parliament, or in the place of government and parliament. The order, Szilard wrote at a different time, was not supposed to be something like a political party, but rather it was supposed to represent the state. He saw representative democracy working itself out somehow within the cells of 30 to 40 people that would form the mature political structure of the Bund. Because of the method of selection and education, there would be a good chance that decisions at the top level would be reached by fair majorities. Szilard pursued one version or another of his Bund throughout his life. It appears as late as 1961, by then suitably disguised, in his popular story, The Voice of the Dolphins. A tank full of dolphins at a Vienna institute began to impart their compelling wisdom to the world through their keepers and interpreters, who are U.S. and Russian scientists. The narrator slyly implies that the keepers may be the real source of wisdom, exploiting mankind's fascination with superhuman survivors to save it. A wild burst of optimism, or opportunism, energized Szilard in 1930 to organize a group of acquaintances, most of them young physicists, to begin the work of banding together. He was convinced in the mid-1920s that the parliamentary form of democracy would not have a very long life in Germany, but he thought that it might survive 1 or 2 generations. Within 5 years, he understood otherwise. I reached the conclusion something would go wrong in Germany. In 1930, Hjalmar Schacht, the president of the German Reichsbank, meeting in Paris that year with a committee of economists called to decide how much Germany could pay in war reparations, announced that Germany could pay none at all, unless its former colonies, stripped from it after the war, were returned. This was such a striking statement to make that it caught my attention, and I concluded that if Hjalmar Schacht believed he could get away with this, things must be rather bad. I was so impressed by this that I wrote a letter to my bank and transferred every single penny I had out of Germany into Switzerland. A far more organized Bund was advancing to power in Germany with another and more primitive program to save the world. That program, set out arrogantly in an autobiographical book, Mein Kampf, would achieve a lengthy and bloody trial. Yet Szilard, in the years ahead, would lead a drive to assemble a Bund of sorts, submerged from his view, working to more urgent and more immediate ends than utopia. That closely knit group of people would finally influence world events more enormously even than Nazism. Sometime during the 1920s, a new field of research caught Szilard's attention: nuclear physics, the study of the nucleus of the atom, where most of its mass, and therefore its energy, is concentrated. He was familiar with the long record of outstanding work in the general field of radioactivity of the German chemist Otto Hahn and the Austrian physicist Lise Meitner, who made a productive team at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Chemistry. No doubt he was also alert, as always, to the peculiar tension in the air that signaled the possibility of new developments. The nuclei of some light atoms could be shattered by bombarding them with atomic particles. That much the great British experimental physicist Ernest Rutherford had already demonstrated. Rutherford used one nucleus to bombard another, but since both nuclei were strongly positively charged, the bombarded nucleus repelled most attacks. Physicists were therefore looking for ways to accelerate particles to greater velocities, to force them past the nucleus's electrical barrier. Szilard's design of a cyclotron-like particle accelerator that could serve such a purpose indicates that he was thinking about nuclear physics as early as 1928. Until 1932, he did no more than think. He had other work, and nuclear physics was not yet sufficiently interesting to him. It became compelling in 1932. A discovery in physics opened the field to new possibilities, while discoveries Szilard made in literature and utopianism opened his mind to new approaches to world salvation. On February 27, 1932, in a letter to the British journal Nature, physicist James Chadwick of the Cavendish Laboratory at Cambridge University, Ernst Rutherford's laboratory, announced the possible existence of a neutron. He confirmed the neutron's existence in a longer paper in the Proceedings of the Royal Society 4 months later, but Szilard would no more have doubted it at the time of Chadwick's first cautious announcement than did Chadwick himself. Like many scientific discoveries, it was obvious once it was demonstrated, and Szilard could repeat the demonstration in Berlin if he chose. The neutron, a particle with nearly the same mass as the positively charged proton that until 1932 was the sole certain component of the atomic nucleus, had no electric charge, which meant it could pass through the surrounding electrical barrier and enter into the nucleus. The neutron would open the atomic nucleus to examination. It might even be a way to force the nucleus to give up some of its enormous energy. Just then, in 1932, Szilard found, or took up for the first time, that appealing orphan among H.G. Wells' books that he had failed to discover before, The World Set Free. Despite its title, it was not a tract like The Open Conspiracy. It was a prophetic novel, published in 1914 before the beginning of the Great War. 30 years later, Szilard could still summarize The World Set Free in accurate detail. Wells describes, he says, the liberation of atomic energy on a large scale for industrial purposes, the development of atomic bombs, and a world war which was apparently fought by an alliance of England, France, and perhaps including America, against Germany and Austria, the powers located in the central part of Europe. He places this war in the year 1956, and in this war, the major cities of the world are all destroyed by atomic bombs. More personal discoveries emerged from Wells' visionary novel, ideas that anticipated or echoed Szilard's utopian plans, responses that may have guided him in the years ahead. Wells writes that his scientist hero, for example, was oppressed. He was indeed scared by his sense of the immense consequences of his discovery. He had a vague idea that night that he ought not to publish his results, that they were premature, that some secret association of wise men should take care of his work and hand it on from generation to generation until the world was riper for its practical application. Yet The World Set Free influenced Szilard less than its subject matter might suggest. This book made a very great impression on me, but I didn't regard it as anything but fiction. It didn't start me thinking of whether or not such things could in fact happen. I had not been working in nuclear physics up to that time. By his own account, a different and quieter dialogue changed the direction of Szilard's work. The friend who had introduced him to H.G. Wells returned in 1932 to the continent. I met him again in Berlin, and there ensued a memorable conversation. Otto Mandel said that now he really thought he knew what it would take to save mankind from a series of ever-recurring wars that could destroy it. He said that man has a heroic streak in himself. Man is not satisfied with a happy, idyllic life. He has the need to fight and to encounter danger. And he concluded that what mankind must do to save itself is to launch an enterprise aimed at leaving the earth. On this task, he thought the energies of mankind could be concentrated and the need for heroism could be satisfied. I remember very well my own reaction. I told him that this was somewhat new to me, and that I really didn't know whether I would agree with him. The only thing I could say was this, that if I came to the conclusion that this was what mankind needed, if I wanted to contribute something to save mankind, then I would probably go into nuclear physics, because only through the liberation of atomic energy could we obtain the means which would enable man not only to leave the Earth, but to leave the solar system. Such must have been Szilard's conclusion. That year, he moved to the Harnack House of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, a residence for visiting scientists sponsored by German industry, a faculty club of sorts, and approached Lise Meitner about the possibility of doing experimental work with her in nuclear physics, thus to save mankind. He always lived out of suitcases, in rented rooms. At the Harnack House, he kept the keys to his 2 suitcases at hand and the suitcases packed. All I had to do was turn the key and leave when things got too bad. Things got bad enough to delay a decision about working with Meitner. An older Hungarian friend, Szilard remembers, Michael Polanyi, a chemist at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institutes with a family to consider, viewed the German political scene optimistically, like many others in Germany at the time. They all thought that civilized Germans would not stand for anything really rough happening. Szilard held no such sanguine view, noting that the Germans themselves were paralyzed with cynicism, one of the uglier effects on morals of losing a major war. Adolf Hitler was appointed Chancellor of Germany on January 30th, 1933. On the night of February 27th, a Nazi gang directed by the head of the Berlin SA, Hitler's private army, set fire to the imposing chambers of the Reichstag. The building was totally destroyed. Hitler blamed the arson on the communists and bullied a stunned Reichstag into awarding him emergency powers. Szilard found Polanyi still unconvinced after the fire. He looked at me and said, "Do you really mean to say that you think that Minister of the Interior, Hermann Göring, had anything to do with this?" And I said, "Yes, this is precisely what I mean." He just looked at me with incredulous eyes. In late March, Jewish judges and lawyers in Prussia and Bavaria were dismissed from practice. On the weekend of April 1st, Julius Streicher directed a national boycott of Jewish businesses, and Jews were beaten in the streets. I took a train from Berlin to Vienna on a certain date close to the 1st of April, 1933, Szilard writes. The train was empty. The same train the next day was overcrowded, was stopped at the frontier. The people had to get out, and everybody was interrogated by the Nazis. This just goes to show that if you want to succeed in this world, you don't have to be much cleverer than other people. You just have to be one day earlier. The law for the restoration of the career civil service was promulgated throughout Germany on April 7th, and thousands of Jewish scholars and scientists lost their positions in German universities. From England, where he landed in early May, Szilard went furiously to work to help them emigrate and to find jobs for them in England, the United States, Palestine, India, China, and points between. If he couldn't yet save all the world, he could at least save some part of it. He came up for air in September. By then he was living at the Imperial Hotel in Russell Square, having transferred £1,595 from Zurich to his bank in London. More than half the money, £854, he held in trust for his brother Bela. The rest would see him through the year. Szilard's funds came from his patent licenses, refrigeration consulting, and privatdozent fees. He was busy finding jobs for others and couldn't be bothered to seek one himself. He had few expenses, in any case. A week's lodging and 3 meals a day at a good London hotel cost about £5.50. He was a bachelor most of his life, and his needs were simple. I was no longer thinking about this conversation with Otto Mandel about space travel or about H.G. Wells' book either until I found myself in London about the time of the British Association meeting. Szilard's syntax slips here. The crucial word is until. He had been too distracted by events and by rescue work to think creatively about nuclear physics. He had even been considering going into biology, a radical change of field, but one that a number of able physicists have managed, in pre-war days and since. Such a change is highly significant psychologically, and Szilard was to make it in 1946. But in September 1933, a meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, an annual assembly, intervened. If on Friday, September 1st, lounging in the lobby of the Imperial Hotel, Szilard read the Times review of The Shape of Things to Come, then he noticed the anonymous critic's opinion that Wells had attempted something of the sort on earlier occasions. That rather haphazard work, The World Set Free, comes particularly to mind, but never with anything like the same continuous abundance and solidity of detail, or indeed the power to persuade as to the terrifying probability of some of the more immediate and disastrous developments, and may have thought again of the atomic bombs of Wells' earlier work, of Wells' open conspiracy and his own, of Nazi Germany and its able physicists, of ruined cities and general war. Without question, Szilard read the Times of September 12th with its provocative sequence of headlines. The British Association, breaking down the atom. Transformation of elements. Ernest Rutherford, the Times reported, had recited a history of the discoveries of the last quarter of a century in atomic transmutation, including the neutron, novel transformations, all of which made Szilard restive. The leading scientists in Great Britain were meeting, and he wasn't there. He was safe, he had money in the bank, but he was only another anonymous Jewish refugee down and out in London, lingering over morning coffee in a hotel lobby, unemployed and unknown. Then, midway along the second column of the Times summary of Rutherford's speech, he found, "Hope of transforming any atom." What, Lord Rutherford asked in conclusion, were the prospects 20 or 30 years ahead? High voltages of the order of millions of volts would probably be unnecessary as a means of accelerating the bombarding particles. Transformations might be effected with 30,000 or 70,000 volts. He believed that we should be able to transform all the elements, ultimately. We might, in these processes, obtain very much more energy than the proton supplied. But on the average, we could not expect to obtain energy in this way. It was a very poor and inefficient way of producing energy, and anyone who looked for a source of power in the transformation of the atoms was talking moonshine. Did Szilard know what moonshine meant? Foolish or visionary talk? Did he have to ask the doorman as he threw down the newspaper and stormed out into the street? Lord Rutherford was reported to have said that whoever talks about the liberation of atomic energy on an industrial scale is talking moonshine. Pronouncements of experts to the effect that something cannot be done have always irritated me. This sort of set me pondering as I was walking in the streets of London, and I remember that I stopped for a red light at the intersection of Southampton Row. I was pondering whether Lord Rutherford might not prove to be wrong. It occurred to me that neutrons, in contrast to alpha particles, do not ionize, that is, interact electrically with the substance through which they pass. Consequently, neutrons need not stop until they hit a nucleus with which they may react. Szilard was not the first to realize that the neutron might slip past the positive electrical barrier of the nucleus. That realization had come to other physicists as well, but he was the first to imagine a mechanism whereby more energy might be released in the neutron's bombardment of the nucleus than the neutron itself supplied. There was an analogous process in chemistry. Polanyi had studied it. A comparatively small number of active particles, oxygen atoms, for example, admitted into a chemically unstable system, worked like leaven to elicit a chemical reaction at temperatures much lower than the temperature that the reaction normally required. Chain reaction, the process was called. One center of chemical reaction produces thousands of product molecules. One center occasionally has an especially favorable encounter with a reactant, and instead of forming only one new center, it forms two or more, each of which is capable in turn of propagating a reaction chain. Chemical chain reactions are self-limiting. Were they not, they would run away in geometric progression. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192, 16384, 32,768, 65,536, 131,072, 262,144, 524,288, 1,048,576, 2,097,152, 4,194,304, 8,388,608, 16,777,216, 33,554,432, 67,108,868, 134,217,736. As the light changed to green and I crossed the street, Szilard recalls, it suddenly occurred to me that if we could find an element which is split by neutrons, and which would emit 2 neutrons when it absorbs 1 neutron, such an element, if assembled in sufficiently large mass, could sustain a nuclear chain reaction. I didn't see at the moment just how one would go about finding such an element, or what experiments would be needed, but the idea never left me. In certain circumstances, it might be possible to set up a nuclear chain reaction, liberate energy on an industrial scale, and construct atomic bombs. Leo Szilard stepped up onto the sidewalk. Behind him, the light changed to red. 2. Atoms and void. Atomic energy requires an atom. No such beast was born legitimately into physics until the beginning of the 20th century. The atom as an idea, as an invisible layer of eternal elemental substance below the world of appearances, where things combine, team, dissolve, and rot, is ancient. Leucippus, a Greek philosopher of the 5th century BC, whose name survives on the strength of an allusion in Aristotle, proposed the concept. Democritus, a wealthy Thracian of the same era and wider repute, developed it. For by convention color exists, the Greek physician Galen quotes from one of Democritus's 72 lost books, by convention bitter, by convention sweet, but in reality atoms and void. From the 17th century onward, physicists postulated atomic models of the world whenever developments in physical theory seemed to require them. But whether or not atoms really existed was a matter for continuing debate. Gradually, the debate shifted to the question of what kind of atom was necessary and possible. Isaac Newton imagined something like a miniature billiard ball to serve the purposes of his mechanical universe of masses in motion. It seems probable to me, he wrote in 1704, that God in the beginning formed matter in solid, massy, hard, impenetrable, movable particles of such sizes and figures, and with such other properties, and in such proportion to space, as most conduced to the end to which he formed them. The Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell, who organized the founding of the Cavendish Laboratory, published a seminal treatise on electricity and magnetism in 1873 that modified Newton's purely mechanical universe of particles colliding in a void by introducing into it the idea of an electromagnetic field. The field permeated the void. Electric and magnetic energy propagated through it at the speed of light. Light itself, Clerk Maxwell demonstrated, is a form of electromagnetic radiation. But despite his modifications, Clerk Maxwell was as devoted as Newton to a hard, mechanical atom. Though in the course of ages catastrophes have occurred and may yet occur in the heavens, though ancient systems may be dissolved and new systems evolved out of their ruins, the atoms out of which the sun and the planets are built, the foundation stones of the material universe, remain unbroken and unworn. They continue this day as they were created, perfect in number and measure and weight. Max Planck thought otherwise. He doubted that atoms existed at all, as did many of his colleagues. The particulate theory of matter was an English invention more than a continental, and its faintly Britannic odor made it repulsive to the xenophobic German nose. But if atoms did exist, he was sure they could not be mechanical. It is of paramount importance, he confessed in his scientific autobiography, that the outside world is something independent from man, something absolute, and the quest for laws which apply to this absolute appeared to me as the most sublime scientific pursuit in life. Of all the laws of physics, Planck believed that the thermodynamic laws applied most basically to the independent outside world that his need for an absolute required. He saw early that purely mechanical atoms violated the second law of thermodynamics. His choice was clear. The second law specifies that heat will not pass spontaneously from a colder to a hotter body without some change in the system. Or as Planck himself generalized it in his PhD dissertation at the University of Munich in 1879, that the process of heat conduction cannot be completely reversed by any means. Besides forbidding the construction of perpetual motion machines, the second law defines what Planck's predecessor Rudolf Clausius named entropy. Because energy dissipates as heat whenever work is done, heat that cannot be collected back into useful organized form, the universe must slowly run down to randomness. This vision of increasing disorder meant that the universe is one way and not reversible. The second law is the expression in physical form of what we call time. But the equations of mechanical physics, of what is now called classical physics, theoretically allowed the universe to run equally well forward or backward. Thus, an important German chemist complained, in a purely mechanical world, the tree could become a shoot and a seed again, the butterfly turned back into a caterpillar, and the old man into a child. No explanation is given by the mechanistic doctrine for the fact that this does not happen. The actual irreversibility of natural phenomena thus proves the existence of phenomena that cannot be described by mechanical equations. And with this, the verdict on scientific materialism is settled. Planck, writing a few years earlier, was characteristically more succinct. The consistent implementation of the second law is incompatible with the assumption of finite atoms. A major part of the problem was that atoms were not then directly accessible to experiment. They were a useful concept in chemistry, where they were invoked to explain why certain substances, elements, combine to make other substances, but cannot themselves be chemically broken down. Atoms seem to be the reason gases behaved as they did, expanding to fill whatever container they were let into and pushing equally on all the container's walls. They were invoked again to explain the surprising discovery that every element heated in a laboratory flame or vaporized in an electric arc colors the resulting light, and that such light, spread out into its rainbow spectrum by a prism or a diffraction grating, invariably is divided into bands by characteristic bright lines. But as late as 1894, when Robert Cecil, the third Marquis of Salisbury, Chancellor of Oxford and former Prime Minister of England, catalogued the unfinished business of science in his presidential address to the British Association, whether atoms were real or only convenient, and what structure they hid were still undecided issues. What the atom of each element is, whether it is a movement or a thing or a vortex or a point having inertia, whether there is any limit to its divisibility, and if so, how that limit is imposed, whether the long list of elements is final, or whether any of them have any common origin, all these questions remain surrounded by a darkness as profound as ever. Physics worked that way, sorting among alternatives. All science works that way. The chemist, Michael Polanyi, Leo Szilard's friend, looked into the workings of science in his later years at the University of Manchester and at Oxford. He discovered a traditional organization far different from what most non-scientists suppose. A republic of science, he called it, a community of independent men and women freely cooperating, a highly simplified example of a free society. Not all philosophers of science, which is what Polanyi became, have agreed. Even Polanyi sometimes called science an orthodoxy. But his republican model of science is powerful, in the same way successful scientific models are powerful. It explains relationships that have not been clear. Polanyi asked straightforward questions. How were scientists chosen? What oath of allegiance did they swear? Who guided their research? Chose the problems to be studied, approved the experiments, judged the value of the results? In the last analysis, who decided what was scientifically true? Armed with these questions, Polanyi then stepped back and looked at science from outside. Beyond the great structure that in only 3 centuries had begun to reshape the entire human world, lay a basic commitment to a naturalistic view of life. Other views of life dominated at other times and places. The magical, the mythological. Children learned the naturalistic outlook when they learned to speak, when they learned to read, when they went to school. Millions are spent annually on the cultivation and dissemination of science by the public authorities, Polanyi wrote once when he felt impatient with those who refused to understand his point. Who will not give a penny for the advancement of astrology or sorcery? In other words, our civilization is deeply committed to certain beliefs about the nature of things, beliefs which are different, for example, from those to which the early Egyptian or the Aztec civilizations were committed. Most young people learned no more than the orthodoxy of science. They acquired the established doctrine, the dead letter. Some at university went on to study the beginnings of method. They practiced experimental proof in routine research. They discovered science's uncertainties and its eternally provisional nature. That began to bring it to life, which was not yet to become a scientist. To become a scientist, Polanyi thought, required a full initiation. Such an initiation came from close personal association with the intimate views and practice of a distinguished master. The practice of science was not itself a science. It was an art, to be passed from master to apprentice as the art of painting is passed, or as the skills and traditions of the law or of medicine are passed. You could not learn the law from books and classes alone. You could not learn medicine. No more could you learn science. Because nothing in science ever quite fits. No experiment is ever final proof. Everything is simplified and approximate. The American theoretical physicist Richard Feynman once spoke about his science with similar candor to a lecture hall crowded with undergraduates at the California Institute of Technology. "What do we mean by understanding something?" Feynman asked, innocently. His amused sense of human limitation informs his answer. "We can imagine that this complicated array of moving things which constitutes the world is something like a great chess game being played by the gods, and we are observers of the game. We do not know what the rules of the game are. All we are allowed to do is watch the playing. Of course, if we watch long enough, we may eventually catch on to a few of the rules. The rules of the game are what we mean by fundamental physics. Even if we know every rule, however, what we really can explain in terms of those rules is very limited, because almost all situations are so enormously complicated that we cannot follow the plays of the game using the rules, much less tell what is going to happen next. We must therefore limit ourselves to the more basic question of the rules of the game. If we know the rules, we consider that we understand the world. Learning the feel of proof, learning judgment, learning which hunches to play, learning which stunning calculations to rework, which experimental results not to trust, these skills admitted you to the spectators' benches at the chess game of the gods, and acquiring them required sitting first at the feet of a master. Polanyi found one other necessary requirement for full initiation into science: belief. If science has become the orthodoxy of the West, individuals are nevertheless still free to take it or leave it, in whole or in part. Believers in astrology, Marxism, and virgin birth abound. But no one can become a scientist unless he presumes that the scientific doctrine and method are fundamentally sound, and that their ultimate premises can be unquestioningly accepted. Becoming a scientist is necessarily an act of profound commitment to the scientific system and the scientific worldview. Any account of science which does not explicitly describe it as something we believe in is essentially incomplete and a false pretense. It amounts to a claim that science is essentially different from and superior to all human beliefs that are not scientific statements. And this is untrue. Belief is the oath of allegiance that scientists swear. That was how scientists were chosen and admitted to the order. They constituted a republic of educated believers taught through a chain of masters and apprentices to judge carefully the slippery edges of their work. Who then guided that work? The question was really two questions. Who decided which problems to study, which experiments to perform, and who judged the value of the results? Polanyi proposed an analogy. Imagine, he said, a group of workers faced with the problem of assembling a very large, very complex jigsaw puzzle. How could they organize themselves to do the job most efficiently? Each worker could take some of the pieces from the pile and try to fit them together. That would be an efficient method if assembling a puzzle was like shelling peas, but it wasn't. The pieces weren't isolated. They fitted together into a whole. And the chance of any one worker's collection of pieces fitting together was small, even if the group made enough copies of the pieces to give every worker the entire puzzle to attack. No one would accomplish as much alone as the group might if it could contrive a way to work together. The best way to do the job, Polanyi argued, was to allow each worker to keep track of what every other worker was doing. Let them work on putting the puzzle together in the sight of the others, so that every time a piece of it is fitted in by one worker, all the others will immediately watch out for the next step that becomes possible in consequence. That way, even though each worker acts on his own initiative, he acts to further the entire group's achievement. The group works independently together. The puzzle is assembled in the most efficient way. Polanyi thought science reached into the unknown along a series of what he called growing points, each point the place where the most productive discoveries were being made. Alerted by their network of scientific publications and professional friendships, by the complete openness of their communication, and absolute and vital freedom of speech, scientists rushed to work at just those points, where their particular talents would bring them the maximum emotional and intellectual return on their investment of effort and thought. It was clear then who among scientists judged the value of scientific results. Every member of the group, as in a Quaker meeting. The authority of scientific opinion remains essentially mutual. It is established between scientists, not above them. There were leading scientists who worked with unusual fertility at the growing points of their fields. But science had no ultimate leaders. Consensus ruled. Not that every scientist was competent to judge every contribution. The network solved that problem too. Suppose scientist M announces a new result. He knows his highly specialized subject better than anyone in the world. Who is competent to judge him? But next to scientist M are scientists L and N. Their subjects overlap M's, so they understand his work well enough to assess its quality and reliability and to understand where it fits into science. Next to L and N are other scientists, K and O and J and P, who know L and N well enough to decide whether to trust their judgment about M. On out to scientists A and Z, whose subjects are almost completely removed from M's. This network is the seat of scientific opinion, Polanyi emphasized, of an opinion which is not held by any single human brain, but which, split into thousands of different fragments, is held by a multitude of individuals, each of whom endorses the other's opinion at second hand by relying on the consensual chains which link him to all the others through a sequence of overlapping neighborhoods. Science, Polanyi was hinting, worked like a giant brain of individual intelligences linked together. That was the source of its cumulative and seemingly inexorable power. But the price of that power, as both Polanyi and Feynman are careful to emphasize, is voluntary limitation. Science succeeds in the difficult task of sustaining a political network among men and women of differing backgrounds and differing values, and in the even more difficult task of discovering the rules of the chess game of the gods. by severely limiting its range of competence. Physics, as Eugene Wigner once reminded a group of his fellows, does not even try to give us complete information about the events around us. It gives information about the correlations between those events. Which still left the question of what standards scientists consulted when they passed judgment on the contributions of their peers. Good science, original work, always went beyond the body of received opinion, always represented a dissent from orthodoxy. How then could the orthodoxy fairly assess it? Poligny suspected that science's system of masters and apprentices protected it from rigidity. The apprentice learned high standards of judgment from his master. At the same time, he learned to trust his own judgment. He learned the possibility and the necessity of dissent. Books and lectures might teach rules. Masters taught controlled rebellion, if only by the example of their own original, and in that sense, rebellious work. Apprentices learned three broad criteria of scientific judgment. The first criterion was plausibility. That would eliminate crackpots and frauds. It might also, and sometimes did, eliminate ideas so original that the orthodox could not recognize them. But to work at all, science had to take that risk. The second criterion was scientific value, a composite consisting of equal parts accuracy, importance to the entire system of whatever branch of science the idea belonged to, and intrinsic interest. The third criterion was originality. Patent examiners assess an invention for originality according to the degree of surprise the invention produces in specialists familiar with the art. Scientists judged new theories and new discoveries similarly. Plausibility and scientific value measured an idea's quality by the standards of orthodoxy. Originality measured the quality of its dissent. Poligny's model of an open republic of science, where each scientist judges the work of his peers against mutually agreed upon and mutually supported standards, explains why the atom found such precarious lodging in 19th century physics. It was plausible. It had considerable scientific value, especially in systematic importance. But no one had yet made any surprising discoveries about it. None at least sufficient to convince the network of only about 1,000 men and women throughout the world in 1895 who called themselves physicists, and the larger associated network of chemists. The atom's time was at hand. The great surprises in basic science in the 19th century came in chemistry. The great surprises in basic science in the first half of the 20th century would come in physics. In 1895, when young Ernest Rutherford roared up out of the antipodes to study physics at the Cavendish with a view to making his name, the New Zealand he left behind was still a rough frontier. British nonconformist craftsmen and farmers and a few adventurous gentry had settled the rugged volcanic archipelago in the 1840s, pushing aside the Polynesian Maori who had found it first 5 centuries before. The Maori gave up serious resistance after decades of bloody skirmish only in 1871, the year Rutherford was born. He attended recently established schools, drove the cows home for milking, rode horseback into the bush to shoot wild pigeons from the berry-laden branches of virgin miro trees, helped at his father's flax mill at Brightwater, where wild flax cut from aboriginal swamps was redded, scutched, and hackled for linen thread and tow. He lost 2 younger brothers to drowning. The family searched the Pacific shore near the farm for months. It was a hard and healthy childhood. Rutherford capped it by winning scholarships, first to modest Nelson College in nearby Nelson, South Island, then to the University of New Zealand, where he earned an M.A. with double firsts in mathematics and physical science at 22. He was sturdy, enthusiastic, and smart, qualities he would need to carry him from rural New Zealand to the leadership of British science. Another, more subtle quality, a braiding of country boy acuity with a profound frontier innocence, was crucial to his unmatched lifetime record of physical discovery. As his protege, James Chadwick, said, Rutherford's ultimate distinction was his genius to be astonished. He preserved that quality against every assault of success, and despite a well-hidden but sometimes sickening insecurity, the stiff scar of his colonial birth. His genius found its first occasion at the University of New Zealand, where Rutherford, in 1893, stayed on to earn a B.Sc. Heinrich Hertz's 1887 discovery of electric waves, radio, we call the phenomenon now, had impressed Rutherford wonderfully, as it did young people everywhere in the world. To study the waves, he set up a Hertzian oscillator, electrically charged metal knobs spaced to make sparks jump between metal plates, in a dank basement cloakroom. He was looking for a problem for his first independent work of research. He located it in a general agreement among scientists, pointedly including Hertz himself, that high-frequency alternating current, the sort of current a Hertzian oscillator produced when the spark radiation surged rapidly back and forth between the metal plates, would not magnetize iron. Rutherford suspected otherwise, and ingeniously proved he was right. The work earned him an 1851 exhibition scholarship to Cambridge. He was spading up potatoes in the family garden when the cable came. His mother called the news down the row. He laughed and jettisoned his spade, shouting triumph for son and mother both. "That's the last potato I'll dig." 36 years later, when he was created Baron Rutherford of Nelson, he sent his mother a cable in her turn. "Now, Lord Rutherford, more your honor than mine." Magnetization of iron by high-frequency discharges was skilled observation and brave dissent. With deeper originality, Rutherford noticed a subtle converse reaction while magnetizing iron needles with high-frequency current. Needles already saturated with magnetism became partly demagnetized when a high-frequency current passed by. His genius to be astonished was at work. He quickly realized that he could use radio waves, picked up by a suitable antenna and fed into a coil of wire, to induce a high-frequency current into a packet of magnetized needles. Then the needles would be partly demagnetized, and if he set a compass beside them, it would swing to show the change. By the time he arrived on borrowed funds at Cambridge in September 1895 to take up work at the Cavendish under its renowned director J.J. Thomson, Rutherford had elaborated his observation into a device for detecting radio waves at a distance, in effect the first crude radio receiver. Guglielmo Marconi was still laboring to perfect his version of a receiver at his father's estate in Italy. For a few months, the young New Zealander held the world record in detecting radio transmissions at a distance. Rutherford's experiments delighted the distinguished British scientists who learned of them from J.J. Thomson. They quickly adopted Rutherford, even seating him one evening at the Fellows' High Table at King's in the place of honor next to the provost, which made him feel, he said, like an ass in a lion's skin, and which shaded certain snobs on the Cavendish staff green with envy. Thomson generously arranged for a nervous but exultant Rutherford to read his third scientific paper, A Magnetic Detector of Electrical Waves and Some of Its Applications, at the June 18, 1896 meeting of the Royal Society of London, the foremost scientific organization in the world. Marconi only caught up with him in September. Rutherford was poor. He was engaged to Mary Newton, the daughter of his University of New Zealand landlady, but the couple had postponed marriage until his fortunes improved. Working to improve them, he wrote his fiancée in the midst of his midwinter research. "The reason I am so keen on the subject of radio detection is because of its practical importance. If my next week's experiments come out as well as I anticipate, I see a chance of making cash rapidly in the future." There's mystery here, mystery that carries forward all the way to moonshine. Rutherford was known in later years as a hard man with a research budget, unwilling to accept grants from industry or private donors, unwilling even to ask, convinced that string and sealing wax would carry the day. He was actively hostile to the commercialization of scientific research, telling his Russian protege, Peter Kapitsa, for example, when Kapitsa was offered consulting work in industry, "You cannot serve God and Mammon at the same time." The mystery bears on what C.P. Snow, who knew him, calls the one curious exception to Rutherford's infallible intuition, adding that no scientist has made fewer mistakes. The exception was Rutherford's refusal to admit the possibility of usable energy from the atom, the very refusal that irritated Leo Szilard in 1933. I believe that he was fearful that his beloved nuclear domain was about to be invaded by infidels who wished to blow it to pieces by exploiting it commercially. Another protege, Mark Oliphant, speculates. Yet Rutherford himself was eager to exploit radio commercially in January 1896. Whence the dramatic and lifelong change? The record is ambiguous, but suggestive. The English scientific tradition was historically genteel. It generally disdained research patents and any other legal and commercial restraints that threatened the open dissemination of scientific results. In practice, that guard of scientific liberty could molder into clubbish distaste for vulgar commercialism. Ernst Marsden, a Rutherford-trained physicist and an insightful biographer, heard that in his early days at Cambridge, there were some few who said that Rutherford was not a cultured man. One component of that canard may have been contempt for his eagerness to make a profit from radio. It seems that J.J. Thomson intervened. A grand new work had abruptly offered itself. On November 8, 1895, 1 month after Rutherford arrived at Cambridge, the German physicist Wilhelm Röntgen discovered X-rays radiating from the fluorescing glass wall of a cathode ray tube. Röntgen reported his discovery in December and stunned the world. The strange radiation was a new growing point for science, and Thomson began studying it almost immediately. At the same time, he also continued his experiments with cathode rays, experiments that would culminate in 1897 in his identification of what he called the negative corpuscle, the electron, the first atomic particle to be identified. He must have needed help. He would also have understood the extraordinary opportunity for original research that radiation offered a young man of Rutherford's skill at experiment. To settle the issue, Thomson wrote the grand old man of British science, Lord Kelvin, then 72, asking his opinion of the commercial possibilities of radio. Before tempting Rutherford to turn to the new subject, Marsden says, Kelvin, after all, vulgar commercialism or not, had developed the transoceanic telegraph cable. The reply of the great man was that radio might justify a capital expenditure of a £100,000 company on its promotion, but no more. By April 24th, Rutherford had seen the light. He writes Mary Newton, I hope to make both ends meet somehow, but I must expect to dub out my first year. My scientific work at present is progressing slowly. I'm working with the professor this term on Röntgen rays. I'm a little full up of my old subject, and I'm glad of a change. I expect it will be a good thing for me to work with the professor for a time. I have done one research to show I can work by myself. The tone is chastened, and not nearly convinced, as if a ghostly, parental J.J. Thomson were speaking through Rutherford to his fiancée. He has not yet appeared before the Royal Society, where he was hardly a little full up of his subject. But the turnabout is accomplished. Hereafter, Rutherford's healthy ambition will go to scientific honors, not commercial success. It seems probable that J.J. Thomson sat eager young Ernest Rutherford down in the darkly paneled rooms of the Gothic Revival Cavendish Laboratory that Clerk Maxwell had founded at the university where Newton wrote his great Principia, and kindly told him he could not serve God and Mammon at the same time. It seems probable that the news that the distinguished director of the Cavendish had written the Olympian Lord Kelvin about the commercial ambitions of a brash New Zealander chagrined Rutherford to the bone, and that he went away from the encounter feeling grotesquely like a parvenu. He would never make the same mistake again, even if it meant strapping his laboratories for funds, even if it meant driving away the best of his protégés, as eventually it did, even if it meant that energy from his cherished atom could be nothing more than moonshine. But if Rutherford gave up commercial wealth for holy science, he won the atom in exchange. He found its constituent parts and named them. With string and sealing wax, he made the atom real. The sealing wax was blood red, and it was the Bank of England's most visible contribution to science. British experimenters used Bank of England sealing wax to make glass tubes airtight. Rutherford's earliest work on the atom, like J.J. Thomson's work with cathode rays, grew out of 19th century examination of the fascinating effects produced by evacuating the air from a glass tube that had metal plates sealed onto its ends, and then connecting the metal plates to a battery or an induction coil. Thus charged with electricity, the emptiness inside the sealed tube glowed. The glow emerged from the negative plate, the cathode, and disappeared into the positive plate, the anode. If you made the anode into a cylinder and sealed the cylinder into the middle of the tube, you could project a beam of glow, of cathode rays, through the cylinder and on into the end of the tube opposite the cathode. If the beam was energetic enough to hit the glass, it would make the glass fluoresce. The cathode ray tube, suitably modified, its all-glass end flattened and covered with phosphors to increase the fluorescence, is the television tube of today. In the spring of 1897, Thomson demonstrated that the beam of glowing matter in a cathode ray tube was not made up of light waves, as, he wrote dryly, the almost unanimous opinion of German physicists held. Rather, cathode rays were negatively charged particles boiling off the negative cathode and attracted to the positive anode. These particles could be deflected by an electric field and bent into curved paths by a magnetic field. They were much lighter than hydrogen atoms and were identical whatever the gas through which the discharge passes, if gas was introduced into the tube. Since they were lighter than the lightest known kind of matter, and identical regardless of the kind of matter they were born from, it followed that they must be some basic constituent part of matter. And if they were a part, then there must be a whole. The real physical electron implied a real physical atom. The particulate theory of matter was therefore justified for the first time convincingly by physical experiment. They sang J.J.'s success at the annual Cavendish dinner. The corpuscle won the day, and in freedom went away, and became a cathode ray. Armed with the electron, and knowing from other experiments that what was left when electrons were stripped away from an atom was a much more massive remainder that was positively charged, Thomson went on in the next decade to develop a model of the atom that came to be called the plum pudding model. The Thomson atom, a number of negatively electrified corpuscles enclosed in a sphere of uniform positive electrification, like raisins in a pudding, was a hybrid, particulate electrons and diffuse remainder. It served the useful purpose of demonstrating mathematically that electrons could be arranged in stable configurations within an atom, and that the mathematically stable arrangements could account for the similarities and regularities among chemical elements that the periodic table of the elements displays. It was becoming clear that electrons were responsible for chemical affinities between elements, that chemistry was ultimately electrical. Thomson just missed discovering X-rays in 1894. He was not so unlucky in legend as the Oxford physicist Frederick Smith, who found that photographic plates kept near a cathode ray tube were liable to be fogged, and merely told his assistant to move them to another place. Thompson noticed that glass tubing held at a distance of some feet from the discharge tube fluoresced just as the wall of the tube itself did when bombarded with cathode rays. But he was too intent on studying the rays themselves to pursue the cause. Röntgen isolated the effect by covering his cathode ray tube with black paper. When a nearby screen of fluorescent material still glowed, he realized that whatever was causing the screen to glow was passing through the paper and the intervening air. If he held his hand between the covered tube and the screen, his hand slightly reduced the glow on the screen, but in dark shadow he could see its bones. Röntgen's discovery intrigued other researchers besides J.J. Thomson and Ernest Rutherford. The Frenchman Henri Becquerel was a third-generation physicist who, like his father and grandfather before him, occupied the chair of physics at the Musée d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris. Like them, also, he was an expert on phosphorescence and fluorescence, in his case, particularly of uranium. He heard a report of Röntgen's work at the weekly meeting of the Académie des Sciences in January 20, 1896. He learned that the X-rays emerged from the fluorescing glass, which immediately suggested to him that he should test various fluorescing materials to see if they also emitted X-rays. He worked for 10 days without success, reading an article on X-rays on January 30th that encouraged him to keep working, and decided to try a uranium salt, uranyl potassium sulfate. His first experiment succeeded. He found that the uranium salt emitted radiation, but misled him. He had sealed a photographic plate in black paper, sprinkled a layer of the uranium salt onto the paper, and exposed the whole thing to the sun for several hours. When he developed the photographic plate, I saw the silhouette of the phosphorescent substance in black on the negative. He mistakenly thought sunlight activated the effect, much as cathode rays released Röntgen's X-rays from the glass. The story of Becquerel's subsequent serendipity is famous. When he tried to repeat his experiment on February 26th and again on February 27th, Paris was gray. He put the covered photographic plate away in a dark drawer, uranium salt in place. On March 1st, he decided to go ahead and develop the plate, expecting to find the images very feeble. On the contrary, the silhouettes appeared with great intensity. I thought at once that the action might be able to go on in the dark. Energetic, penetrating radiation from inert matter, unstimulated by rays or light. Now Rutherford had his subject, as Marie and Pierre Curie, looking for the pure element that radiated, had their back-breaking work. Between 1898, when Rutherford first turned his attention to the phenomenon Henri Becquerel found, and which Marie Curie named radioactivity, and 1911, when he made the most important discovery of his life, the young New Zealand physicist systematically dissected the atom. He studied the radiations emitted by uranium and thorium and named two of them. There are present at least two distinct types of radiation. One that is very readily absorbed, which will be termed, for convenience, the alpha radiation, and the other of a more penetrative character, which will be termed the beta radiation. A Frenchman, P.V. Villard, later discovered the third distinct type, a form of high-energy X-rays that was named gamma radiation in keeping with Rutherford's scheme. The work was done at the Cavendish, but by the time he published it in 1899, when he was 27, Rutherford had moved to Montreal to become professor of physics at McGill University. A Canadian tobacco merchant had given money there to build a physics laboratory and to endow a number of professorships, including Rutherford's. "The McGill University has a good name," Rutherford wrote to his mother. £500 is not so bad a salary, and as the physical laboratory is the best of its kind in the world, I cannot complain. In 1900, Rutherford reported the discovery of a radioactive gas emanating from the radioactive element thorium. Marie and Pierre Curie soon discovered that radium, which they had purified from uranium ores in 1898, also gave off radioactive gas. Rutherford needed a good chemist, to help him establish whether the thorium emanation was thorium or something else. Fortunately, he was able to Shanghai a young Oxford man at McGill, Frederick Soddy, of talent sufficient eventually to earn a Nobel Prize. At the beginning of the winter of 1900, Soddy remembers, Ernest Rutherford, the junior professor of physics, called on me in the laboratory and told me about the discoveries he had made. He had just returned with his bride from New Zealand, but before leaving Canada for his trip, he had discovered what he called the thorium emanation. I was, of course, intensely interested and suggested that the chemical character of the substance ought to be examined. The gas proved to have no chemical character whatsoever. That, says Soddy, conveyed the tremendous and inevitable conclusion that the element thorium was slowly and spontaneously transmuting itself into chemically inert argon gas. Soddy and Rutherford had observed the spontaneous disintegration of the radioactive elements, one of the major discoveries of 20th century physics. They set about tracing the way uranium, radium, and thorium changed their elemental nature by radiating away part of their substance as alpha and beta particles. They discovered that each different radioactive product possessed a characteristic half-life, the time required for its radiation to reduce to half its previously measured intensity. The half-life measured the transmutation of half the atoms in an element into atoms of another element, or of a physically variant form of the same element, an isotope, as Soddy later named it. Half-life became a way to detect the presence of amounts of transmuted substances, decay products too small to detect chemically. The half-life of uranium proved to be 4.5 billion years, of radium 1,620 years, of one decay product of thorium 22 minutes, of another decay product of thorium 27 days. Some decay products appeared and transmuted themselves in minute fractions of a second, in the twinkle of an eye. It was work of immense importance to physics, opening up field after new field to excited view. And for more than 2 years, as Soddy remembered afterward, scientific life became hectic to a degree rare in the lifetime of an individual, rare perhaps in the lifetime of an institution. Along the way, Rutherford explored the radiation emanating from the radioactive elements in the course of their transmutation. He demonstrated that beta radiation consisted of high-energy electrons, similar in all respects to cathode rays. He suspected, and later in England conclusively proved, that alpha particles were positively charged helium atoms, ejected during radioactive decay. Helium is found and captured in the crystalline spaces of uranium and thorium ores. Now, he knew why. An important 1903 paper written with Soddy, Radioactive Change, offered the first informed calculations of the amount of energy released by radioactive decay. It may therefore be stated that the total energy of radiation during the disintegration of 1 gram of radium cannot be less than 10 to the 8th gram calories, and may be between 10 to the 9th and 10 to the 10th gram calories. The union of hydrogen and oxygen liberates approximately 4 times 10 to the 3rd, such as 4,000 gram calories per gram of water produced, and this reaction sets free more energy for a given weight than any other chemical change known. The energy of radioactive change must therefore be at least 20,000 times, and maybe 1,000,000 times, as great as the energy of any molecular change. That was the formal scientific statement. Informally, Rutherford inclined to whimsical eschatology. A Cambridge associate writing an article on radioactivity that year, 1903, considered quoting Rutherford's playful suggestion that, could a proper detonator be found, it was just conceivable that a wave of atomic disintegration might be started through matter, which would indeed make this old world vanish in smoke. Rutherford liked to quip that some fool in a laboratory might blow up the universe unawares. If atomic energy would never be useful, it might still be dangerous. Soddy, who returned to England that year, examined the theme more seriously. Lecturing on radium to the Corps of Royal Engineers in 1904, he speculated presciently on the uses to which atomic energy might be put. It is probable that all heavy matter possesses, latent and bound up with the structure of the atom, a similar quantity of energy to that possessed by radium. If it could be tapped and controlled, what an agent it would be in shaping the world's destiny. The man who put his hand on the lever by which a parsimonious nature regulates so jealously the output of this store of energy would possess a weapon by which he could destroy the earth, if he chose. Sadi did not think the possibility likely. The fact that we exist is proof that massive energetic release did not occur. That it has not occurred is the best possible assurance that it never will. We may trust nature to guard her secret. H.G. Wells thought nature less trustworthy when he read similar statements in Sadi's 1909 book, Interpretation of Radium. "My idea is taken from Sadi," he wrote of The World Set Free. One of the good old scientific romances, he called his novel. It was important enough to him that he interrupted a series of social novels to write it. Rutherford's and Sadi's discussions of radioactive change therefore inspired the science fiction novel that eventually started Leo Szilard thinking about chain reactions and atomic bombs. In the summer of 1903, the Rutherfords visited the Curies in Paris. Madame Curie happened to be receiving her doctorate in science on the day of their arrival. Mutual friends arranged a celebration. "After a very lively evening," Rutherford recalled, "we retired about 11 o'clock in the garden, where Professor Curie brought out a tube coated in part with zinc sulfide and containing a large quantity of radium in solution. The luminosity was brilliant in the darkness, and it was a splendid finale to an unforgettable day. The zinc sulfide coating fluoresced white, making the radium's ejection of energetic particles on its progress down the periodic table from uranium to lead visible in the darkness of the Paris evening. The light was bright enough to show Rutherford Pierre Curie's hands, in a very inflamed and painful state due to exposure to radium rays. Hands swollen with radiation burns was another object lesson in what the energy of matter could do." A 26-year-old German chemist from Frankfurt, Otto Hahn, came to Montreal in 1905 to work with Rutherford. Hahn had already discovered a new element, radiothorium, later understood to be one of thorium's 12 isotopes. He studied thorium radiation with Rutherford. Together they determined that the alpha particles ejected from thorium had the same mass as the alpha particles ejected from radium, and those from another radioactive element, actinium. The various particles were probably therefore identical, one conclusion along the way to Rutherford's proof in 1908 that the alpha particle was inevitably a charged helium atom. Hahn went back to Germany in 1906 to begin a distinguished career as a discoverer of isotopes and elements. Leo Szilard encountered him working with physicist Lise Meitner at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Chemistry in the 1920s in Berlin. Rutherford's research at McGill, unraveling the complex transmutations of the radioactive elements, earned him, in 1908, a Nobel Prize. Not in physics, but in chemistry. He had wanted that prize, writing his wife when she returned to New Zealand to visit her family in late 1904, "I may have a chance if I keep going." And again in early 1905, "They are all following on my trail, and if I am to have a chance for a Nobel Prize in the next few years, I must keep my work moving." The award for chemistry, rather than for physics, at least amused him. "It remained to the end a good joke against him," says his son-in-law, which he thoroughly appreciated, that he was thereby branded for all time as a chemist and no true physicist. An eyewitness to the ceremony said Rutherford looked ridiculously young. He was 37, and made the speech of the evening. He announced his recent confirmation, only briefly reported the month before, that the alpha particle was in fact helium. The confirming experiment was typically elegant. Rutherford had a glassblower make him a tube with extremely thin walls. He evacuated the tube and filled it with radon gas. a fertile source of alpha particles. The tube was gas-tight, but its thin walls allowed alpha particles to escape. Rutherford surrounded the radon tube with another glass tube, pumped out the air between the two tubes, and sealed off the space. After some days, he told his Stockholm audience triumphantly, a bright spectrum of helium was observed in the outer vessel. Rutherford's experiments still stun with their simplicity. In this Rutherford was an artist, says a former student. All his experiments had style. In the spring of 1907, Rutherford left Montreal with his family, by then including a 6-year-old daughter, his only child, and moved back to England. He had accepted the appointment as professor of physics at Manchester, in the city where John Dalton had first revived the atomic theory almost exactly a century earlier. Rutherford bought a house and went immediately to work. He inherited an experienced German physicist named Hans Geiger, who had been his predecessor's assistant. Years later, Geiger fondly recalled the Manchester days. Rutherford settled in among his gear. I see his quiet research room at the top of the physics building, under the roof, where his radium was kept, and in which so much well-known work on the emanation was carried out. But I also see the gloomy cellar, in which he had fitted up his delicate apparatus for the study of the alpha rays. Rutherford loved this room. One went down 2 steps, and then heard from the darkness Rutherford's voice, reminding one that a hot pipe crossed the room at head level, and to step over 2 water pipes. Then finally, in the feeble light, one saw the great man himself, seated at his apparatus. The Rutherford house was cheerier. Another Manchester protégé liked to recall that supper in the white-painted dining room on Saturdays and Sundays preceded powwows till all hours in the study on the first floor. Tea on Sundays in the drawing room often followed a spin on the Cheshire Rhodes in the motor. There was no liquor in the house because Mary Rutherford did not approve of drinking. Smoking she reluctantly allowed because her husband smoked heavily, pipe and cigarettes both. Now in early middle age, he was famously loud, a tribal chief, as a student said, fond of banter and slang. He would march around the lab singing Onward Christian Soldiers, off-key. He took up room in the world now. You knew he was coming. He was ruddy-faced with twinkling blue eyes, and he was beginning to develop a substantial belly. The diffidence was well hidden. His handshake was brief, limp, and boneless. He gave the impression, says another former student, that he was shy of physical contact. He could still be mortified by condescension, blushing bright red and turning aside dumbstruck. With his students, he was quieter, gentler, solid gold. He was a man, pronounces one in high praise, who never did dirty tricks. Chaim Weizmann, the Russian Jewish biochemist, who was later elected the first president of Israel, was working at Manchester on fermentation products in those days. He and Rutherford became good friends. Youthful, energetic, boisterous, Weizmann recalled. He suggested anything but the scientist. He talked readily and vigorously on every subject under the sun, often without knowing anything about it. Going down to the refectory for lunch, I would hear the loud, friendly voice rolling up the corridor. Rutherford had no political knowledge at all, Weizmann thought, but excused him on the grounds that his important scientific work took all his time. He was a kindly person, but he did not suffer fools gladly. In September 1907, his first term at Manchester, Rutherford made up a list of possible subjects for research. Number 7 on the list was scattering of alpha rays. Working over the years to establish the alpha particle's identity, he had come to appreciate its great value as an atomic probe. Because it was massive compared to the high-energy but nearly weightless beta electron, it interacted vigorously with matter. The measure of that interaction could reveal the atom's structure. I was brought up to look at the atom as a nice hard fellow, red or gray in color, according to taste, Rutherford told a dinner audience once. By 1907, it was clear to him that the atom was not a hard fellow at all, but was substantially empty space. The German physicist Philippe Lenard had demonstrated as much in 1903 by bombarding elements with cathode rays. Lenard dramatized his findings with a vivid metaphor. The space occupied by a cubic meter of solid platinum, he said, was as empty as the space of stars beyond the Earth. But if there was empty space in atoms, void within void, there was something else as well. In 1906, at McGill, Rutherford had studied the magnetic deflection of alpha particles by projecting them through a narrow defining slit and passing the resulting thin beam through a magnetic field. At one point, he covered half the defining slit with a sheet of mica, only about 0.003 of a centimeter thick, thin enough to allow alpha particles to go through. He was recording the results of the experiment on photographic paper. He found that the edges of the part of the beam covered with the mica were blurred. The blurring meant that as the alpha particles passed through, the atoms of mica were deflecting, scattering many of them from a straight line by as much as 2 degrees of angle. Since an intense magnetic field scattered the uncovered alpha particles only a little more, something unusual was happening. For a particle as comparatively massive as the alpha, moving at such high velocity, 2 degrees was an enormous deflection. Rutherford calculated that it would require an electrical field of about 100 million volts per centimeter of mica to scatter an alpha particle so far. Such results bring out clearly, he wrote, the fact that the atoms of matter must be the seat of very intense electrical forces. It was just this scattering that he marked down on his list to study. To do so, he needed not only to count, but also to see individual alpha particles. At Manchester, he accepted the challenge of perfecting the necessary instruments. He worked with Hans Geiger to develop an electrical device that clicked off the arrival of each individual alpha particle into a counting chamber. Geiger would later elaborate the invention into the familiar Geiger counter of modern radiation studies. There was a way to make individual alpha particles visible using zinc sulfide, the compound that coated the tube of radium solution Pierre Curie had carried into the night garden in Paris in 1903. A small glass plate coated with zinc sulfide and bombarded with alpha particles briefly fluoresced at the point where each particle struck, a phenomenon known as scintillation from the Greek word for spark. Under a microscope, the faint scintillations in the zinc sulfide could be individually distinguished and counted. The method was tedious in the extreme. It required sitting for at least 30 minutes in a dark room to adapt the eyes, then taking counting turns of only a minute at a time, the change signaled by a timer that rang a bell, because focusing the eyes consistently on a small dim screen was impossible for much longer than that. Even through the microscope, the scintillations hovered at the edge of visibility. A counter who expected an experiment to produce a certain number of scintillations sometimes unintentionally saw imaginary flashes. So the question was whether the count was generally accurate. Rutherford and Geiger compared the observation counts with matched counts by the electric method. When the observation method proved reliable, they put the electric counter away. It could count, but it couldn't see. And Rutherford was interested first of all in locating an alpha particle's position in space. Geiger went on to work on alpha scattering, aided by Ernest Marsden, then an 18-year-old Manchester undergraduate. They observed alpha particles coming out of a firing tube and passing through foils of such metals as aluminum, silver, gold, and platinum. The results were generally consistent with expectation. Alpha particles might very well accumulate as much as 2 degrees of total deflection bouncing around among the atoms of the plum pudding sort. But the experiment was troubled with stray particles. Geiger and Marsden thought molecules in the walls of the firing tube might be scattering them. They tried eliminating the strays by narrowing and defining the end of the firing tube with a series of graduated metal washers. That proved no help. Rutherford wandered into the room. The 3 men talked over the problem. Something about it alerted Rutherford's intuition for promising side effects. Almost as an afterthought, he turned to Marsden and said, "See if you can get some effective alpha particles directly reflected from a metal surface." Marsden knew that a negative result was expected. Alpha particles shot through thin foils. They did not bounce back from them. But that missing a positive result would be an unforgivable sin. He took great care to prepare a strong alpha source. He aimed the pencil narrow beam of alphas at a 45-degree angle onto a sheet of gold foil. He positioned his scintillation screen on the same side of the foil beside the alpha beam so that a particle bouncing back would strike the screen and register as a scintillation. Between firing tube and screen, he interposed a thick lead plate so that no direct alpha particles could interfere. Immediately, and to his surprise, he found what he was looking for. "I remember well reporting the result to Rutherford," he wrote, "when I met him on the steps leading to his private room, and the joy with which I told him." A few weeks later, at Rutherford's direction, Geiger and Marsden formulated the experiment for publication. "If the high velocity and mass of the alpha particle be taken into account," they concluded, "it seems surprising that some of the alpha particles, as the experiment shows, can be turned within a layer of 6 × 10⁻⁵ centimeters of gold through an angle of 90 degrees, and even more. To produce a similar effect by magnetic field, the enormous field of 10⁹ absolute units would be required." Rutherford, in the meantime, went off to ponder what the scattering meant. He pondered, in the midst of other work, for more than a year. He had a first quick intuition of what the experiment portended, and then he lost it. Even after he announced his spectacular conclusion, he was reluctant to promote it. One reason for his reluctance might be that the discovery contradicted the atomic models J.J. Thomson and Lord Kelvin had postulated earlier. There were physical objections to his interpretation of Marsden's discovery that would require working out as well. Rutherford had been genuinely astonished by Marsden's results. "It was quite the most incredible event that has ever happened to me in my life," he said later. "It was almost as incredible as if you fired a 15-inch shell at a piece of tissue paper and it came back and hit you. On consideration, I realized that this scattering backwards must be the result of a single collision. And when I made calculations, I saw that it was impossible to get anything of that order of magnitude unless you took a system in which the greatest part of the mass of the atom was concentrated in a minute nucleus." Collision is misleading. What Rutherford had visualized, making calculations and drawing diagrammatic atoms on large sheets of good paper, was exactly the sort of curving path toward and away from a compact, massive central body that a comet follows in its gravitational pas de deux with the sun. He had a model made, a heavy electromagnet suspended as a pendulum on 30 feet of wire, that grazed the face of another electromagnet set on a table. With the two grazing faces matched in polarity, and therefore repelling each other, the pendulum was deflected into a parabolic path according to its velocity and angle of approach, just as the alpha particles were deflected. He needed, as always, to visualize his work. When further experiment confirmed his theory that the atom had a small, massive nucleus, he was finally ready to go public. He chose as his forum an old Manchester organization, the Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society. "Largely the general public," says James Chadwick, who attended the historic occasion as a student on March 7, 1911. "People interested in literary and philosophical ideas. Largely business people." The first item on the agenda was a Manchester fruit importer's report that he had found a rare snake in a consignment of Jamaican bananas. He exhibited the snake. Then it was Rutherford's turn. Only an abstract of the announcement survives, but Chadwick remembers how it felt to hear it. It was, A most shattering performance to us, young boys that we were. We realized this was obviously the truth. This was it. Rutherford had found the nucleus of his atom. He did not yet have an arrangement for its electrons. At the Manchester meeting, he spoke of a central electric charge concentrated at a point and surrounded by a uniform spherical distribution of opposite electricity equal in amount. That was sufficiently idealized for calculation, but it neglected the significant physical fact that the opposite electricity must be embodied in electrons. Somehow they would have to be arranged around the nucleus. Another mystery, a Japanese theoretical physicist, Hantaro Nagaoka, had postulated in 1903 a Saturnian model of the atom, with flat rings of electrons revolving like Saturn's rings around a positively charged particle. Nagaoka adapted the mathematics for his model from James Clerk Maxwell's first triumphant paper, published in 1859, on the stability of motion of Saturn's rings. All Rutherford's biographers agree that Rutherford was unaware of Nagaoka's paper until March 11, 1911, after the Manchester meeting, when he heard about it by postcard from a physicist friend. Campbell tells me that Nagaoka once tried to deduce a big positive center in his atom in order to account for optical effects. He thereupon looked up the paper in the Philosophical Magazine and added a discussion of it to the last page of the full-length paper. The scattering of alpha and beta particles by matter and the structure of the atom that he sent to the same magazine in April. He described Nagaoka's atom in that paper as being supposed to consist of a central attracting mass surrounded by rings of rotating electrons. But it seems that Nagaoka had recently visited him because the Japanese physicist wrote from Tokyo on February 22, 1911, thanking him for the great kindness you showed me in Manchester. Yet the two physicists seem not to have discussed atomic models, or Nagaoka would probably have continued the discussion in his letter, and Rutherford, a totally honest man, would certainly have acknowledged it in his paper. One reason Rutherford was unaware of Nagaoka's Saturnian model of the atom is that it had been criticized and abandoned soon after Nagaoka introduced it because it suffered from a severe defect, the same theoretical defect that marred the atom Rutherford was now proposing. The rings of Saturn are stable because the force operating between the particles of debris that make them up, gravity, is attractive. The force operating between the electrons of Nagaoka's Saturnian electron rings, however, negative electrical charge, was repulsive. It follows mathematically that whenever two or more electrons equally spaced on an orbit rotated around the nucleus, they would drift into modes of oscillation, instabilities, that would quickly tear the atom apart. What was true for Nagaoka's Saturnian atom was also true theoretically for the atom Rutherford had found by experiment. If the atom operated by the mechanical laws of classical physics, the Newtonian laws that govern relationships within planetary systems, then Rutherford's model should not work. But his was not a merely theoretical construct. It was the result of real physical experiment. And work it clearly did. It was as stable as the ages, and it bounced back alpha particles like cannon shells. Someone would have to resolve the contradiction between classical physics and Rutherford's experimentally tested atom. It would need to be someone with qualities different from Rutherford's. Not an experimentalist, but a theoretician. Yet a theoretician rooted deeply in the real. He would need at least as much courage as Rutherford had, and equal self-confidence. He would need to be willing to step through the mechanical looking-glass into a strange, non-mechanical world where what happened on the atomic scale could not be modeled with planets or pendulums. As if he had been called to the cause, such a person abruptly appeared in Manchester. Writing to an American friend on March 18, 1912, Rutherford announced the arrival. Bohr, a Dane, has pulled out of Cambridge and turned up here to get some experience in radioactive work. Bohr was Niels Henrik David Bohr, the Danish theoretical physicist. He was then 27 years old. 3. Tvi. There came into the room a slight-looking boy, Ernest Rutherford's McGill colleague and biographer A.S. Eve recalls of Manchester days, whom Rutherford at once took into his study. Mrs. Rutherford explained to me that the visitor was a young Dane, and that her husband thought very highly indeed of his work. No wonder, it was Niels Bohr. The memory is odd. Bohr was an exceptional athlete. The Danes cheered his university soccer exploits. He skied, bicycled, and sailed. He chopped wood. He was unbeatable at ping-pong. He routinely took stairs 2 at a time. He was also physically imposing, tall for his generation, with an enormous domed head, says C.P. Snow, a long, heavy jaw, and big hands. He was thinner as a young man than later, and his shock of unruly, combed-back hair might have seemed boyish to a man of Eve's age, 12 years older than Rutherford. But Niels Bohr was hardly slight-looking. Something other than Bohr's physical appearance triggered Eve's dissonant memory. Probably his presence, which could be hesitant. He was much more muscular and athletic than his cautious manner suggested, Snow confirms. It didn't help that he spoke with a soft voice, not much above a whisper. All his life, Bohr talked so quietly and yet indefatigably that people strained to hear him. Some knew him as a talker as hard to get to the point as Henry James in his later years. But his speech differed dramatically between public and private, and between initial exploration of the subject and eventual mastery. Publicly, according to Oscar Klein, a student of Bohr's and then a colleague, he took the greatest care to get the most accurately shaded formulation of the matter. Albert Einstein admired Bohr for uttering his opinions like one perpetually groping and never like one who believed himself to be in the possession of definite truth. If Bohr groped through the exploratory phases of his deliberations, with mastery his assurance grew, and his speech became vigorous and full of vivid images. Lise Meitner's physicist nephew Otto Frisch noted. And privately, among close friends, says Klein, he would express himself with drastic imagery and strong expressions of admiration as well as criticism. Bohr's manner was as binary as his speech. Einstein first met Bohr in Berlin in the spring of 1920. Not often in life, he wrote to Bohr afterward, has a human being caused me such joy by his mere presence as you did. And he reported to their mutual friend Paul Ehrenfest, an Austrian physicist at Leyden, I am as much in love with him as you are. Despite his enthusiasm, Einstein did not fail to observe closely his new Danish friend. His verdict in Bohr's 35th year is similar to Eve's in his 28th. He is like an extremely sensitive child who moves around the world in a sort of trance. At first meeting, until Bohr began to speak, the theoretician Abraham Pais thought the long, heavy face gloomy in the extreme and puzzled at that momentary impression when everyone knew its intense animation and its warm and sunny smile. Bohr's contributions to 20th century physics would rank second only to Einstein's. He would become a scientist, statesman of unmatched foresight. To a greater extent than is usually the case with scientists, his sense of personal identity, his hard-won selfhood, and the emotional values he grounded there was crucial to his work. For a time, when he was a young man, that identity was painfully divided. Bohr's father, Christian Bohr, was professor of physiology at the University of Copenhagen. In Christian Bohr's case, the Bohr jaw extended below a thick mustache, and the face was rounded, the forehead not so high. He may have been athletic. He was certainly a sports enthusiast who encouraged and helped finance the Akademisk Boldklub, for which his sons would one day play champion soccer, Niels' younger brother Harold at the 1908 Olympics. He was progressive in politics. He worked for the emancipation of women, He was skeptical of religion, but nominally conforming, a solid bourgeois intellectual. Christian Bohr published his first scientific paper at 22, took a medical degree and then a PhD in physiology, studied under the distinguished physiologist Carl Ludwig at Leipzig. Respiration was his special subject, and he brought to that research the practice, still novel in the early 1880s, of careful physical and chemical experiment. Outside the laboratory, a friend of his explains he was a keen worshipper of Goethe. Larger issues of philosophy intrigued him. One of the great arguments of the day was vitalism versus mechanism, a disguised form of the old and continuing debate between those, including the religious, who believe that the world has purpose, and those who believe it operates automatically and by chance or in recurring unprogressive cycles. The German chemist who scoffed in 1895 at the purely mechanical world of scientific materialism that would allow a butterfly to turn back into a caterpillar was disputing the same issue, an issue as old as Aristotle. In Christian Bohr's field of expertise, it emerged in the question whether organisms and their subsystems, their eyes, their lungs, were assembled to pre-existing purpose or according to the blind and unbreathing laws of chemistry and of evolution. The extreme proponent of the mechanistic position in biology, then, was a German named Ernst Heinrich Haeckel, who insisted that organic and inorganic matter were one and the same. Life arose by spontaneous generation, Haeckel argued. Psychology was properly a branch of physiology. The soul was not immortal, nor the will free. Despite his commitment to scientific experiment, Christian Bohr chose to side against Haeckel, possibly because of his worship of Goethe. He had then the difficult work of reconciling his practice with his views. Partly for that reason, partly to enjoy the company of friends, he began stopping at a cafe for discussions with the philosopher Harald Hofting after the regular Friday sessions of the Royal Danish Academy of Sciences and Letters, of which they were both members. The congenial physicist C. Christiansen, who spent his childhood as a shepherd, soon added a third point of view. The men moved from cafe meetings to regular rotation among their homes. The philologist Wilhelm Thompson joined them to make a formidable foursome: a physicist, a biologist, a philologist, a philosopher. Niels and Harold Bohr sat at their feet all through childhood. As earnest of his commitment to female emancipation, Christian Bohr taught review classes to prepare women for university study. One of his students was a Jewish banker's daughter, Ellen Adler. Her family was cultured, wealthy, prominent in Danish life. Her father was elected at various times to both the lower and upper houses of the Folketing, the Danish parliament. Christian Bohr courted her. They were married in 1881. She had a lovable personality and great unselfishness, a friend of her son's would say. Apparently she submerged her Judaism after her marriage, nor did she matriculate at the university, as she must originally have planned. Christian and Ellen Bohr began married life in the Adler family townhouse that faced, across a wide street of ancient cobbles, Christianborg Palace, the seat of the Folketing. Niels Bohr was born in that favorable place on October 7th, 1885, second child and first son. When his father accepted an appointment at the university in 1886, the Bohr family moved to a house beside the surgical academy, where the physiology laboratories were located. There, Niels and his brother Harold, 19 months younger, grew up. As far back as Niels Bohr could remember, he liked to dream of great interrelationships. His father was fond of speaking in paradoxes. Niels may have discovered his dreaming in that paternal habit of mind. At the same time, the boy was profoundly literal-minded, a trait often undervalued that became his anchoring virtue as a physicist. Walking with him when he was about 3 years old, his father began pointing out the balanced structure of a tree, the trunk, the limbs, the branches, the twigs, assembling the tree for his son from its parts. The literal child saw the wholeness of the organism and dissented. If it wasn't like that, he said, it wouldn't be a tree. Bohr told the story all his life, the last time only days before he died, 78 years old, in 1962. I was from first youth able to say something about philosophical questions, he summarized, proudly then, and because of that ability, he said, I was considered something of a different character. Harold Bohr was bright, witty, exuberant, and assumed at first to be the smarter of the two brothers. At a very early stage, however, says Niels Bohr's later collaborator and biographer Stefan Rosenthal, Christian Bohr took the opposite view. He realized Niels's great abilities and special gifts and the extent of his imagination. The father phrased his realization in what would have been a cruel comparison if the brothers had been less devoted. Niels, he pronounced, was the special one in the family. Assigned in the 5th grade to draw a house, Niels produced a remarkably mature drawing, but counted the fence pickets first. He liked carpentry and metalworking. He was household handyman from an early age. Even as a child, he was considered the thinker of the family, says a younger colleague, and his father listened closely to his views on fundamental problems. He almost certainly had trouble learning to write, and always had trouble with writing. His mother served loyally as his amanuensis. He dictated his schoolwork to her, and she copied it down. He and Harold bonded in childhood close as twins. There runs like a leitmotif above all else, Rosenthal notices, the inseparability that characterized the relationship between the two brothers. They spoke and thought à deux, recalls one of their friends. In my whole youth, Bohr reminisced, my brother played a very large part. I had very much to do with my brother. He was in all respects more clever than I. Harold, in his turn, told whoever asked that he was merely an ordinary person, and his brother pure gold, and seems to have meant it. Speech is a clumsiness, and writing an impoverishment. Not language, but the surface of the body is the child's first map of the world, undifferentiated between subject and object, co-extensive with the world it maps until awakening consciousness divides it off. Niels Bohr liked to show how a stick used as a probe, a blind man's cane, for example, became an extension of the arm. Feeling seemed to move to the end of the stick, he said. The observation was one he often repeated. It struck his physicist protégés as wondrous, like the story of the boy in the tree, because it was charged with emotional meaning for him. He seems to have been a child of deep connection. That is a pre-verbal gift. His father, with his own Goethe-esque yearnings for purpose and wholeness, for natural unity, for the oceanic consolations of religion without the antique formalisms, especially sensed it. His overvalued expectation burdened the boy. Religious conflict broke early. Niels believed literally what he learned from the lessons on religion at school, says Oscar Klein. For a long time, this made the sensitive boy unhappy on account of his parents' lack of faith. Bohr, at 27, in a Christmas-time letter to his fiancée from Cambridge, remembered the unhappiness as paternal betrayal. I see a little boy in the snow-covered street on his way to church. It was the only day his father went to church. Why? So the little boy would not feel different from the other boys. He never said a word to the little boy about belief or doubt, and the little boy believed with all of his heart. The difficulty with writing was a more ominous sign. The family patched the problem over by supplying him with his mother's services as a secretary. He did not compose mentally while alone and then call in his helper. He composed on the spot, laboriously. That was the whispering that reminded C.P. Snow of the later Henry James. As an adult, Bohr drafted and redrafted even private letters. His reworking of scientific papers in draft and then repeatedly in proof became legendary. Once, after continued appeals to Zurich for the incomparable critical aid of the Australian theoretical physicist Wolfgang Pauli, who knew Bohr well, Pauli responded warily, "If the last proof is sent away, then I will come." Bohr collaborated first with his mother and with Harold, then with his wife, then with a lifelong series of younger physicists. They cherished the opportunity of working with Bohr, but the experience could be disturbing. He wanted not only their attention, but also their intellectual and emotional commitment. He wanted to convince his collaborators that he was right. Until he succeeded, he doubted his conclusions himself, or at least doubted the language of their formulation. Behind the difficulty with writing lay another, more pervasive difficulty. It took the form of anxiety that, without the extraordinary support of his mother and his brother, would have been crippling. For a time, it was. It may have emerged first as religious doubt, which appeared, according to Klein, when Niels was a young man. Bohr doubted as he had believed, with unusual resolution. By the time he matriculated at the University of Copenhagen in the autumn of 1903, when he was 18, the doubt had become pervasive, intoxicating him with terrifying infinities. Bohr had a favorite novel. Its author, Poul Martin Møller, introduced En dansk students eventyr, The Adventures of a Danish Student, as a reading before the University of Copenhagen Student Union in 1824. It was published posthumously. It was short, witty, and deceptively light-hearted. In an important lecture in 1960, The Unity of Human Knowledge, Bohr described Møller's book as an unfinished novel still read with delight by the older as well as the younger generation in Denmark. It gives, he said, a remarkably vivid and suggestive account of the interplay between the various aspects of our position as human beings. After the Great War, the Danish government helped Bohr establish an institute in Copenhagen. The most promising young physicists in the world pilgrimaged to study there. Every one of those who came into closer contact with Bohr at the institute, writes his collaborator Leon Rosenfeld, as soon as he showed himself sufficiently proficient in the Danish language, was acquainted with the little book. It was part of his initiation. What magic was contained in the little book? It was the first Danish novel with a contemporary setting, student life, and especially the extended conversations of two student cousins, once a licentiate, a degree candidate, the other a Philistine. The Philistine is a familiar type, says Bohr, very soberly efficient in practical affairs. The licentiate, more exotic, is addicted to remote philosophical meditations, detrimental to his social activities. Bohr quotes one of the licentiate's philosophical meditations. I start to think about my own thoughts of the situation in which I find myself. I even think that I think of it, and divide myself into an infinite retrogressive sequence of I's who consider each other. I do not know at which I to stop as the actual, and in the moment I stop at one, there is indeed again an I which stops at it. I become confused and feel a dizziness as if I were looking down into a bottomless abyss. Bohr kept coming back to the different meanings of the word I, Robert Oppenheimer remembered. The I that acts, the I that thinks, the I that studies itself. Other conditions that trouble the licentiate in Møller's novel might be taken from a clinical description of the conditions that troubled the young Niels Bohr. This disability, for example. Certainly I have seen thoughts put on paper before, but since I have come distinctly to perceive the contradiction implied in such an action, I feel completely incapable of forming a single written sentence. I torture myself to solve the unaccountable puzzle, how one can think, talk, or write. You see, my friend, a movement presupposes a direction. The mind cannot proceed without moving along a certain line. But before following this line, it must already have thought it. Therefore, one has already thought every thought before one thinks it. Thus, every thought, which seems the work of a minute, presupposes an eternity. This could almost drive me to madness. Or this complaint on the fragmentation of the self and its multiplying duplicity, which Bohr, in later years, was wont to quote. Thus, on many occasions, man divides himself into two persons, one of whom tries to fool the other, while a third one, who is in fact the same as the other two, is filled with wonder at this confusion. In short, thinking becomes dramatic, and quietly acts the most complicated plots, with itself and for itself, and the spectator, again and again, becomes actor. Bohr would point to those scenes, Rosenfeld notes, in which the licentiate describes how he loses the count of his many egos, or discourses on the impossibility of formulating a thought, and from these fanciful antinomies, he would lead his interlocutor to the heart of the problem of unambiguous communication of experience, whose earnestness he thus dramatically emphasized. Rosenfels worshipped Bohr. He failed to see, or chose not to report, that for Bohr the struggles of the licentiate were more than fanciful antinomies. Ratiocination, that is the technical term for what the licentiate does, the term for what the young Bohr did as well, is a defense mechanism against anxiety. Thought spirals, panicky and compulsive. Doubt doubles and redoubles, paralyzing action, emptying out the world. The mechanism is infinitely regressive because once the victim knows the trick, he can doubt anything, even doubt itself. Philosophically, the phenomenon could be interesting, but as a practical matter, ratiocination is a way of stalling. If work is never finished, its quality cannot be judged. The trouble is that stalling postpones the confrontation and adds that guilt to the burden. Anxiety increases. The mechanism accelerates its spiraling flights. The self feels it will fragment. The multiplying I dramatizes the feeling of impending breakup. At that point, madness reveals its horrors. The image that recurred in Bohr's conversation and writing throughout his life was the licentiate's bottomless abyss. We are suspended in language, Bohr liked to say, evoking that abyss. And one of his favorite quotations was 2 lines from Schiller. Only wholeness leads to clarity, and truth lies in the abyss. But it was not in Moeller that Bohr found solid footing. He needed more than a novel, however apposite, for that work. He needed what we all need for sanity. He needed love and work. I took a great interest in philosophy in the years after my high school examination, Bohr said in his last interview. I came especially in close connection with Höffding. Harold Höffding was Bohr's father's old friend, the other charter member of the Friday night discussion group. Bohr had known him from childhood. Born in 1843, he was 12 years older than Christian Bohr, a profound, sensitive, and kindly man. He was a skillful interpreter of the work of Soren Kierkegaard and of William James, and a respected philosopher in his own right. An anti-Hegelian, a pragmatist interested in questions of perceptive discontinuity, Bohr became a Höffding student. It seems certain he also turned personally to Höffding for help. He made a good choice. Höffding had struggled through a crisis of his own as a young man, a crisis that brought him, he wrote later, near despair. Höffding was 12 years old when Soren Kierkegaard died of a lung infection in chill November 1855. Old enough to have heard of the near riot at the grave, a somber walk outside the city walls. Old enough for the strange, awkward, fiercely eloquent poet of multiple pseudonyms to have been a living figure. With that familiarity as a point of origin, Höffding later turned to Kierkegaard's writings for solace from despair. He found it especially in Stages on Life's Way, a black humorous dramatization of a dialectic of spiritual stages, each independent, disconnected, bridgeable only by an irrational leap of faith. Höffding championed the prolific and difficult Dane in Gratitude. His second major book, published in 1892, would help establish Kierkegaard as an important philosopher, rather than merely a literary stylist, given to outbursts of raving, as Danish critics had first chosen to regard him. Kierkegaard had much to offer Bohr, especially as Höffding interpreted him. Kierkegaard examined the same states of mind as Pohlmann and Moeller. Moeller taught Kierkegaard moral philosophy at the university, and seems to have been a guide. After Moeller's death, Kierkegaard dedicated the concept of dread to him, and referred to him in a draft of the dedication as my youth's enthusiasm, my beginning's confidant, mighty trumpet of my awakening, my departed friend. From Moeller to Kierkegaard to Höffding to Bohr, the line of descent was direct. Kierkegaard notoriously suffered from a proliferation of identities and doubts. The doubling of consciousness is a central theme in Kierkegaard's work, as it was in Møller's before him. It would even seem to be a hazard of long standing among the Danes. The Danish word for despair, fortvilelse, carries lodged at its heart the morpheme tvivl, which means two and signifies the doubling of consciousness. Tvivl in Danish means doubt. Tvivlisk means skepticism. Tvivledicht, ambiguity. The self watching itself is indeed a commonplace of Puritanism, closely akin to the Christian conscience. But unlike Møller, who jollies the licentiate's tvivl away, Kierkegaard struggled to find a track through the maze of mirrors. Hofting, in his History of Modern Philosophy, which Bohr would have read as an undergraduate, summarizes the track he understood Kierkegaard to have found. His leading idea was that the different possible conceptions of life are so sharply opposed to one another that we must make a choice between them, hence his catchword either or. Moreover, it must be a choice which each particular person must make for himself, hence his second catchword, the individual. And following, only in the world of possibilities is there continuity. In the world of reality, decision always comes through a breach of continuity. Continuity, in the sense that it afflicted Bohr, was the proliferating stream of doubts and I's that plagued him. A breach of that continuity, decisiveness, function, was the termination he hoped to find. He turned first to mathematics. He learned in a university lecture about Riemannian geometry, a type of non-Euclidean geometry developed by the German mathematician Georg Riemann to represent the functions of complex variables. Riemann showed how such multi-valued functions, a number, its square root, its logarithm, and so on, could be represented and related on a stack of coincident geometric planes that came to be called Riemann surfaces. At that time, Bohr said in his last interview, I really thought to write something about philosophy, and that was about this analogy with multi-valued functions. I felt that the various problems in psychology, which were called the big philosophical problems of the free will and such things, that one could really reduce them when one considered how one really went about them, and that was done on the analogy to multi-valued functions. By then, he thought the problem might be one of language, of the ambiguity, the multiple values, as it were, between different meanings of the word I. Separate each different meaning on a different plane, and you could keep track of what you were talking about. The confusion of identities would resolve itself graphically before one's eyes. The scheme was too schematic for Bohr. Mathematics was probably too much like ratiocination, leaving him isolated within his anxiety. He thought of writing a book about his mathematical analogies, but leapt instead to work that was far more concrete. But notice that the mathematical analogy begins to embed the problem of doubt within the framework of language, identifying doubt as a specialized form of verbal ambiguity. And notice that it seeks to clarify ambiguities by isolating their several variant meanings on separate, disconnected planes. The solid work Bohr took up in February 1905, when he was 19 years old, was a problem in experimental physics. Each year, the Royal Danish Academy of Sciences and Letters announced the problems for study against a 2-year deadline, after which the Academy awarded gold and silver medals for successful papers. In 1905, the physics problem was to determine the surface tension of a number of liquids by measuring the waves produced in those liquids when they were allowed to run out through a hole. The braided cascade of a garden hose demonstrates such waves. The method had been proposed by the British Nobelist John William Strutt, Lord Raleigh, but no one had yet tried it out. Bohr and one other contestant accepted the challenge. Bohr went to work in the physiology laboratory where he had watched and then assisted his father for years, learning the craft of experiment. To produce stable jets, he decided to use drawn-out glass tubes. Because the method required large quantities of liquid, he limited his experiment to water. The tubes had to be flattened on the sides to make an oval cross-section. That gave the jet of water the shape it needed to evolve braid-like waves. All the work of heating, softening, and drawing out the tubes Bohr did himself. He found it hypnotic. Rosenfeld says Bohr took such delight in this operation that, completely forgetting its original purpose, he spent hours passing tube after tube through the flame. Each separate experimental determination of the surface tension value took hours. It had to be done at night, when the lab was unoccupied, because the jets were easily disturbed by vibration. Slow work, but Bohr also dawdled. The Academy had allowed 2 years. Toward the end of that time, Christian Bohr realized his son was procrastinating to the point where he might not finish his paper before the deadline. The experiments had no end, Bohr told Rosenfeld some years later on a bicycle ride in the country. I always noticed new details that I thought I had first to understand. At last my father sent me out here, away from the laboratory, and I had to write up the paper. Out here was Nærumgaard, the Adler country estate north of Copenhagen. There, away from the temptations of the laboratory, Niels wrote, and Harold transcribed, an essay of 114 pages. Niels submitted it to the Academy on the day of deadline, but even then it was incomplete. 3 days later, he turned in an 11-page addendum that had been accidentally left off. The essay, Bohr's first scientific paper, determined the surface tension only of water, but also uniquely extended Raleigh's theory. It won a gold medal from the Academy. It was an outstanding achievement for someone so young, and it set Bohr's course for physics. Unlike mathematized philosophy, physics was anchored solidly in the real world. In 1909, the Royal Society of London accepted the surface tension paper in modified form for its philosophical transactions. Bohr, who was still only a student working toward his master's degree when the essay appeared, had to explain to the secretary of the society, who had addressed him by his presumed academic title, that he was not a professor. Retreating to the country had helped him once. It might help again. Nærumgaard ceased to be available when the Adler family donated it for use as a school. When the time came to study for his master's degree examinations between March and May 1909, Bohr traveled to Vissenbjerg on the island of Funen, the next island west from Copenhagen's Zealand, to stay at the parsonage of the parents of Christian Bohr's laboratory assistant. Niels procrastinated on Funen by reading Stages on Life's Way. The day he finished it, he enthusiastically mailed the book to Harold. "This is the only thing I have to send," he wrote his younger brother. "Nevertheless, I don't think I could easily find anything better. It is something of the finest I have ever read." At the end of June, back in Copenhagen, again on deadline day, Bohr turned in his master's thesis, copied out in his mother's hand. Harold had sprinted ahead of him by then, having won his Masters of Science in April and gone off to the Georgia Augusta University in Göttingen, Germany, the center of European mathematics, to study for his Ph.D. He received that degree in Göttingen in June 1910. Niels wrote his younger brother, tongue-in-cheek, that his envy would soon be growing over the rooftops. But in fact he was happy with his progress on his own doctoral dissertation, despite having spent 4 months speculating about a silly question about some silly electrons, and succeeding only in writing circa 14 more or less divergent rough drafts. Christensen had posed Bohr a problem in the electron theory of metals for his master's thesis. The subject interested Bohr enough to continue pursuing it as his doctoral work. He was specializing in theoretical studies now. To try to do experimental work, too, he explained, was unpractical. He returned to the parsonage at Vissenbjerg in the autumn of 1910. His work slowed. He may have recalled the licentiate's dissertation problems, for he again turned to Kierkegaard. "He made a powerful impression on me when I wrote my dissertation in a parsonage in Funen, and I read his works night and day," Bohr told his friend and former student J. Rud Nielsen in 1933. "His honesty and his willingness to think the problems through to their very limit is what is great, and his language is wonderful, often sublime. There is, of course, much in Kierkegaard that I cannot accept. I ascribe that to the times in which he lived, but I admire his intensity and perseverance, his analysis to the utmost limit, and the fact that through these qualities he turned misfortune and suffering into something good. He finished his PhD thesis, Studies in the Electron Theory of Metals, by the end of January 1911. On February 3rd, suddenly, at 56, his father died. He dedicated his thesis, "In deepest gratitude to the memory of my father." He loved his father. If there had been a burden of expectation, he was free of that burden now. As was customary, he publicly defended his thesis in Copenhagen on May 13th. Dr. Moore, a pale and modest young man, the Copenhagen newspaper Dagbladet reported under a crude drawing of the candidate standing in white tie and tails at a heavy lectern, did not take much part in the proceedings, whose short duration is a record. The small hall was crowded to overflowing. Christiansen, one of the two examiners, said simply that hardly anyone in Denmark was well enough informed on the subject to judge the candidate's work. Before he died, Christian Bohr had helped arrange a fellowship from the Carlsberg Foundation for his son for study abroad. Niels spent the summer sailing and hiking with Margaret Norland, the sister of a friend, a beautiful young student whom he had met in 1910 and to whom, shortly before his departure, he became engaged. Then he went off in late September to Cambridge. He had arranged to study at the Cavendish under J.J. Thomson. 29 September 1911. Eltisley Avenue 10, Newnham, Cambridge. Oh, Harold, things are going so well for me. I have just been talking to J.J. Thomson and have explained to him, as well as I could, my ideas about radiation, magnetism, etc. If you only knew what it meant to me to talk to such a man. He was extremely nice to me, and we talked about so much, and I do believe that he thought there was some sense in what I said. He is now going to read my dissertation, and he invited me to have dinner with him Sunday at Trinity College. Then he will talk with me about it. You can imagine that I am happy. I now have my own little flat. It is at the edge of town, and is very nice in all respects. I have 2 rooms and eat all alone in my own room. It is very nice here now. As I am sitting and writing to you, it blazes and rumbles in my own little fireplace. Niels Bohr was delighted with Cambridge. His father's Anglophilia had prepared him to like English settings. The university offered the tradition of Newton and Clerk Maxwell and the great Cavendish Laboratory, with its awesome record of physical discovery. Bohr found that his schoolboy English needed work, and set out reading David Copperfield with an authoritative new dictionary at hand, looking up every uncertain word. He discovered that the laboratory was crowded and undersupplied. On the other hand, it was amusing to have to go about in cap and gown once he was admitted to Trinity as a research student, under threat of high fines, to see the Trinity High Table, where they eat so much and so first-rate that it is quite unbelievable and incomprehensible that they can stand it. To walk for an hour before dinner across the most beautiful meadows along the river, with the hedges flecked with red berries and with isolated wind-blown willow trees. Imagine all this under the most magnificent autumn sky, with scurrying clouds and blustering wind. He joined a soccer club, called on physiologists who had been students of his father, attended physics lectures, worked on an experiment Thomson had assigned him, allowed the English ladies, absolute geniuses at drawing you out, to do their duty by him at dinner parties. But Thomson never got around to reading his dissertation. The first meeting had not, in fact, gone so well. The new student from Denmark had done more than explain his ideas. He had shown Thomson the errors he found in Thomson's electron theory work. "I wonder," Bohr wrote Margaret soon after, "what he will say to my disagreement with his ideas." And a little later, "I'm longing to hear what Thomson will say. He's a great man. I hope he will not get angry with my silly talk." Thomson may or may not have been angry. He was not much interested in electrons anymore. He had turned his attention to positive rays. The experiment he assigned Bohr concerned such rays, and Bohr found it distinctly unpromising. And in any case, he had very little patience with theoretical discussions. "It takes half a year to get to know an Englishman," Bohr said in his last interview. "It was the custom in England that They would be polite and so on, but they wouldn't be interested to see anybody. I went Sundays to the dinner in Trinity College. I was sitting there, and nobody spoke to me ever in many Sundays, but then they understood that I was not more eager to speak to them than they were to speak to me, and then we were friends, you see. And then the whole thing was different. The insight is generalized. Thompson's indifference was perhaps its first specific instance. Then Rutherford turned up at Cambridge. He came down from Manchester to speak at the annual Cavendish dinner, says Bohr. Although on this occasion I did not come into personal contact with him, I received a deep impression of the charm and power of his personality by which he had been able to achieve almost the incredible wherever he worked. The dinner, in December, took place in a most humorous atmosphere and gave the opportunity for several of Rutherford's colleagues to recall some of the many anecdotes which already then were attached to his name. Rutherford spoke warmly of the recent work of the physicist C.T.R. Wilson, the inventor of the cloud chamber, which made the paths of charged particles visible as lines of water droplets hovering in supersaturated fog, and a friend from Cambridge student days. Wilson had just then, says Bohr, photographed alpha particles in his cloud chamber, scattering from interactions with nuclei. The phenomenon which only a few months before had led Rutherford to his epoch-making discovery of the atomic nucleus. Bohr had matters on his mind that he would soon relate to the problem of the nucleus and its theoretically unstable electrons, but it was Rutherford's enthusiastic informality that most impressed him at the annual dinner. Remembering this period of his life long afterward, he would single out for special praise among Rutherford's qualities the patience to listen to every young man when he felt he had any idea, however modest, on his mind. In contrast, presumably, to J.J. Thomson, whatever Thomson's other virtues. Soon after the dinner, Bohr went up to Manchester to visit one of my recently deceased father's colleagues, who was also a close friend of Rutherford, whom Bohr wanted to meet. The close friend brought them together. Rutherford looked over the young Dane and liked what he saw, despite his prejudice against theoreticians. Someone asked him later about the discrepancy. "Bohr's different," Rutherford roared, disguising affection with bluster. "He's a football player." Bohr was different in another regard as well. He was easily the most talented of all Rutherford's many students, and Rutherford trained no fewer than 11 Nobel Prize winners during his life, an unsurpassed record. Bohr held up his decision between Cambridge and Manchester until he could go over everything with Harold, who visited him in Cambridge in January 1912 for the purpose. Then Bohr eagerly wrote Rutherford for permission to study at Manchester, as they had discussed in December. Rutherford had advised him then not to give up on Cambridge too quickly. "Manchester is always here," he told him. "It won't run away." And so Bohr proposed to arrive for spring term, which began in late March. Rutherford gladly agreed. Bohr felt he was being wasted at Cambridge. He wanted substantial work. His first 6 weeks in Manchester he spent following an introductory course on the experimental methods of radioactive research, with Geiger and Marsden among the instructors. He continued pursuing his independent studies in electron theory. He began a lifelong friendship with a young Hungarian aristocrat, George de Hevesy, a radiochemist with a long, sensitive face dominated by a towering nose. De Hevesy's father was a court counselor, his mother a baroness. As a child, he had hunted partridge in the private game park of the Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph, next to his grandfather's estate. Now he was working to meet a challenge Rutherford had thrown at him one day to separate radioactive decay products from their parent substances. Out of that work, he developed over the next several decades the science of using radioactive tracers in medical and biological research, one more useful offspring of Rutherford's casual but fecund paternity. Bohr learned about radiochemistry from de Hevesy. He began to see connections with his electron theory work. His sudden burst of intuitions, then, was spectacular. He realized in the space of a few weeks that radioactive properties originated in the atomic nucleus, but chemical properties depended primarily on the number and distribution of electrons. He realized the idea was wild, but happened to be true. that since the electrons determine the chemistry and the total positive charge of the nucleus determine the number of electrons, an element's position on the periodic table of the elements was exactly the nuclear charge, or atomic number. Hydrogen first, with a nuclear charge of 1, then helium with a nuclear charge of 2, and so on up to uranium at 92. De Hevesy remarked to him that the number of known radio elements already far outnumbered the available spaces on the periodic table, and Bohr made more intuitive connections. Soddy had pointed out that the radio elements were generally not new elements, only variant physical forms of the natural elements. He would soon give them their modern name, isotopes. Bohr realized that the radio elements must have the same atomic number as the natural elements with which they were chemically identical. That enabled him to rough out what came to be called the radioactive displacement law, that when an element transmutes itself through radioactive decay, it shifts its position on the periodic table 2 places to the left if it emits an alpha particle, a helium nucleus, atomic number 2, 1 place to the right if it emits a beta ray, an energetic electron, which leaves behind in the nucleus an extra positive charge. All these first rough instincts would be the work of other men's years to anchor soundly in theory and experiment. Bohr ran them in to Rutherford. To his surprise, he found the discoverer of the nucleus cautious about his own discovery. Rutherford thought that the meager evidence so far obtained about the nuclear atom was not certain enough to draw such consequences, Bohr recalled, and I said to him that I was sure that it would be the final proof of his atom. If not convinced, Rutherford was at least impressed. When de Hevesy asked him a question about radiation one day, Rutherford responded cheerfully, "Ask Bohr." Rutherford was well prepared for surprises then, when Bohr came to see him again in mid-June. Bohr told Harold what he was on to in a letter on June 19th, after the meeting. "It could be that I've perhaps found out a little bit about the structure of atoms. You must not tell anyone anything about it, otherwise I certainly could not write you this soon. If I'm right, it would not be an indication of the nature of a possibility, but perhaps a little piece of reality. You understand that I may yet be wrong, for it hasn't been worked out fully yet, but I don't think so. Nor do I believe that Rutherford thinks it's completely wild. He's the right kind of man, and would never say that he was convinced of something that was not entirely worked out. You can imagine how anxious I am to finish quickly." Bohr had caught a first glimpse of how to stabilize the electrons that orbited with such theoretical instability around Rutherford's nucleus. Rutherford sent him off to his rooms to work it out. Time was running short. He planned to marry Margrethe Norland in Copenhagen on August 1st. He wrote Harold on July 17th that he was getting along fairly well. "I believe I have found out a few things, but it is certainly taking more time to work them out than I was foolish enough to believe at first. I hope to have a little paper ready to show Rutherford before I leave, so I'm busy, so busy. But the unbelievable heat here in Manchester doesn't exactly help my diligence. How I look forward to talking to you." By the following Wednesday, July 22nd, he had seen Rutherford, won further encouragement, and was making plans to meet Harold on the way home. Bohr married, a serene marriage, with a strong, intelligent, and beautiful woman that lasted a lifetime. He taught at the University of Copenhagen through the autumn term. The new model of the atom he was struggling to develop continued to tax him. On November 4th, he wrote to Rutherford that he expected to be able to finish the paper in a few weeks. A few weeks passed. With nothing finished, he arranged to be relieved of his university teaching and retreated to the country with Margrethe. The old system worked. He produced a very long paper on all these things. Then an important new idea came to him, and he broke up his original long paper and began rewriting it into 3 parts. On the Constitution of Atoms and Molecules, so proudly and bravely titled, Part 1 mailed to Rutherford on March 6, 1913. Parts 2 and 3 finished and published before the end of the year, would change the course of 20th century physics. Bohr won the 1922 Nobel Prize in Physics for the work. As far back as Bohr's doctoral dissertation, he had decided that some of the phenomena he was examining could not be explained by the mechanical laws of Newtonian physics. One must assume that there are forces in nature of a kind completely different from the usual mechanical sort, he wrote then. He knew where to look for these different forces. He looked to the work of Max Planck and Albert Einstein. Planck was the German theoretician whom Leo Szilard would meet at the University of Berlin in 1921. Born in 1858, Planck had taught at Berlin since 1889. In 1900, he had proposed a revolutionary idea to explain a persistent problem in mechanical physics, the so-called ultraviolet catastrophe. According to classical theory, there should be an infinite amount of light, energy, radiation, inside a heated cavity such as a kiln. That was because classical theory, with its continuity of process, predicted that the particles in the heated walls of the cavity, which vibrated to produce the light, would vibrate to an infinite range of frequencies. Obviously, such was not the case. But what kept the energy in the cavity from running off infinitely into the far ultraviolet? Planck began his effort to find out in 1897 and pursued it for 3 hard years. Success came with a last-minute insight announced at a meeting of the Berlin Physical Society on October 19, 1900. Friends checked Planck's new formula that very night against experimentally derived values. They reported its accuracy to him the next morning. Later measurements, too, Planck wrote proudly in 1947, at the end of his long life, confirmed my radiation formula again and again. The finer the methods of measurement used, the more accurate the formula was found to be. Planck solved the radiation problem by proposing that the vibrating particles can only radiate at certain energies. The permitted energies would be determined by a new number, a universal constant, he says, which I called H. Since it had the dimension of action, energy times time, I gave it the name elementary quantum of action. Quantum is the neuter form of the Latin word quantus, meaning how great. Only those limited and finite energies could appear which were whole number multiples of hv, of the frequency v times Planck's h. Planck calculated h to be a very small number, close to the modern value of 6.63 times 10 to the negative 27th erg seconds. Universal h soon acquired its modern name, Planck's constant. Planck, a thoroughgoing conservative, had no taste for pursuing the radical consequences of his radiation formula. Someone else did. Albert Einstein. In a paper in 1905 that eventually won him the Nobel Prize, Einstein connected Planck's idea of limited, discontinuous energy levels to the problem of the photoelectric effect. Light, shown on certain metals, knocks electrons free. The effect is applied today in the solar panels that power spacecraft. But the energy of the electrons knocked free of the metal does not depend, as common sense would suggest, on the brightness of the light. It depends instead on the color of the light, on its frequency. Einstein saw a quantum condition in this odd fact. He proposed the heretical possibility that light, which years of careful scientific experiment had demonstrated to travel in waves, actually traveled in small individual packets, particles, which he called energy quanta. Such photons, as they are called today, he wrote, have a distinctive energy hv, and they transfer most of that energy to the electrons they strike on the surface of the metal. A brighter light thus releases more electrons, but not more energetic electrons. The energy of the electrons released depends on hv, and so on the frequency of the light. Thus Einstein advanced Planck's quantum idea from the status of a convenient tool for calculation to that of a possible physical fact. With these advances in understanding, Bohr was able to confront the problem of the mechanical instability of Rutherford's model of the atom. In July, at the time of the little paper ready to show to Rutherford, he already had his central idea. It was this, that since classical mechanics predicted that an atom like Rutherford's, with a small, massive central nucleus surrounded by orbiting electrons, would be unstable, While in fact atoms are among the most stable of systems, classical mechanics was inadequate to describe such systems and would have to give way to a quantum approach. Planck had introduced quantum principles to save the laws of thermodynamics. Einstein had extended the quantum idea to light. Bohr now proposed to lodge quantum principles within the atom itself. Through the autumn and early winter back in Denmark, Bohr pursued the consequences of his idea. The difficulty with Rutherford's atom was that nothing about its design justified its stability. If it happened to be an atom with several electrons, it would fly apart. Even if it were a hydrogen atom with only one mechanically stable electron, classical theory predicted that the electron would radiate light as it changed direction in its orbit around the nucleus, and therefore the system losing energy would spiral into the nucleus and crash. The Rutherford atom, from the point of view of Newtonian mechanics, as a miniature solar system, ought to be impossibly large or impossibly small. Bohr therefore proposed that there must be what he called stationary states in the atom, orbits the electrons could occupy without instability, without radiating light, without spiraling in and crashing. He worked the numbers of this model and found they agreed very well with all sorts of experimental values. Then, at least, he had a plausible model, one that explained in particular some of the phenomena of chemistry. But it was apparently arbitrary. It was not more obviously a real picture of the atom than other useful models, such as J.J. Thomson's plum pudding. Help came from an unlikely quarter. A professor of mathematics at King's College London, J.W. Nicholson, whom Bohr had met and thought a fool, published a series of papers proposing a quantized Saturnian model of the atom to explain the unusual spectrum of the corona of the Sun. The papers were published in June in an astronomy journal. Bohr didn't see them until December. He was quickly able to identify the inadequacies of Nicholson's model, but not before he felt the challenge of other researchers breathing down his neck, and not without noticing Nicholson's excursion into the jungle of spectral lines. Oriented toward chemistry, communicating back and forth with George de Hevesy, Bohr had not thought of looking at spectroscopy for evidence to support his model of the atom. The spectra was a very difficult problem, he said in his last interview. One thought that this is marvelous, but it is not possible to make progress there. Just as if you have the wing of a butterfly, then certainly it is very regular with the colors and so on, but nobody thought that one could get the basis of biology from the coloring of the wing of a butterfly. Taking Nicholson's hint, Bohr now turned to the wings of the spectral butterfly. Spectroscopy was a well-developed field in 1912. The 18th century Scottish physicist Thomas Melville had first productively explored it. He mixed chemical salts with alcohol, lit the mixtures, and studied the resulting light through a prism. Each different chemical produced characteristic patches of color. That suggested the possibility of using spectra for chemical analyses to identify unknown substances. The prism spectroscope, invented in 1859, advanced the science. It used a narrow slit set in front of a prism to limit the patches of light to similarly narrow lines. These could be directed onto a ruled scale, and later onto strips of photographic film, to measure their spacing and calculate their wavelengths. Such characteristic patterns of lines came to be called line spectra. Every element had its own unique line spectrum. Helium was discovered in the chromosphere of the Sun in 1868 as a series of unusual spectral lines 23 years before it was discovered, mixed into uranium ore on Earth. The line spectra had their uses, but no one understood what produced the lines. At best, mathematicians and spectroscopists who liked to play with wavelength numbers were able to find beautiful harmonic regularities among sets of spectral lines. Johann Balmer, a 19th century Swiss mathematical physicist, identified in 1885 one of the most basic harmonies, a formula for calculating the wavelengths of the spectral lines of hydrogen. These were collectively called the Balmer series. It is not necessary to understand mathematics to appreciate the simplicity of the formula Balmer derived that predicts a line's location on the spectral band to an accuracy of within 1 part in 1,000, a formula that has only one arbitrary number. Lambda equals 3,645.6 times n squared over n squared minus 4. The Greek letter lambda stands for the wavelength of the line. N takes the values 3, 4, 5, and so on for the various lines. Using his formula, Balmer was able to predict the wavelengths of lines to be expected for parts of the hydrogen spectrum not yet studied. They were found where he said they would be. A Swedish spectroscopist, Johannes Rydberg, went Balmer one better and published in 1890 a general formula valid for a great many different line spectra. The Balmer formula then became a special case of the more general Rydberg equation, which was built around a number called the Rydberg constant. That number, subsequently derived by experiment and one of the most accurately known of all universal constants, takes the precise modern value of 109,677 centimeters to the negative 1. Bohr would have known these formula and numbers from undergraduate physics, especially since Christensen was an admirer of Rydberg and had thoroughly studied his work. But spectroscopy was far from Bohr's field, and he presumably had forgotten them. He sought out his old friend and classmate Hans Hansen, a physicist and student of spectroscopy, just returned from Göttingen. Hansen reviewed the regularity of line spectra with him. Bohr looked up the numbers. "As soon as I saw Balmer's formula," he said afterward, "the whole thing was immediately clear to me." What was immediately clear was the relationship between his orbiting electrons and the lines of spectral light. Bohr proposed that an electron bound to a nucleus normally occupies a stable basic orbit called a ground state. Add energy to the atom, heat it, for example, and the electron responds by jumping to a higher orbit, one of the more energetic stationary states farther away from the nucleus. Add more energy, and the electron continues jumping to higher orbits. Cease adding energy, leave the atom alone, and the electrons jump back to their ground states. With each jump, each electron emits a photon of characteristic energy. The jumps, and so the photon energies, are limited by Planck's constant. Subtract the value of a lower energy stationary state, W2, from the value of a higher energy stationary state, W1, and you get exactly the energy of the light as HV. So here was the physical mechanism of Planck's cavity radiation. From this elegant simplification, W1 minus W2 equals HV, Bohr was able to derive the Balmer series. The lines of the Balmer series turn out to be exactly the energies of the photons that the hydrogen electron emits when it jumps down from orbit to its ground state. Then, sensationally, with the simple formula R equals 2 pi squared me to the fourth over h to the third, where m is the mass of the electron, e the electron charge, and h Planck's constant, all fundamental numbers, not arbitrary numbers Bohr made up. Bohr produced Rydberg's constant, calculating it within 7% of its experimentally measured value. "There is nothing in the world which impresses a physicist more," an American physicist comments, "than a numerical agreement between experiment and theory. I do not think that there can ever have been a numerical agreement more impressive than this one, as I can testify, who remember its advent." On the constitution of atoms and molecules was seminally important to physics. Besides proposing a useful model of the atom, it demonstrated that events that take place on the atomic scale are quantized. That just as matter exists as atoms and particles in a state of essential graininess, so also does process. Process is discontinuous, and the granule of process, of electron motions within the atom, for example, is Planck's constant. The older mechanistic physics was therefore imprecise. Though a good approximation that worked for large-scale events, it failed to account for atomic subtleties. Bohr was happy to force this confrontation between the old physics and the new. He felt that it would be fruitful for physics. Because original work is inherently rebellious, his paper was not only an examination of the physical world, but also a political document. It proposed, in a sense, to begin a reform movement in physics, to limit claims and clear up epistemological fallacies. Mechanistic physics had become authoritarian. It had outreached itself to claim universal application, to claim that the universe and everything in it is rigidly governed by mechanistic cause and effect. That was Haeckelism carried to a cold extreme. It stifled Niels Bohr, as biological Haeckelism had stifled Christian Bohr, and as a simple authoritarianism in philosophy and in bourgeois Christianity had stifled Soren Kierkegaard. When Rutherford saw Bohr's Part 1 paper, for example, he immediately found a problem. "There appears to me one grave difficulty in your hypothesis," he wrote Bohr on March 20th, "which I have no doubt you fully realize. Namely, how does an electron decide what frequency it is going to vibrate at when it passes from one stationary state to the other? It seems to me that you would have to assume that the electron knows beforehand where it is going to stop." Einstein showed in 1917 that the physical answer to Rutherford's question is statistical. Any frequency is possible, and the ones that turn up happen to have the best odds. But Bohr answered the question in a later lecture in more philosophical and even anthropomorphic terms. Every change in the state of an atom should be regarded as an individual process, incapable of more detailed description, by which the atom goes over from one so-called stationary state to another. We are here so far removed from a causal description that an atom in a stationary state may in general even be said to possess a free choice between various possible transitions. The catchwords here, as Harold Hofstede might say, are individual and free choice. Bohr means the changes of state within individual atoms are not predictable. The catchwords color that physical limitation with personal emotion. In fact, the 1913 paper was deeply important emotionally to Bohr. It is a remarkable example of how science works, and of the sense of personal authentication that scientific discovery can bestow. Bohr's emotional preoccupations sensitized him to see previously unperceived regularities in the natural world. The parallels between his early psychological concerns and his interpretation of atomic processes are uncanny, so much so that without the great predictive ability of the paper, its assumptions would seem totally arbitrary. Whether or not the will is free, for example, was a question that Bohr took seriously. To identify a kind of freedom of choice within the atom itself was a triumph for his carefully assembled structure of beliefs. The separate, distinct electron orbits that Bohr called stationary states recall Kierkegaard's stages. They also recall Bohr's attempt to redefine the problem of free will by invoking separate, distinct Riemann surfaces. And as Kierkegaard's stages are discontinuous, negotiable only by leaps of faith, so do Bohr's electrons leap discontinuously from orbit to orbit. Bohr insists, as one of the two principal assumptions of his paper, that the electron's whereabouts between orbits cannot be calculated or even visualized. Before and after are completely discontinuous. In that sense, each stationary state of the electron is complete and unique, and in that wholeness is stability. By contrast, the continuous process predicted by classical mechanics, which Bohr apparently associated with the licentiate's endless ratiocination, tears the atom apart or spirals it into radiative collapse. Bohr may have found his way through his youthful emotional crisis in part by calling up his childhood gift of literal-mindedness. He famously insisted on anchoring physics in fact and refused to carry argument beyond physical evidence. He was never a system builder. Bohr characteristically avoids such a word as principle, says Rosenfeld. He prefers to speak of point of view, or better still, argument, that is, line of reasoning. Likewise, he rarely mentions the laws of nature, but rather refers to regularities of the phenomena. Bohr was not displaying false humility with his choice of terms. He was reminding himself and his colleagues that physics is not a grand philosophical system of authoritarian command, but simply a way, in his favorite phrase, of asking questions of nature. He apologized similarly for his tentative, rambling habit of speech. I try not to speak more clearly than I think. He points out, Rosenfeld adds, that the idealized concepts we use in science must ultimately derive from common experiences of daily life, which cannot themselves be further analyzed. Therefore, whenever any two such idealizations turn out to be incompatible, this can only mean that some mutual limitation is imposed upon their validity. Bohr had found a solution to the spiraling flights of doubt by stepping out of what Kierkegaard called the fairyland of the imagination and back into the real world. In the real world, material objects endure. Their atoms cannot then ordinarily be unstable. In the real world, cause and effect sometimes seem to limit our freedom, but at other times, we know we choose. In the real world, it is meaningless to doubt existence. The doubt itself demonstrates the existence of the doubter. Much of the difficulty was language, that slippery medium in which Bohr saw us inextricably suspended. It is wrong, he told his colleagues repeatedly, to think that the task of physics is to find out how nature is, which is the territory classical physics had claimed for itself. Physics concerns what we can say about nature. Later, Bohr would develop far more elaborately the idea of mutual limitations as a guide to greater understanding. It would supply a deep philosophical basis for his statecraft as well as for his physics. In 1913, he first demonstrated its resolving power. It was clear, he remembered, at the end of his life, and that was the point about the Rutherford atom, that we had something from which we could not proceed at all in any other way than by radical change. And that was the reason, then, that I took it up so seriously. 4. The long grave already dug. Otto Hahn cherished the day the Kaiser came to visit. The official dedication of the first two Kaiser Wilhelm Institutes, one for chemistry, one for physical chemistry, on October 23, 1919, Bohr in Copenhagen was approaching his quantized atom, was a wet day in the suburb of Dahlem, southwest of Berlin. The Kaiser, Wilhelm II, Victoria's eldest grandson, wore a rain cloak to protect his uniform, the dark collar of his greatcoat turned out over the lighter shawl of the cloak. The officials who walked the requisite paces behind him, his scholarly friend Adolf von Harnack and the distinguished chemist Emil Fischer foremost among them, made do with dark coats and top hats. Those farther back in the procession who carried umbrellas kept them furled. Schoolboys, caps in hand, lined the curbs of the shining street like soldiers on parade. They stood at childish attention, awe dazing their dreamy faces, as this corpulent middle-aged man with upturned dark mustaches who believed he ruled them by divine right passed in review. They were 13, perhaps 14 years old. They would be soldiers soon enough. Officials in the Ministry of Culture had encouraged His Imperial Majesty to support German science. He responded by donating land for a research center on what had been a royal farm. Industry and government then lavishly endowed a science foundation, the Kaiser Wilhelm Society, to operate the proposed institutes, of which there would be 7 by 1914. The society began its official life early in 1911 with von Harnack, a theologian who was the son of a chemist, as its first president. The imperial architect, Ernst von Inn, went briskly to work. The Kaiser came to Dahlem to dedicate the first 2 finished buildings, and the Institute for Chemistry especially must have pleased him. It was set back on a broad lawn at the corner of the Allee and Verradweg, 3 stories of cut stone filigreed with 6-paned windows, a steep, gabled slate roof, and at the roofline high above the entrance, a classical pediment supported by 4 Doric columns. A wing angled off paralleling the cross street. Fitted between the main building and the wing like a hinge, a round tower rose up dramatically 4 stories high. Von Ihn had surmounted the tower with a dome. Apparently, the dome was meant to flatter the Kaiser's taste. A sense of humor was not one of Wilhelm II's strong points, and no doubt it did. The dome took the form of a giant Pickelhaube, the comic opera spiked helmet that the Kaiser and his soldiers wore. Leaving Ernest Rutherford in Montreal in 1906, Hahn had moved to Berlin to work with Emil Fischer at the university. Fischer was an organic chemist who knew little about radioactivity, but he understood that the field was opening to importance and that Hahn was a first-rate man. He made room for Hahn in a wood shop in the basement of his laboratories and arranged Hahn's appointment as a Privatdozent, which stirred less forward-looking chemists on the faculty to wonder aloud at the deplorable decline in standards. A chemist who claimed to identify new elements with a gold foil electroscope must be at least an embarrassment, if not, in fact, a fraud. Hahn found the university's physicists more congenial than its chemists and regularly attended the physics colloquia. At one colloquium at the beginning of the autumn term in 1907, he met an Austrian woman, Lise Meitner, who had just arrived from Vienna. Meitner was 29, 1 year older than Hahn. She had earned her Ph.D. at the University of Vienna and had already published 2 papers on alpha and beta radiation. Max Planck's lectures in theoretical physics had drawn her to Berlin for postgraduate study. Hahn was a gymnast, a skier, and a mountain climber, boyishly good-looking, fond of beer and cigars, with a Rhineland drawl and a warm, self-deprecating sense of humor. He admired attractive women, went out of his way to cultivate them, and stayed friends with a number of them throughout his happily married life. Meitner was petite, dark, and pretty, if also morbidly shy. Hahn befriended her. When she found she had free time, she decided to experiment. She needed a collaborator. So did Hahn. A physicist and a radiochemist. They would make a productive team. They required a laboratory. Fischer agreed that Meitner could share the woodshop on condition that she never show her face in the laboratory upstairs where the students, all male, worked. For 2 years, she observed the condition strictly. Then, with the liberalization of the university, Fischer relented, allowed women into his classes, and Meitner above the basement. Vienna had been only a little more enlightened. Meitner's father, an attorney, the Meitners were assimilated Austrian Jews, baptized all around, had insisted that she acquire a teacher's diploma in French before beginning to study physics, so that she would always be able to support herself. Only then could she prepare for university work. With the diploma out of the way, Meitner crammed 8 years of gymnasium preparation into 2. She was the second woman ever to earn a Ph.D. at Vienna. Her father subsidized her research in Berlin until at least 1912, when Max Planck, by now a warm supporter, appointed her to an assistantship. The German Madame Curie, Einstein would call her, characteristically lumping the Germanic peoples together and forgetting her Austrian birth. There was no question, says Hahn, of any closer relationship between us outside the laboratory. Lise Meitner had had a strict, ladylike upbringing and was very reserved, even shy. They never ate lunch together, never went for a walk, met only in colloquia and in the woodshop, and yet we were really close friends. She whistled Brahms and Schumann to him to pass the long hours taking timed readings of radioactivity to establish identifying half-lives. And when Rutherford came through Berlin in 1908 on his way back from the Nobel Prize ceremonies, she selflessly accompanied Mary Rutherford shopping while the 2 men indulged themselves in long talks. The close friends moved together to the new institute in 1912 and worked to prepare an exhibit for the Kaiser. In his first venture into radiochemistry in London before he went to Montreal, Hahn had spied out what he took to be a new element, radiothorium that was 100,000 times as radioactive as its modest namesake. At McGill, he found a third substance intermediate between the other two. He named it mesothorium, and it was later identified as an isotope of radium. Mesothorium compounds glow in the dark at a different level of faint illumination from radiothorium compounds. Hahn thought the difference might amuse his sovereign. On a velvet cushion in a little box, he mounted an unshielded sample of mesothorium, equivalent in radiation intensity to 300 milligrams of radium. He presented his potent offering to the Kaiser and asked him to compare it to an emanating sample of radiothorium that produced in the dark very nice luminous moving shapes on a screen. No one warned His Majesty of the radiation hazard because no safety standards for radiation exposure had yet been set. "If I did the same thing today," Hahn said 50 years later, "I should find myself in prison." The mesothorium caused no obvious harm. The Kaiser passed on to the second institute, half a block up Feradwig, northwest, beyond the angled wing. Two senior chemists managed the Chemistry Institute, where Hahn and Meitner worked. But the Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry, to give it its full name, was established specifically for the man who was its first director, a difficult, inventive German-Jewish chemist from Breslau named Fritz Haber. It was a reward of sorts. A German industrial foundation paid for it and endowed it because in 1909, Haber had succeeded in developing a practical method of extracting nitrogen from the air to make ammonia. The ammonia would serve for artificial fertilizer, replacing Germany's and the world's principal natural source, sodium nitrate dug from the bone-dry northern deserts of Chile, an expensive and insecure supply. More strategically, the Haber process would be invaluable in time of war to produce nitrates for explosives. Germany had no nitrates of its own. Kaiser Wilhelm enlarged at the dedication on the dangers of fire damp, the explosive mixture of methane and other gases that accumulates in mines. He urged his chemists to find some early means of detection. That was a task, he said, worthy of the sweat of noble brows. Haber, noble brow, he shaved his bullet head, wore round horn-rimmed glasses and a toothbrush mustache, dressed well, wined and dined in elegance, but suffered bitter marital discord, set out to invent a fire-damp whistle that would sound a different pitch when dangerous gases were present. With a fine modern laboratory uncontaminated by old radioactivity, Hahn and Meitner went to work at radiochemistry and the new field of nuclear physics. The Kaiser returned from Dahlem to his palace in Berlin, happy to have lent his name to yet another organ of burgeoning German power. In the summer of 1913, Niels Bohr sailed with his young wife to England. He followed the second and third parts of his epical paper, which he had sent ahead by mail to Rutherford. He wanted to discuss them before releasing them for publication. In Manchester, he met his friend George de Hevesy again and some of the other research men. One he met, probably for the first time, was Henry Gwynne Jeffreys Moseley, called Harry, an Eton boy and an Oxford man who had worked for Rutherford as a demonstrator, teaching undergraduates since 1910. Harry Moseley, at 26, was poised for great accomplishment. He needed only the catalyst of Bohr's visit to set him off. Moseley was a loner, so reserved, says A.S. Russell, that I could neither like him nor not like him, but with the unfortunate habit of allowing no loose statement of fact to pass unchallenged. When he stopped work long enough to take tea at the laboratory, he even managed to inhibit Ernest Rutherford. Rutherford's other boys called him Papa. Moseley respected the boisterous laureate, but certainly never honored him with any such intimacy. He rather thought Rutherford played the stage colonial. Harry came from a distinguished line of scientists. His great-grandfather had operated a lunatic asylum with healing enthusiasm, but without benefit of medical license. But his grandfather was chaplain and professor of natural philosophy and astronomy at King's College, and his father had sailed as a biologist on the 3-year voyage of HMS Challenger that produced a 50-volume pioneering study of the world ocean. Henry Moseley, Harry had his father's first name, won the friendly praise of Charles Darwin for his one-volume popular account, Notes by a Naturalist on the Challenger. Harry, in his turn, would work with Darwin's physicist grandson Charles G. Darwin at Manchester. If he was reserved to the point of stuffiness, he was also indefatigable at experiment. He would go all out for 15 hours, well into the night, until he was exhausted, eat a Spartan meal of cheese sometime before dawn, find a few hours for sleep, and breakfast at noon on fruit salad. He was trim, carefully dressed, and conservative, fond of his sisters and his widowed mother, to whom he regularly wrote chatty and warmly devoted letters. Hay fever threw off his final honors examinations at Oxford. He despised teaching the Manchester undergraduates. Many were foreigners, Hindus, Burmese, Jap, Egyptian, and other vile forms of Indian, and he recoiled from their scented dirtiness. But finally, in the autumn of 1912, Harry found his great subject. Some Germans have recently got wonderful results by passing X-rays through crystals and then photographing them, he wrote to his mother on October 10th. The Germans, at Munich, were directed by Max von Laue. Von Laue had found that the orderly, repetitive atomic structure of a crystal produces monochromatic interference patterns from X-rays, just as the mirroring, slightly separated inner and outer surfaces of a soap bubble produce interference patterns of color from white light. X-ray crystallography was the discovery that would win von Laue the Nobel Prize. Moseley and C.G. Darwin set out with a will to explore the new field. They acquired the necessary equipment and worked through the winter. By May 1913, they had advanced to using crystals as spectroscopes and were finishing up a first solid piece of work. X-rays are energetic light of extremely short wavelength. The atomic lattices of crystals spread out their spectra, much as a prism does visible light. We find, Moseley wrote his mother on May 18th, that an X-ray bulb with a platinum target gives out a sharp line spectrum of 5 wavelengths. Tomorrow we search for the spectra of other elements. There is here a whole new branch of spectroscopy, which is sure to tell one much about the nature of the atom. Then Bohr arrived, and the question they discussed was Bohr's old insight that the order of the elements in the periodic table ought to follow the atomic number rather than, as chemists thought, the atomic weight. The atomic number of uranium, for example, is 92. The atomic weight of the commonest isotope of uranium is 238. A rarer isotope of uranium has an atomic weight of 235 and the same atomic number. Harry could look for regular shifts in the wavelengths of X-ray line spectra and prove Bohr's contention. Atomic number would make a place in the periodic table for all the variant physical forms that had been discovered and that would soon be named isotopes. Atomic number, emphasizing the charge on the nucleus as the determiner of the number of electrons and hence of the chemistry, would strongly confirm Rutherford's nuclear model of the atom. The X-ray spectral lines would further document Bohr's quantized electron orbits. The work would be Moseley's alone. Darwin, by then, had withdrawn to pursue other interests. Bohr and the patient Margrethe went on to Cambridge to vacation and publish Bohr's paper. Rutherford left near the end of July with Mary on an expedition to the idyllic mountains of the Tyrol. Moseley stayed in unbearably hot and stuffy Manchester, blowing glass. Even now, near midnight, he wrote his mother 2 days after Rutherford's departure, I discard coat and waistcoat and work with windows and door open to try to get some air. I will come to you as soon as I can get my apparatus to work before ever I start measurements. On August 13th, he was still at it. He wrote his married sister Marjorie to explain what he was after. I want in this way to find the wavelengths of the X-ray spectra of as many elements as possible, as I believe they will prove much more important and fundamental than the ordinary light spectra. The method of finding the wavelengths is to reflect the X-rays which come from a target of the element investigated when such a target is bombarded with cathode rays. I have then merely to find at which angles the rays are reflected, and that gives the wavelengths. I aim at an accuracy of at least 1 in 1,000. The Boers returned to Copenhagen, the Rutherfords from the Tyrol, and now it was September, and time for the annual meeting of the British Association, this year in Birmingham. Boer had not planned to attend, especially after lingering over long in Cambridge, but Rutherford thought he should. His quantized atom, with its stunning spectral predictions, would be the talk of the conference. Boer relented and rushed over. Birmingham's hotels were booked tight. He slept the first night on a billiard table. Then the resourceful de Hevesy found him a berth in a girls' college. And that was very, very practical and wonderful, Boer remembered afterward, adding quickly that the girls were away. Sir Oliver Lodge, president of the British Association, mentioned Boer's work in his opening address. Rutherford touted it in meetings. James Jeans, the Cambridge mathematical physicist, allowed wittily that the only justification at present put forward for these assumptions is the very weighty one of success. A Cavendish physicist, Francis W. Aston, announced that he had succeeded in separating 2 different weights of neon by tediously diffusing a large sample over and over again several thousand times through pipe clay. A definite proof, de Hevesy noted, that elements of different atomic weight can have the same chemical properties. Marie Curie came across from France. Shy, says A.S. Eve, retiring, self-possessed, and noble. She fended off the bulldog British press by praising Rutherford. Great developments, she predicted, were likely to transpire from his work. He was the one man living who promises to confer some inestimable boon on mankind. Harold Boer reported to his brother that autumn that the younger men at Göttingen do not dare to believe that your paper can be objectively right. They find the assumptions too bold and fantastic. Against the continuing skepticism of many European physicists, Boer heard from de Hevesy that Einstein himself, encountered at a conference in Vienna, had been deeply impressed. De Hevesy passed along a similar tale to Rutherford. Speaking with Einstein on different topics, we came to speak on Bohr's theory. He told me that he had once similar ideas, but he did not dare to publish them. Should Bohr's theory be right, it is of the greatest importance. When I told him about the recent discovery of spectral lines where Bohr's theory had predicted they should appear, the big eyes of Einstein looked still bigger, and he told me, "Then it is one of the greatest discoveries." I felt very happy hearing Einstein saying so. So did Bohr. Moseley labored on. He had trouble at first making sharp photographs of his X-ray spectra, but once he got the hang of it, the results were outstanding. The important spectral lines shifted with absolute regularity as he went up the periodic table, one step at a time. He devised a little staircase of strips of film by matching up the lines. He wrote to Bohr on November 16th, "During the last fortnight or so, I have been getting results which will interest you. So far, I have dealt with the K spectral line series from calcium to zinc. The results are exceedingly simple and largely what you would expect. K equals n-1, very exactly, n being the atomic number. He had calcium at 20, scandium at 21, titanium at 22, vanadium at 23, chromium at 24, and so on, up to zinc at 30. He concludes that his results lend great weight to the general principles which you use, and I am delighted that this is so, as your theory is having a splendid effect on physics." Harry Moseley's crisp work gave experimental confirmation of the Bohr-Rutherford atom that was far more solidly acceptable than Marsden's and Geiger's alpha scattering experiments. "Because you see," Bohr said in his last interview, "actually the Rutherford work was not taken seriously. We cannot understand today, but it was not taken seriously at all. The great change came from Moseley." Otto Hahn was called upon once more to demonstrate his radioactive preparations. In the early spring of 1914, the Baer Dye Works at Leverkusen, near Cologne in the Rhineland, gave a reception to celebrate the opening of a large lecture hall. Germany's chemical industry led the world, and Baer was the largest chemical company in Germany. with more than 10,000 employees. It manufactured some 2,000 different dyestuffs, large tonnages of inorganic chemicals, a range of pharmaceuticals. The firm's managing director, Carl Duisberg, a chemist who preferred industrial management along American lines, had invited the Oberpräsident of the Rhineland to attend the reception. He then invited Hahn to add a glow to the proceedings. Hahn lectured to the dignitaries on radioactivity. Near the beginning of the lecture, he wrote Duisberg's name on a sealed photographic plate with a small glass tube filled with strong mesothorium. Technicians developed the plate while he spoke. At the end, Hahn projected the radiographic signature onto a screen to appreciative applause. The high point of the celebration at the vast 900-acre chemical complex came in the evening. In the evening, there was a banquet, Hahn remembered with nostalgia. Everything was exquisite. On each of the little tables, there was a beautiful orchid brought from Holland by air. Orchids delivered by swift biplane might be adequate symbols of German prosperity and power in 1914, but the managing director wanted to demonstrate German technological superiority as well, and found exotic statement. At many of the tables, says Hahn, evoking an unrecognizably futuristic past, the wine was cooled by means of liquid air in thermos vessels. When war broke out, Niels and Harold Bohr were hiking in the Austrian Alps, covering as much as 22 miles a day. It is impossible to describe how amazing and wonderful it is, Niels had written to Margaret along the way. When the fog on the mountain suddenly comes driving down from all the peaks, initially as quite small clouds, finally to fill the whole valley. The brothers had planned to return home August 6th. The war suddenly came driving down like the mountain fog, and they rushed across Germany before the frontiers closed. In October, Bohr would sail with his wife from neutral Denmark to teach for 2 years at Manchester. Rutherford, his boys off to war work, needed help. Harry Moseley was in Australia with his mother at the beginning of August, attending the 1914 British Association meeting, in his spare time searching out the duck-billed platypus and picturesque silver mines. The patriotism of the Australians, who immediately began mobilizing, triggered his own Etonian spirit of loyalty to king and country. He sailed for England as soon as he could book passage. By late October, he had gingered up a reluctant recruiting officer to arrange his commission as a lieutenant in the Royal Engineers, ahead of the waiting list. Chaim Weizmann, the tall, sturdy, Russian-born Jewish biochemist who was Ernest Rutherford's good friend at Manchester, was a passionate Zionist at a time when many, including many influential British Jews, believed Zionism to be at least visionary and naive, if not wrong-headed, fanatic, even a menace. But if Weizmann was a Zionist, he was also deeply admiring of British democracy. And one of his first acts after the beginning of the war was to cut himself off from the International Zionist Organization because it proposed to remain neutral. Its European leaders hated Tsarist Russia, England's ally, and so did Weizmann. But unlike them, he did not believe that Germany, in cultural and technological superiority, would win the war. He believed that the Western democracies would emerge victorious and that Jewish destiny lay with them. He, his wife, and his young son had been en route to a holiday in Switzerland at the outbreak of the war. They worked their way back to Paris, where he visited the elderly Baron Edmund de Rothschild, financial mainstay of the pioneering Jewish agricultural settlements in Palestine. To Weizmann's astonishment, Rothschild shared his optimism about the eventual outcome of the war and its possibilities for Jewry. Though Weizmann had no official position in the Zionist movement, Rothschild urged him to seek out and talk to British leaders. That matched his own inclinations. His hope of British influence had deep roots. He was the third child among 15 of a timber merchant who assembled rafts of logs and floated them down the Vistula to Danzig for milling and export. The Weizmanns lived in that impoverished western region of Russia, cordoned off for the Jews, known as the Pale of Settlement. When Chaim was only 11, he had written a letter that prefigured his work in the war. The 11-year-old boy, reports his biographer Isaiah Berlin, says that the kings and nations of the world are plainly set upon the ruin of the Jewish nation. The Jews must not let themselves be destroyed. England alone may help them to return and rise again in their ancient land of Palestine. Young Weizmann's conviction drove him inexorably west. At 18, he floated on one of his father's rafts to West Prussia, worked his way to Berlin, and studied at the Technische Hochschule. In 1899, he took his Ph.D. at the University of Fribourg in Switzerland, then sold a patent to Bayer that considerably improved his finances. He moved to England in 1904, a move he thought a deliberate and desperate step. I was in danger of degenerating into a Luftmensch, literally an airman, one of those well-meaning, undisciplined, and frustrated eternal students. Chemical research would save him from that fate. He settled in Manchester under the sponsorship of William Henry Perkin, Jr., the head of the chemistry department there, whose father had established the British coal tar dye industry by isolating aniline blue, the purple dye after which the Mauve Decade was named. Returning to Manchester from France in late August 1914, Weizmann found a circular on his desk from the British War Office, inviting every scientist in possession of any discovery of military value to report it. He possessed such a discovery, and forthwith offered it to the War Office, without remuneration. The War Office chose not to reply. Weizmann went on with his research. At the same time, he began the approach to British leaders that he and Rothschild had discussed that would elaborate into some 2,000 interviews before the end of the war. Weizmann's discovery was a bacillus and a process. The bacillus was Clostridium acetobutylicum Weizmann, informally called BY, Bacillus Weizmann, an anaerobic organism that decomposes starch. He was trying to develop a process for making synthetic rubber when he found it on an ear of corn. He thought he could make synthetic rubber from isoamyl alcohol, which is a minor byproduct of alcoholic fermentation. He went looking for a bacillus. Millions of species and subspecies live in the soil and on plants that converted starch to isoamyl alcohol more efficiently than known strains. In the course of this investigation, I found a bacterium which produced considerable amounts of a liquid smelling very much like isoamyl alcohol. But when I distilled it, it turned out to be a mixture of acetone and butyl alcohol in very pure form. Professor Perkins advised me to pour the stuff down the sink, but I retorted that no pure chemical is useless or ought to be thrown away. That creature of serendipity was BY. Mixed with a mash of cooked corn, it fermented the mash into a solution of water and 3 solvents, 1 part ethyl alcohol, 3 parts acetone, 6 parts butyl alcohol, butanol. The 3 solvents could then be separated by straightforward distillation. Weizmann tried developing a process for making synthetic rubber from butanol and succeeded. In the meantime, in the years just prior to the beginning of the war, the price of natural rubber fell, and the clamor for synthetic rubber stilled. Pursuing his efforts toward a Jewish homeland, Weizmann acquired in Manchester a loyal and influential friend, C.P. Scott, the tall, elderly, liberal editor of the Manchester Guardian. Among his many connections, Scott was David Lloyd George's most intimate political advisor. Weizmann found himself having breakfast one Friday morning in January 1915 with the vigorous little Welshman who was then Chancellor of the Exchequer and who would become Prime Minister in the middle of the war. Lloyd George had been raised on the Bible. He respected the idea of a Jewish return to Palestine, especially when Weizmann eloquently compared rocky, mountainous, diminutive Palestine with rocky, mountainous, diminutive Wales. Besides Lloyd George, Weizmann was surprised to find interest in Zionism among such men as Arthur Balfour, the former Prime Minister, who would serve as Foreign Secretary in Lloyd George's cabinet, and Jan Christian Smuts, the highly respected Boer who joined the British War Cabinet in 1917 after serving behind the scenes previously. Really, messianic times are upon us, Weitzman wrote his wife during this period of early hope. Weitzman had cultured BY primarily for its butanol. He happened one day to tell the chief research chemist of the Scottish branch of the Nobel Explosives Company about his fermentation research. The man was impressed. "You know," he said to Weitzman, "you may have the key to a very important situation in your hands." A major industrial explosion prevented Nobel from developing the process, but the company let the British government know. So it came about, writes Weitzman, that one day in March 1915 I returned from a visit to Paris to find waiting for me a summons to the British Admiralty. The Admiralty, of which Winston Churchill, at 41, exactly Weitzman's age, was First Lord, faced a severe shortage of acetone. That acrid solvent was a crucial ingredient in the manufacture of cordite, a propellant used in heavy artillery, including naval guns, that takes its name from the cord-like form in which it is usually extruded. The explosive material that hurled the heavy shells of the British Navy's big guns from ship to ship and ship to shore across miles of intervening water was a mixture of 64 parts nitrocellulose and 30.2 parts nitroglycerin, stabilized with 5 parts petroleum jelly and softened, gelatinized with 0.8% acetone. Cordite could not be manufactured without acetone, and without cordite, the guns would need to be extensively rebuilt to accommodate hotter propellants that would otherwise quickly erode their barrels. Weitzman agreed to see what he could do. Shortly, he was brought into the presence of the First Lord. As Weitzman remembered the experience of meeting the brisk, fascinating, charming, and energetic Winston Churchill, almost his first words were, "Well, Dr. Weitzman, we need 30,000 tons of acetone. Can you make it?" I was so terrified by this lordly request that I almost turned tail. I answered, "So far, I have succeeded in making a few hundred cubic centimeters of acetone at a time by the fermentation process. I do my work in a laboratory. I am not a technician. I am only a research chemist. But if I were somehow able to produce a ton of acetone, I would be able to multiply that by any factor you chose." I was given carte blanche by Mr. Churchill and the department, and I took upon myself a task which was to tax all my energies for the next 2 years. That was part 1 of Weitzman's acetone experience. Part 2 came in early June. The British War Cabinet had been shuffled in May because of the enlarging disaster of the Dardanelles campaign at Gallipoli. Herbert Asquith, the Prime Minister, had required Churchill's resignation as First Lord of the Admiralty and replaced him with Arthur Balfour. Lloyd George had moved from Chancellor of the Exchequer to Minister of Munitions. Lloyd George thus immediately inherited the acetone problem in the wider context of Army as well as Navy needs. Scott of the Manchester Guardian alerted him to Weitzman's work, and the two men met on June 7th. Weitzman told him what he had told Churchill previously. Lloyd George was impressed and gave him larger carte blanche to scale up his fermentation process. In 6 months of experiments at the Nicholson Gin Factory in Bow, Weitzman achieved half-ton scale. The process proved efficient. It fermented 37 tons of solvents, about 11 tons of acetone, from 100 tons of grain. Weitzman began training industrial chemists while the government took over 6 English, Scottish, and Irish distilleries to accommodate them. A shortage of American corn, German submarines strangled British shipping in the First War as in the Second, threatened to shut down the operations. Horse chestnuts were plentiful, notes Lloyd George in his war memoirs, and a national collection of them was organized for the purpose of using their starch content as a substitute for maize. Eventually, acetone production was shifted to Canada and the United States, and back to corn. When our difficulties were solved through Dr. Weitzman's genius, continues Lloyd George, I said to him, "You have rendered great service to the state, and I should like to ask the Prime Minister to recommend you to His Majesty for some honor." He said, "There is nothing I want for myself. But is there nothing we can do as a recognition of your valuable assistance to the country?" I asked. He replied, "Yes, I would like you to do something for my people." That was the fount and origin of the famous declaration about the national home for Jews in Palestine. The famous declaration came to be called the Balfour Declaration, a commitment by the British government in the form of a letter from Arthur Balfour to Baron Edmund de Rothschild to view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and to use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That document originated far more complexly than in simple payment for Weizmann's biochemical services. Other spokesmen and statesmen were at work as well, and Weizmann's 2,000 interviews need to be counted in. Smuts identified the relationship long after the war when he said that Weizmann's outstanding war work as a scientist had made him known and famous in high Allied circles, and his voice carried so much the greater weight in pleading for the Jewish national home. But despite these necessary qualifications, Lloyd George's version of the story deserves better than the condescension historians usually accord it. A letter of 118 words signed by the Foreign Secretary committing His Majesty's government to a Jewish homeland in Palestine at some indefinite future time, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, can hardly be counted an unseemly reward for saving the guns of the British Army and Navy from premature senility. Chaim Weizmann's experience was an early and instructive example of the power of science in time of war. Government took note. So did science. A heavy German artillery bombardment preceded the Second Battle of Ypres that began on April 22, 1915. Ypres was, or had been, it hardly existed anymore, a modest market town in southeastern Belgium, about 8 miles north of the French border and less than 30 miles inland from the French port of Dunkirk. Around Ypres spread shell-cratered, soggy downland dominated by unpromising low hills. The highest of them, Hill 60 on the military maps, volcanically contested, only 180 feet elevation. A line of Allied and, parallel northeastward, of German trenches curved through the area, and placed since the previous November. Before then, the German attacking and the British defending, the two armies had run a race to the sea. The Germans had hoped to win the race, to turn the flank of the Allies. Not yet fully mobilized for war, they even threw in ersatz corps of ill-trained high school and university students to bolster their numbers, and took 135,000 casualties in what the German people came to call the Kindermord, the murder of the children. But at the price of 50,000 lives, the British held the narrow flank. The war that was supposed to be surgically brief, a quick march through Belgium, France's capitulation, home by Christmas, turned to a stagnant war of opposing trenches, in the Ypres salient as everywhere along the battle line from the Channel to the Alps. The April 22nd bombardment, the beginning of a concerted German attempt at breakthrough, had driven the Canadians and French Africans holding the line at Ypres deep into their trenches. At sunset, it lifted. German troops moved back from the front line along perpendicular communication trenches, leaving behind only newly trained pionniers, combat engineers. A German rocket signal went up. The pionniers set to work opening valves. A greenish-yellow cloud hissed from nozzles and drifted on the wind across no man's land. It blanketed the ground, flowed into craters, over the rotting bodies of the dead, through wide brambles of barbed wire, drifted then across the sandbagged Allied parapets and down the trench walls, past the fire steps, filled the trenches, found dugouts and deep shelters, and men who breathed it screamed in pain and choked. It was chlorine gas, caustic and asphyxiating. It smelled as chlorine smells and burned as chlorine burns. Masses of Africans and Canadians stumbled back in retreat. Other masses, surprised and utterly uncomprehending, staggered out of their trenches into no man's land. Men clawed at their throats, stuffed their mouths with shirt tails or scarves, tore the dirt with their bare hands, and buried their faces in the earth. They writhed in agony, 10,000 of them, serious casualties, and 5,000 others died. Entire divisions abandoned the line. Germany achieved perfect surprise. All the belligerents had agreed under the Hague Declaration of 1899 concerning asphyxiating gases to abstain from the use of projectiles the sole object of which is the diffusion of asphyxiating or deleterious gases. None seemed to think tear gas covered by this declaration, though tear gases are more toxic than chlorine in sufficient concentration. The French used tear gas in the form of rifle grenades as early as August 1914. The Germans used it in artillery shells fired against the Russians at Bolimau at the end of January 1915, and on the Western Front, first against the British at Newport in March. But the chlorine attack at Ypres was the first major and deliberate poison gas attack of the war. As later with other weapons of unfamiliar effect, the chlorine terrorized and bewildered. Men threw down their rifles and decamped. Medical officers at aid stations were suddenly overwhelmed with casualties the causes of whose injuries was unknown. Chemists among the men who survived the attack recognized chlorine quickly enough, however, and knew how easy it was to neutralize. Within a week, the women of London had sewn 300,000 pads of muslin-wrapped cotton for soaking in hyposulfite, the first crude gas masks. Even though the German High Command allowed the use of gas at Ypres, it apparently doubted its tactical value. It had massed no reserve troops behind the lines to follow up. Allied divisions quickly closed the gap. Nothing came of the attack except agony. Otto Hahn, a lieutenant in the infantry reserve, helped install the gas cylinders, 5,730 of them, containing 168 tons of chlorine, originally at a different place in the line. Shovel crews dug them into the forward walls of the trenches at fire step level and sandbagged them thickly to protect them from shell fire. To work them, you connected lead pipe to their valves, ran the pipe over the parapet into no man's land, waited for a rocket to signal a start, and opened the valves for a predetermined time. Chlorine boils at negative 28.5 degrees Fahrenheit unpressurized. It boiled out eagerly when released. But the prevailing winds had been wrong where Hahn's team of pioneers first installed the chlorine cylinders. By the time the High Command decided to remove them to Ypres along a 4-mile front where the wind blew more favorably, Hahn had been sent off to investigate gas attack conditions in the Champagne. In January, he was ordered to German-occupied Brussels to see Fritz Haber. Haber had just been promoted from reserve sergeant major to captain, an unprecedented leap in rank in the aristocratic German army. He needed the rank, he told Hahn, to accomplish his new work. Haber informed me that his job was to set up a special unit for gas warfare. It seems that Hahn was shocked. Haber offered reasons. They were reasons that would be heard again in time of war. He explained to me that the Western fronts, which were all bogged down, could be got moving again only by means of new weapons. One of the weapons contemplated was poison gas. When I objected that this was a mode of warfare violating the Hague Convention, he said that the French had already started it, though not to much effect, by using rifle ammunition filled with gas. Besides, it was a way of saving countless lives if it meant that the war could be brought to an end sooner. Hahn followed Haber to work on gas warfare. So did the physicist James Franck, head of the physics department at Haber's Institute, who, like Haber and Hahn, would later win the Nobel Prize. So did a crowd of industrial chemists employed by I.G. Farben, a cartel of 8 chemical companies assembled in wartime by the energetic Karl Duisberg of Bayer. The plant at Leverkusen, with the new lecture hall, turned up hundreds of known toxic substances, many of them dye precursors and intermediates, and sent them off to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry for study. Berlin acquired depots for gas storage and a school where Hahn instructed in gas defense. He also directed gas attacks. In Galicia, on the Eastern Front, in mid-June 1915, the wind was favorable, and we discharged a very poisonous gas, a mixture of chlorine and phosgene, against the Russian enemy lines. Not a single shot was fired. The attack was a complete success. Because of its massive chemical industry, which supplied the world before the war, Germany was far ahead of the Allies in the production of chemicals for gas warfare. Early in the war, the British had even been reduced to buying German dyestuffs, not for gas, for dyeing through neutral countries. When the Germans discovered the subterfuge, they proposed, with what compounding of cynicism and labored Teutonic humor the record does not reveal, to trade dyestuffs for scarce rubber and cotton. But France and Britain went immediately to work. By the end of the war, at least 200,000 tons of chemical warfare agents had been manufactured and used, half by Germany, half by the several allies together. Abrogating the Hague Convention opened an array of new ecological niches, so to speak, in weaponry. Types of gas and means of delivery then proceeded to diversify, like Darwin's finches. Germany introduced phosgene next after chlorine, mixing it with chlorine for cloud gas attacks, like Hans, because of its slow rate of evaporation. The French retaliated in early 1916 with phosgene artillery shells. Phosgene then became a staple of the war, dispensed from cylinders, artillery shells, trench mortars, canisters fired from mortar-like projectors, and bombs. It smelled like new-mown hay, but it was by far the most toxic gas used, 10 times as toxic as chlorine, fatal in 10 minutes at a concentration of 0.5 milligram per liter of air. At higher concentrations, 1 or 2 breaths killed in a matter of hours. Phosgene, carbonyl chloride, hydrolyzed to hydrochloric acid in contact with water. That was its action in the water-saturated air, deep in the delicate, bubbled tissue of the human lung. It caused more than 80% of the war's gas fatalities. Chlorpicrin, the British called it vomiting gas, the Germans called it Klopp, a vicious compound of picric acid and bleaching powder, came along next. German engineers used it against Russian soldiers in August 1916. Its special virtue was its chemical inertness. It did not react with the several neutralizing chemicals packed in gas mask canisters. Only the modest layer of activated charcoal in the canisters removed it from the air by absorption. So a high concentration could saturate the charcoal and get through. It worked like tear gas, but induced nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea as well. Men raised their masks to vomit. If the Klopp had been mixed with phosgene, as it frequently was, they might then be lethally exposed. Chlorpicrin's other advantage was that it was simple and cheap to make. The most horrible gas of the war, the gas that started a previously complacent United States developing a chemical warfare capacity of its own, was dichloroethyl sulfide, known for its horseradish or mustard-like smell as mustard gas. The Germans first used it on the night of July 17, 1917, in an artillery bombardment against the British at Ypres. The attack came as a complete surprise and caused thousands of casualties. Defense in the form of effective masks and efficient gas discipline had caught up with offense by the summer of 1917. Germany introduced mustard gas to break the deadlock, just as it had introduced chlorine before. Shells marked with yellow crosses rained down on the men at Ypres. At first, they experienced not much more than sneezing, and many put away their masks. Then they began vomiting. Their skin reddened and began to blister, their eyelids inflamed and swelled shut. They had to be led away blinded to aid stations, more than 14,000 of them over the next 3 weeks. Though the gas smelled like mustard in dense concentrations, in low concentrations, still extremely toxic, it was hardly noticeable. It persisted for days and even weeks in the field. A gas mask alone was no longer sufficient protection. Mustard dissolved rubber and leather. It soaked through multiple layers of cloth. One man might bring enough back to a dugout on the sole of his boot to blind temporarily an entire nest of his mates. Its odor could also be disguised with other gases. The Germans sometimes chose to disguise mustard with xylobromide, a tear gas that smells like lilac, and so it came to pass in the wartime spring that men ran in terror from a breeze scented with blossoming lilac shrubs. These are not nearly all the gases and poisons developed in the boisterous, vicious laboratory of the Great War. There were sneezing gases and arsenic powders and a dozen tear gases and every combination. The French loaded artillery shells with cyanide, to no point except hatred, as it turned out, because the resulting vapors were lighter than air and immediately lofted away. By 1918, a typical artillery barrage locomoting east or west over the front lines counted nearly as many gas shells as high explosives. Germany, always logical at war to the point of inhumanity, blamed the French and courted a succession of increasingly desperate breakthroughs. The chemists, like bargain hunters, imagined they were spending a pittance of tens of thousands of lives to save a purseful more. Britain reacted with moral outrage, but capitulated in the name of parity. It was more than Fritz Haber's wife could bear. Clara Immerwahr had been Haber's childhood sweetheart. She was the first woman to win a doctorate in chemistry from the University of Breslau. After she married Haber and bore him a son, a neglected housewife with a child to raise, she withdrew progressively from science and into depression. Her husband's work with poison gas triggered even more desperate melancholy. She began to regard poison gas not only as a perversion of science, but also as a sign of barbarism, a Haber biographer explains. It brought back the tortures men said they had forgotten long ago. It degraded and corrupted the discipline, that is chemistry, which had opened new vistas of life. She asked, argued, finally adamantly demanded that her husband abandon gas work. Haber told her what he had told Hahn, adding for good measure, patriot that he was, that a scientist belongs to the world in times of peace, but to his country in times of war. Then he stormed out to supervise a gas attack on the Eastern Front. Dr. Clara Immerwahr Haber committed suicide the same night. The Allied campaign at Gallipoli began on April 25, 1915. The rough, southward descending Gallipoli Peninsula looked westward toward the Aegean, eastward across the narrow strait known as the Dardanelles, to the ancients and to Lord Byron, the Hellespont. It faced Turkish Asia, capture the peninsula, control the Dardanelles, then the Sea of Marmara above, then the narrow Bosporus Strait that divides Europe from Asia, then Constantinople, and you might control the Black Sea, into which the Danube drains, a vast flanking movement against the Central Powers. Such were the ambitions of the War Cabinet, chivied by Winston Churchill, for the Dardanelles campaign. The Turks, whose land it was, backed by the Germans, opposed the operation with machine guns and howitzers. 1 Australian, 1 New Zealand, 1 French colonial, and 2 British divisions landed at Gallipoli to establish narrow beachheads. The water of one beachhead bay churned as white at first as a rapid, the Turks pouring down 10,000 rounds a minute from the steep cliffs above. Then it bloomed thick and red with blood. Geography, error, and 6 Turkish divisions under a skillful German commander forestalled any effective advance. By early May, when a British Gurkha and a French division arrived to replace the Allied depletions, both sides had chiseled trenches in the stony ground. The standoff persisted into summer. Sir Ian Hamilton, the Allied commander, Corfu-born, literary, with a boar-stiffened right arm and the best of intentions, appealed for reinforcements. The War Cabinet had reorganized itself and expelled Churchill. It assented with reluctance to Hamilton's appeal and shipped out 5 divisions more. Harry Moseley shipped out among them. He was a signaling officer now, 38th Brigade, 13th Infantry Division, one of Lord Kitchener's new army batches made up of dedicated but inexperienced civilian volunteers. At Gibraltar on June 20th, he signaled his mother, "Our destination no longer in doubt." At Alexandria on June 27, he made his will, leaving everything, which was £2,200, to the Royal Society, strictly to be applied to the furtherance of experimental research in pathology, physics, physiology, chemistry, or other branches of science, but not in pure mathematics, astronomy, or any branch of science which aims merely at describing, cataloging, or systematizing. Alexandria was full of heat flies, native troops, and Australians, and after a week they sailed on to Cape Helles, on the southern extremity of the Gallipoli Peninsula, a relatively secure bay behind the trench lines. There, they could ease into combat in the form of artillery shells lobbed over the Dardanelles to Europe, as it were, from Turkish batteries in Asia. If men were bathing in the bay, a lookout on the heights blew a trumpet blast to announce a round coming in. Centipedes and sand, Harry dispensing chlorodyne to his men to cure them of the grim amoebic dysentery everyone caught from the beaches. Harry in silk pajamas, sharing out the glorious tip-tree blackberry jam his mother sent. "The one real interest in life is the flies," he wrote her. "No mosquitoes, but flies by day and flies by night, flies in the water, flies in the food." Toward the end of July, the divisions crossed to Lemnos to stage for the reinforcing invasion. That was to divide the peninsula, gain the heights, and outflank the Turkish lines toward Hellas. Hamilton secreted 20,000 men by the dark of the moon into the crowded trenches at a beach called Anzac, halfway up the peninsula, and the Turks were none the wiser. The remainder, some 17,000 new army men, came ashore on the night of August 6, 1915, at Suvla Bay, north of Anzac, to very little opposition. When the Turks learned of the invasion, they moved new divisions down the peninsula by forced march. The objective of the 38th Brigade, what was left of it toward the end, after days and nights of continuous marching and fighting, was an 850-foot hill, Chanuk Bayir, inland a mile and a half from Anzac. To the west of Chanuk Bayir and lower down was another hill with a patch of cultivated ground, the farm. Moseley's column, commanded by Brigadier A.H. Baldwin, struggling up an imprisoning defile a yard wide and 600 feet deep, found its way blocked by a descending train of mules loaded with ammunition. That was Scabby Passage, and the brigadier, in a fury of frustration, led off north toward the farm, over ghastly country in the pitch dark, says the brigade machine gunner, the men falling headlong down holes and climbing up steep and slippery inclines. But they reached the farm. Baldwin's force then held the far left flank of the line of 5,000 British, Australians, and New Zealanders precariously dug into the slopes below the heights of Chanuk Bayir, which the Turks still commanded from trenches. The Turkish reinforcements arrived at night and crowded into the Chanuk trenches, 30,000 strong. They launched their assault at dawn on August 10th, with the sun breaking blindingly at their backs. John Maserfield, the British poet, was there and lived to report. They came on in a monstrous mass, packed shoulder to shoulder, in some places 8 deep, in others 3 or 4 deep. On the left flank, the Turks got fairly in among our men, with a weight which bore all before it, and what followed was a long succession of British rallies to a tussle body to body, with knives and stones and teeth, a fight of wild beasts in the ruined cornfields of the farm. Harry Moseley, in the front line, lost that fight. When he heard of Moseley's death, the American physicist Robert A. Millikan wrote in public eulogy that his loss alone made the war one of the most hideous and most irreparable crimes in history. 6 miles below Dover, down the chalk southeastern coast of England, the old resort and harbor town of Folkestone fills a small valley, which opens steeply to the strait. Hills shelter the town to the north. The chalk cliff west sustains a broad municipal promenade of lawns and flower beds. The harbor, where Allied soldiers embarked in great numbers for France, offers the refuge of a deep-water pier 1/3 of a mile long, with berths for 8 steamers. The town remembers William Harvey, the 17th-century physician who discovered the circulation of the blood as its most distinguished native son. At Folkestone on a sunny, warm Friday afternoon, May 25, 1917, housewives came out in crowds to shop for the Whitsun weekend. A few miles away, at Shorncliffe Camp, Canadian troops mustered on the parade ground. There was bustle and enthusiasm in town and camp alike. It was payday. Without warning, the shops and streets exploded. A line of waiting housewives crumpled outside a greengrocer's. A wine merchant returned to the front of his shop to find his only customer decapitated. Blast felled passers-by in a narrow passage between 2 old buildings. Horses slumped dead between the shafts of carriages. Finely shattered glass suddenly iced a section of street. A conservatory shed its windows. A crater obliterated a tennis court. Fires bloomed from damaged stores. Only after the first explosions did the people of Folkestone notice the sound of engines beating the air. They hardly understood what they heard. They screamed, "Zeps! Zeps!" For until then, Zeppelin dirigibles had been the only mechanism of air attack they knew. "I saw 2 aeroplanes," a clergyman remembered, who ran outside amid the clamor. "Not Zeppelins, emerging from the disk of the sun almost overhead. Then 4 more, or 5, in a line, and others, all light, bright silver insects hovering against the blue of the sky. There was about a score in all, and we were charmed with the beauty of the sight. Charmed because aircraft of any kind were new to the British sky, and these were white and large. The results were less charming. 95 killed, 195 injured. The parade ground at Shorncliffe Camp was damaged, but no one was hurt. Folkestone was the little Guernica of the Great War. German Gotha bombers, oversized biplanes, had attacked England for the first time, bringing with them the burgeoning concept of strategic bombing. The England squadron had been headed for London, but had met a solid wall of clouds inland from Gravesend. 21 aircraft turned south then and searched for alternative targets. Folkestone and its nearby army camp answered the need. A Zeppelin bombed Antwerp early in the war as the Germans pushed through Belgium. Churchill sent Navy fighters to bomb Zeppelin hangars at Dusseldorf. Gothas bombed Salonika, and a British squadron bombed the fortress town of Maidos in the Dardanelles during the campaign for Gallipoli. But the Gothas that attacked Folkestone in 1917 began the first effective and sustained campaign of strategic civilian bombardment. It fitted Prussian military strategist Karl von Clausewitz's doctrine of total war in much the same way that submarine attack did, carrying fear and horror directly to the enemy to weaken his will to resist. "You must not suppose that we set out to kill women and children," a captured Zeppelin commander told the British authorities, another rationalization that would echo. "We have higher military aims. You would not find one officer in the German army or navy who would go to war to kill women and children. Such things happen accidentally in war." At first, the Kaiser, thinking of royal relatives and historic buildings, kept London off the bombing list. His naval staff pressed him to relent, which he did by stages, first allowing the docks to be bombed from naval airships. then reluctantly enlarging permission westward across the city. But the hydrogen-filled airships of Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin were vulnerable to incendiary bullets. When British pilots learned to fire them, the stage was set for the bombers. They came on in irregular numbers, dependent in those later years of the war not only on the vagaries of weather, but also on the vagaries, enforced by the British blockade, of substandard engine parts and inferior fuel. A squadron flew against London by daylight on June 13th, 19 days after Folkestone, dropped almost 10,000 pounds of bombs, and caused the most numerous civilian bombing casualties of the war, 432 injured and 162 killed, including 16 horribly mangled children in the basement of a nursery school. London was nearly defenseless, and at first the military saw no reason to change that naked condition. The War Minister, the Earl of Derby, told the House of Lords that the bombing was without military significance because not a single soldier had been killed. So the Gothas continued their attacks. They crossed the Channel from bases in Belgium 3 times in July, twice in August, and averaged 2 raids a month through the autumn and winter and spring, for a total of 27 in all, first by day and then increasingly, as the British improved their home defenses, by night. They dropped almost 250,000 pounds of bombs, killing 835 people, injuring 1,972 more. Lloyd George, by then Prime Minister, appealed to the brilliant, reliable Smuts to develop an air program, including a system of home defense. Early warning mechanisms were devised, oversized binaural gramophone horns connected by stethoscope to keen, blind listeners, sound-focusing cavities carved into sea cliffs that could pick up the wong-wong of Gotha engines 20 miles out to sea. Barrage balloons raised aprons of steel cable that girdled London's airspace. Enormous white arrows mounted on the ground on pivots guided the radioless defenders in their Sopwith camels and pups toward the invading German bombers. The completed defense system around London was primitive but effective, and it needed only technological improvement to ready it for the next war. At the same time, the Germans explored strategic offense. They extended the range of their Gothas with extra fuel tanks. When daylight bombing became too risky, they learned to fly and bomb at night, navigating by the stars. They produced a behemoth new 4-engine bomber, the Giant, a biplane with a wingspan of 138 feet, unmatched until the advent of the American B-29 Superfortress more than 2 decades later. Its effective range approached 300 miles. A Giant dropped the largest bomb of the war on London on February 16, 1918, a 2,000-pounder that was 13 feet long. It exploded on the grounds of the Royal Hospital in Chelsea. As they came to understand strategic bombing, the Germans turned from high explosives to incendiaries, reasoning presciently that fires might cause more damage by spreading and coalescing than any amount of explosives alone. By 1918, they had developed a 10-pound incendiary bomb of almost pure magnesium, the Electron, that burned at between 2,000 and 3,000 degrees, and that water could not douse. Only hope of a negotiated peace restrained Germany from attempting major incendiary raids on London in the final months of the war. The Germans bombed to establish a basis for peace by destroying the morale of the English people and paralyzing their will to fight. They succeeded in making the British mad enough to think strategic bombing through. "The day may not be far off," Smuts wrote in his report to Lloyd George, "when aerial operations, with their devastation of enemy lands and destruction of industrial and populous centers on a vast scale, may become the principal operations of the war, to which the older forms of military and naval operations may become secondary and subordinate." The United States Army was slow to respond to gas warfare because it assumed that masks would adequately protect U.S. troops. The civilian Department of the Interior, which had experience dealing with poison gases in mines, therefore took the lead in chemical warfare studies. The Army quickly changed its mind when the Germans introduced mustard gas in July 1917. Research contracts for poison gas development went out to Cornell, Johns Hopkins, Harvard, MIT, Princeton, Yale, and other universities. With what a British observer could now call the great importance attached in America to this branch of warfare, Army Ordnance began construction in November 1917 of a vast war gas arsenal at Edgewood, Maryland, on waste and marshy land. The plant, which cost $35.5 million, a complex of 15 miles of roads, 36 miles of railroad track, waterworks and power plants, and 550 buildings for the manufacture of chlorine, phosgene, chlorpicrin, sulfur chloride, and mustard gas, was completed in less than a year. 10,000 military and civilian workers staffed it. By the end of the war, it was capable of filling 1.1 million 75mm gas shells a month, as well as several million other sizes and types of shells, grenades, mortar bombs, and projector drums. Had the war lasted longer, the British Observer notes, there can be no doubt that this center of production would have represented one of the most important contributions by America to the World War. Gas, in any case, was far less efficient at maiming and killing men than were artillery and machine gun fire. Of a total of some 21 million battle casualties, gas caused perhaps 5%, about 1 million. It killed at least 30,000 men, but at least 9 million died overall. Gas may have evoked special horror because it was unfamiliar and chemical rather than familiar and mechanical in its effects. The machine gun forced the opposing armies into trenches. Artillery carried the violence over the parapets once they were there. So the general staffs learned to calculate that they would lose 500,000 men in a 6-month offensive, or 300,000 men in 6 months of ordinary trench warfare. The British alone fired off more than 170 million artillery rounds, more than 5 million tons in the course of the war. The shells, if they were not loaded with shrapnel in the first place, were designed to fragment when they exploded on impact. They produced by far the most horrible mutilations and dismemberings of the war. Faces torn away, genitals torn away, a flying debris of arms and legs and heads, human flesh so pulped into the earth that the filling of sandbags with that earth was a repulsive punishment. Men cried out against the monstrousness on all sides. The machine gun was less mutilating but far more efficient, the basic slaughtering tool of the war. Concentrated essence of infantry, a military theorist daintily labeled it. Against the criminally stubborn conviction of the professional officer corps that courage, elan, and naked steel must carry the day, the machine gun was the ultimate argument. "I go forward," a British soldier writes of his experience in an attacking line of troops, "up and down, across the ground like a huge ruined honeycomb. And my wave melts away. And the second wave comes up and also melts away. And then the third wave merges into the ruins of the first and second, and after a while the fourth blunders into the remnants of the others." He was describing the Battle of the Somme on July 1st, 1916, when at least 21,000 men died in the first hour, possibly in the first few minutes, and 60,000 the first day. Americans invented the machine gun. Hiram Stevens Maxim, a Yankee from Maine. Colonel Isaac Lewis, a West Pointer, director of the U.S. Army Coast Artillery School. William J. Browning, a gunmaker and businessman, and their predecessor, Richard Jordan Gatling, who correctly located the machine gun among automated systems. "It bears the same relation to other firearms," Gatling noted, "that McCormick's Reaper does to the sickle, or the sewing machine to the common needle." The military historian John Keegan writes, For the most important thing about a machine gun is that it is a machine, and one of quite an advanced type, similar in some respects to a high-precision lathe, in others to an automatic press. Like a lathe, it requires to be set up so that it will operate within desired and predetermined limits. This was done on the Maxim gun by adjusting the angle of the barrel relative to its fixed firing platform and tightening or loosening its traversing screw. Then, like an automatic press, it would, when actuated by a simple trigger, begin and continue to perform its functions with a minimum of human attention, supplying its own power and only requiring a steady supply of raw material and a little routine maintenance to operate efficiently throughout a working shift. The machine gun, mechanized war. Artillery and gas, mechanized war. They were the hardware of the war, the tools, but they were only proximately the mechanism of the slaughter. The ultimate mechanism was a method of organization, anachronistically speaking, a software package. The basic lever, the writer Gil Elliot comments, was the conscription law, which made vast numbers of men available for military service. The civil machinery which ensured the carrying out of this law, and the military organization which turned numbers of men into battalions and divisions, were each founded on a bureaucracy. The production of resources, in particular guns and ammunition, was a matter for civil organization. The movement of men and resources to the front and the trench system of defense were military concerns. Each interlocking system was logical in itself, and each system could be rationalized by those who worked it and moved through it. Thus, Eliot demonstrates, it is reasonable to obey the law. It is good to organize well. It is ingenious to devise guns of high technical capacity. It is sensible to shelter human beings against massive firepower by putting them in protective trenches. What was the purpose of this complex organization? Officially, it was supposed to save civilization, protect the rights of small democracies, demonstrate the superiority of Teutonic culture, beat the dirty Hun, beat the arrogant British, what have you. But the men, caught in the middle, came to glimpse a darker truth. The war had become undisguisedly mechanical and inhuman. Siegfried Sassoon allows a fictional infantry officer to see. What in earlier days had been drafts of volunteers were now droves of victims. Men on every front independently discovered their victimization. Awareness intensified as the war dragged on. In Russia, it exploded in revolution. In Germany, it motivated desertions and surrenders. Among the French, it led to mutinies in the front lines. Among the British, it fostered malingering. Whatever its ostensible purpose, the end result of the complex organization that was the efficient software of the Great War was the manufacture of corpses. This essentially industrial operation was fantasized by the generals as a strategy of attrition. The British tried to kill Germans. The Germans tried to kill British and French and so on. A strategy so familiar by now that it almost sounds normal. It was not normal in Europe before 1914. And no one in authority expected it to evolve despite the pioneering lessons of the American Civil War. Once the trenches were in place, the long grave already dug, John Masefield's bitterly ironic phrase, then the war stalemated, and death-making overwhelmed any rational response. The war machine, concludes Eliot, rooted in law, organization, production, movement, science, technical ingenuity, with its product of 6,000 deaths a day over a period of 1,500 days, was the permanent and realistic factor, impervious to fantasy, only slightly altered by human variation. No human institution, Eliot stresses, was sufficiently strong to resist the death machine. A new mechanism, the tank, ended the stalemate. An old mechanism, the blockade, choked off the German supply of food and materiel. The increasing rebelliousness of the foot soldiers threatened the security of the bureaucrats, or the death machine worked too well as against France and began to run out of raw material. The Yanks came over with their sleeves rolled up, an untrenched continent behind them where the trees were not hung with entrails. The war putrefied to a close. But the death machine had only sampled a vast new source of raw material, the civilians behind the lines. It had not yet evolved equipment efficient to process them, only big guns and clumsy biplane bombers. It had not yet evolved the necessary rationale that old people and women and children are combatants equally with armed and uniformed young men. That is why, despite its sickening squalor and brutality, the Great War looks so innocent to modern eyes. 5. Men from Mars. The first subway on the European continent was dug not in Paris or Berlin, but in Budapest. 2 miles long, completed in 1896, it connected the thriving Hungarian capital with its northwestern suburbs. During the same year, the rebuilding of the Grand Palace of Franz Joseph I, in one of his dual monarchical manifestations, King of Hungary, enlarged that structure to 860 rooms. Across the wide Danube rose a grandiose parliament, its dimensions measured in acres, 6 stories of Victorian mansard-roofed masonry, bristling with neo-Gothic pinnacles set around an elongated Renaissance dome braced by flying buttresses. The palace, in hilly, quiet Buda, confronted the parliament eastward in flat, bustling Pest. Horse-drawn droshkis, Hungarian physicist Theodor von Kármán remembers of that time, carried silk-gowned women and their hussar counts in red uniforms and furred hats through the ancient, war-scarred hills of Buda. But such sights hid deeper social currents, von Kármán adds. From the hills of Buda you could look far beyond Pest onto the great Hungarian plain. The Carpathian Basin enclosed 250 miles to the east by the bow of the Carpathian Mountains that the Magyars had crossed to found Hungary 1,000 years before. Pest expanded within rings of boulevards on the Viennese model, its offices busy with banking, brokering, lucrative trade in grain, fruit, wine, beef, leather, timber, and industrial production only lately established in a country where more than 96% of the population had lived in settlements of fewer than 20,000 persons as recently as 50 years before. Budapest, combining Buda, Óbuda, and Pest, had grown faster than any other city on the continent in those 50 years, rising from 17th to 8th in rank, almost 1 million souls. Now coffee houses, the fountain of illicit trading, adultery, puns, gossip, and poetry, a Hungarian journalist thought, the meeting places for the intellectuals and those opposed to oppression, enlivened the boulevards, parks, and squares, sponsored a cavalry of equestrian bronzes, and peasants visiting for the first time the queen city of the Danube gawked suspiciously at blocks of mansions as fine as any in Europe. Economic takeoff, the late introduction of a nation rich in agricultural resources to the organizing mechanisms of capitalism and industrialization, was responsible for Hungary's boom. The operators of those mechanisms, by virtue of their superior ambition and energy, but also by default, were Jews, who represented about 5% of the Hungarian population in 1910. The stubbornly rural and militaristic Magyar nobility had managed to keep 33% of the Hungarian people illiterate as late as 1918, and wanted nothing of vulgar commerce except its fruits. As a result, by 1904, Jewish families owned 37.5% of Hungary's arable land. By 1910, although Jews comprised only 0.1% of agricultural laborers and 7.3% of industrial workers, they counted 50.6% of Hungary's lawyers, 53% of its commercial businessmen, 59.9% of its doctors, and 80% of its financiers. The only other significant middle class in Hungary was a vast bureaucracy of impoverished Hungarian gentry that came to vie with the Jewish bourgeois for political power. Caught between predominantly Jewish socialists and radicals on one side and the entrenched bureaucracy on the other, both sides hostile, the Jewish commercial elite allied itself for survival with the old nobility and the monarchy. One measure of that conservative alliance was the dramatic increase in the early 20th century of ennobled Jews. George de Hevesy's prosperous maternal grandfather, S.V. Schossberger, became in 1863 the first unconverted Jew ennobled since the Middle Ages, and in 1895 de Hevesy's entire family was ennobled. Max Neumann, the banker father of the brilliant mathematician John von Neumann, was elevated in 1913. Von Karman's father's case was exceptional. Moore Karman, the founder of the celebrated Minta school, was an educator rather than a wealthy businessman. In the last decades of the 19th century, he reorganized the haphazard Hungarian school system along German lines to its great improvement, and not incidentally wrested control of education from the religious institutions that dominated it, and passed that control to the state. That won him a position at court and the duty of planning the education of a young archduke, the emperor's cousin. As a result, writes von Karman, one day in August 1907, Franz Josef called him to the palace and said he wished to reward him for his fine job. He offered to make my father an excellency. My father bowed slightly and said, "Imperial Majesty, I'm very flattered, but I would prefer something which I could hand down to my children." The emperor nodded his agreement and ordained that my father be given a place in the hereditary nobility. To receive a predicate of nobility, my father had to be landed. Fortunately, he owned a small vineyard near Budapest, so the emperor bestowed upon him the predicate of von Szoloskislak, small grape. I have shortened it to von, for even to me, a Hungarian, the full title is almost unpronounceable. Jewish family ennoblements in the 100 years prior to 1900 totaled 126. In the short decade and a half between 1900 and the outbreak of the Great War, the insecure conservative alliance bartered 220 more. Some thousands of men in these 346 families were ultimately involved. They were thus brought into political connection, their power of independent action siphoned away. Out of the prospering but vulnerable Hungarian Jewish middle class came no fewer than 7 of the 20th century's most exceptional scientists. In order of birth, Theodor von Karman, George de Hevesy, Michael Polanyi, Leo Szilard, Eugene Wigner, John von Neumann, and Edward Teller. All 7 left Hungary as young men. All 7 proved unusually versatile as well as talented, and made major contributions to science and technology. 2 among them, de Hevesy and Wigner, eventually won Nobel Prizes. The mystery of such a concentration of ability from so remote and provincial a place has fascinated the community of science. Recalling that galaxy of brilliant Hungarian expatriates, Otto Frisch remembers that his friend, Fritz Houtermans, a theoretical physicist, proposed the popular theory that these people were really visitors from Mars. For them, he said, it was difficult to speak without an accent that would give them away, and therefore they chose to pretend to be Hungarians, whose inability to speak any language without accent is well known. Except Hungarian, and these brilliant men all lived elsewhere. That was amusing to colleagues and flattering to the Hungarians, who liked the patina of mystery that romanticized their pasts. The truth is harsher. The Hungarians came to live elsewhere because lack of scientific opportunity and increasing and finally violent anti-Semitism drove them away. They took the lessons they learned in Hungary with them into the world. They all began with talent, variously displayed and remembered. Von Karman, at 6, stunned his parents' party guests by quickly multiplying 6-figure numbers in his head. Von Neumann, at 6, joked with his father in classical Greek and had a truly photographic memory. He could recite entire chapters of books he had read. Edward Teller, like Einstein before him, was exceptionally late in learning, or choosing, to talk. His grandfather warned his parents that he might be retarded, but when Teller finally spoke, at 3, he spoke in complete sentences. Von Neumann, too, wondered about the mystery of his and his compatriots' origins. His friend and biographer, the Polish mathematician Stanislaw Ulam, remembers their discussions of the primitive rural foothills on both sides of the Carpathians, encompassing parts of Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, populated thickly with impoverished Orthodox villages. Johnny used to say that all the famous Jewish scientists, artists, and writers who emigrated from Hungary around the time of the First World War came, either directly or indirectly, from those little Carpathian communities, moving up to Budapest as their material conditions improved. Progress, to people of such successful transition, could be a metaphysical faith. As a boy, writes Teller, I enjoyed science fiction. I read Jules Verne. His words carried me into an exciting world. The possibilities of man's improvement seemed unlimited. The achievements of science were fantastic, and they were good. Leo Szilard, long before he encountered the novels of H.G. Wells, found another visionary student of the human past and future to admire. Szilard thought in maturity that his addiction to the truth and his predilection for saving the world were traceable, first of all, to the stories his mother told him. But apart from those, he said, the most serious influence on my life came from a book which I read when I was 10 years old. It was a Hungarian classic taught in the schools, The Tragedy of Man. A long, dramatic poem in which Adam, Eve, and Lucifer are central characters, The Tragedy of Man was written by an idealistic but disillusioned young Hungarian nobleman named Imre Madach in the years after the failed Hungarian Revolution of 1848. A modern critic calls the work the most dangerously pessimistic poem of the 19th century. It runs Adam through history with Lucifer as his guide, rather as the spirits of Christmas lead Ebenezer Scrooge, and rolling Adam successively as such real historical personages as Pharaoh, Miltiades, the knight Tancred, Kepler. Its pessimism resides in its dramatic strategy. Lucifer demonstrates to Adam the pointlessness of man's faith in progress by staging not imaginary experiences, as in Faust or Peer Gynt, but real historical events. Pharaoh frees his slaves, and they revile him for leaving them without a dominating god. Miltiades returns from Marathon and is attacked by a murderous crowd of citizens his enemies have bribed. Kepler sells horoscopes to bejewel his faithless wife. Adam sensibly concludes that man will never achieve his ultimate ideals, but ought to struggle toward them anyway, a conclusion that Szilard continued to endorse as late as 1945. In Madach's book, he said then, the devil shows Adam the history of mankind, ending with the sun dying down. Only a few Eskimos are left, and they worry chiefly because there are too many Eskimos and too few seals. The last scene before Adam returns to the beginning again. The thought is that there remains a rather narrow margin of hope after you have made your prophecy, and it is pessimistic. Szilard's qualified faith in progress and his liberal political values ultimately set him apart from his Hungarian peers. He believed that group was shaped by the special environment of Budapest at the turn of the century, a society where economic security was taken for granted, as a historian paraphrases him, and a high value was placed on intellectual achievement. The Minta that Szilard and Teller later attended deeply gratified von Karman when he went there in the peaceful 1890s. My father, who founded the school, he writes, was a great believer in teaching everything, Latin, math, and history, by showing its connection with everyday living. To begin Latin, the students wandered the city, copying down inscriptions from statues and museums. To begin mathematics, they looked up figures for Hungary's wheat production and made tables and drew graphs. At no time did we memorize rules from a book. Instead, we sought to develop them ourselves. What better basic training for a scientist? Eugene Wigner, small and trim, whose father managed a tannery and who would become one of the leading theoretical physicists of the 20th century, entered the Lutheran Gymnasium in 1913. John von Neumann followed the next year. We had 2 years of physics courses, the last 2 years, Wigner remembers, and it was very interesting. Our teachers were just enormously good, but the mathematics teacher was fantastic. He gave private classes to Johnny von Neumann. He gave him private classes because he realized that this would be a great mathematician. Von Neumann found a friend in Wigner. They walked and talked mathematics. Wigner's mathematical talent was exceptional, but he felt less than first-rate beside the prodigious banker's son. Von Neumann's brilliance impressed colleagues throughout his life. Teller recalls a truncated syllogism someone proposed to the effect that A, Johnny can prove anything, and B, anything Johnny proves is correct. At Princeton, where in 1933 von Neumann at 29 became the youngest member of the newly established Institute for Advanced Study, the saying gained currency that the Hungarian mathematician was indeed a demigod, but that he had made a thorough, detailed study of human beings and could imitate them perfectly. The story hints at a certain manipulative coldness behind the mask of bonhomie von Neumann learned to wear, and even Wigner thought his friendships lacked intimacy. To Wigner, he was nevertheless the only authentic genius of the lot. These earlier memories of the gymnasium days contrast sharply with the turmoil that Teller experienced. Part of the difference was personal. Teller was bored in first-year math at the Minta and quickly managed to insult his mathematics teacher, who was also the principal of the school, by improving on a proof. The principal took the classroom display unkindly. "So, you are a genius, Teller." "Well, I don't like geniuses." But whatever Teller's personal difficulties, he was also confronted directly, as a schoolboy of only 11 years, with revolution and counter-revolution, with riots and violent bloodletting, with personal fear. What had been usually only implicit for the Martians who preceded him was made explicit before his eyes. "I think this was the first time I was deeply impressed by my father," he told his biographers. "He said anti-Semitism was coming. To me, the idea of anti-Semitism was new, and the fact that my father was so serious about it impressed me." Von Karman studied mechanical engineering at the University of Budapest before moving on to Göttingen in 1906. De Hevesy tried Budapest in 1903 before going to the Technische Hochschule in Berlin in 1904 and on to work with Fritz Haber and then with Ernest Rutherford. Szilard had studied at the Technology Institute in Budapest and served in the army before the post-armistice turmoil made him decide to leave. In contrast, Wigner, von Neumann, and particularly Teller experienced the breakdown of Hungarian society as adolescents. Teller at the impressionable beginning of puberty, and at first hand. The revolution arrived as a hurricane. An eyewitness to the Hungarian Revolution of October 1918 recalls. No one prepared it, and no one arranged it. It broke out by its own irresistible momentum. But there were antecedents. A general strike of 500,000 workers in Budapest and other Hungarian industrial centers in January 1918. Another general strike of similar magnitude in June. In the autumn of that year, masses of soldiers, students, and workers gathered in Budapest. This first brief revolution began with anti-military and nationalistic claims. By the time the Hungarian National Council had been formed under Count Mihály Karolyi, "We can't even manage a revolution without a count," they joked in Budapest. In late October, there was expectation of real democratic reform. The council issued a manifesto calling for Hungarian independence, an end to the war, freedom of the press, a secret ballot, and even female suffrage. The Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy collapsed in November. Austrian novelist Robert Musil explained that collapse as well as anybody in a dry epitaph. Es ist passiert. It sort of happened. Hungary won a new government on October 31st, and ecstatic crowds filled the streets of Budapest, waving chrysanthemums, which had become the symbol of the revolution, and cheering the truckloads of soldiers and workers that pushed through. The victory was not easy after all. The revolution hardly extended beyond Budapest. The new government was unable to negotiate anything better than a national dismembering. The founding of the Republic of Hungary, proclaimed on November 16, 1918, was shadowed by another founding on November 20th of the Hungarian Communist Party, by soldiers returning from Russian camps where they had been radicalized as prisoners of war. On March 21, 1919, 4 months after it began, the Republic of Hungary bloodlessly metamorphosed into the Hungarian Soviet Republic. Its head, a former prisoner of war, disciple of Lenin, journalist, Jew born in the Carpathians of Transylvania, Béla Kun. Arthur Koestler, a boy of 14 then in Budapest, heard for the first time the rousing tunes of the Marseillaise and of the Internationale, which, during the 100 days of the Commune, drowned the music-loving town on the Danube in a fiery, melodious flood. It was a little more than 100 days, 133. They were days of confusion, hope, fear, comic ineptitude, and some violence. Toward the end of the war, von Kármán had returned to Budapest from aeronautics work with the Austro-Hungarian Air Force, where he had participated in the development of an early prototype of the helicopter. De Hevesy had also returned. Von Kármán helped reorganize and modernize the university in the brief days of the Republic, and even served as undersecretary for universities during the Kun regime. He remembered its naivete more than its violence. So far as I can recall, there was no terrorism in Budapest during the 100 days of the Bolsheviks, although I did hear of some sadistic excesses. Lacking a qualified physicist, the university hired De Hevesy as a lecturer on experimental physics during the winter of 1918-1919. Undersecretary von Kármán appointed him to a newly established professorship of physical chemistry in March, but De Hevesy found commune working conditions unsatisfactory and went off in May to Denmark to visit Bohr. The two old friends agreed he would join Bohr's new institute in Copenhagen as soon as it was built. Arthur Koestler remembers that food was scarce, especially if you tried to buy it with the regime's ration cards and nearly worthless paper money. But for some reason, the same paper would purchase an abundance of commune-sponsored vanilla ice cream, which his family therefore consumed for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He mentions this curiosity, he remarks, because it was typical of the happy-go-lucky, dilettantish, and even surrealistic ways in which the commune was run. It was, Koestler thought, all rather endearing, at least when compared to the lunacy and savagery which was to descend upon Europe in years to come. The Hungarian Soviet Republic affected von Neumann and Teller far more severely. They were not admirers like young Koestler, nor yet members of the intellectual elite like De Hevesy and von Kármán. They were children of businessmen. Max Teller was a prosperous attorney. Max von Neumann took his family and fled to Vienna. "We left Hungary," his son testified many years later, very soon after the communists seized power. "We left essentially as soon as it was feasible, which was about 30 or 40 days later, and we returned about 2 months after the communists had been put down." In Vienna, the elder von Neumann joined the group of Hungarian financiers working with the conservative nobility to overthrow the commune. Lacking protective wealth, the Tellers stuck it out grimly in Budapest, living with their fears. They made forays into the country to barter with the peasants for food. Teller heard of corpses hung from lampposts, though, as with von Kármán's sadistic excesses, he witnessed none himself. Faced with an overcrowded city, the commune had socialized all housing. The day came for the Koestlers as for the Tellers when soldiers charged with requisitioning bourgeois excess of floor space and furniture knocked on their doors. The Koestlers, who occupied 2 threadbare rooms in a boarding house, were allowed to keep what they had, Arthur discovering, in the meantime, that working people were interesting and different. The Tellers acquired 2 soldiers who slept on couches in Max Teller's 2 office rooms, connected to the Teller apartment. The soldiers were courteous. They sometimes shared their food. They urinated on the rubber plant, but because they searched for hoarded money, which was safely stashed in the cover linings of Max Teller's law books, or simply because the Tellers felt generally insecure, their alien presence terrified. Yet it was not finally Hungarian communism that frightened Edward Teller's parents most. The leaders of the commune, and many among its officials, were Jewish. Necessarily, since the only intelligentsia Hungary had evolved up to that time was Jewish. Max Teller warned his son that anti-Semitism was coming. Teller's mother expressed her fears more vividly. "I shiver at what my people are doing," she told her son's governess in the heyday of the commune. "When this is over, there will be a terrible revenge." In the summer of 1919, as the commune faltered, 11-year-old Edward and his older sister Emmy were packed off to safety at their maternal grandparents' home in Romania. They returned in the autumn. By then, Admiral Nicholas Horthy had ridden into Budapest on a white horse behind a new national army to install a violent fascist regime, the first in Europe. The Red Terror had come and gone, resulting in some 500 deaths by execution. The White Terror of the Horthy regime was of another order of magnitude, at least 5,000 deaths, and many of those sadistic, secret torture chambers, a selective but unrelenting anti-Semitism that drove tens of thousands of Jews into exile. A contemporary observer, a socialist equally biased against either extreme, wrote that he had no desire whatever to palliate the brutalities and atrocities of the proletarian dictatorship. Its harshness is not to be denied, even if its terrorists operated more with insults and threats than with actual deeds. But the tremendous difference between the Red and the White Terror is beyond all question. A friend of the new regime, Max von Neumann, brought his family home. In 1920, the Horthy regime introduced a numerus clausus law, restricting university admissions, which required that the comparative numbers of the entrants correspond as nearly as possible to the relative population of the various races or nationalities. The law, which would limit Jewish admissions to 5%, a drastic reduction, was deliberately anti-Semitic. Though he was admitted to the University of Budapest and might have stayed, von Neumann chose instead to leave Hungary at 17 in 1921 for Berlin, where he came under the influence of Fritz Haber and studied first for a chemical engineering degree, awarded at the Technical Institute of Zurich in 1925. A year later, he picked up a Ph.D. summa cum laude in mathematics at Budapest. In 1927, he became a Privatdozent at the University of Berlin. In 1929, at 25, he was invited to lecture at Princeton. He was professor of mathematics at Princeton by 1931 and accepted lifetime appointment to the Institute for Advanced Study in 1933. Von Neumann experienced no personal violence in Hungary, only upheaval and whatever anxiety his parents communicated. He nevertheless felt himself scarred. His discussion with Stanislaw Ulam went on more ominously, from identifying Carpathian villages as the ultimate place of origin of Hungary's talented expatriates. It will be left to historians of science, Ulam writes, to discover and explain the conditions which catalyzed the emergence of so many brilliant individuals from that area. Johnny used to say that it was a coincidence of some cultural factors which he could not make precise. An external pressure on the whole society of this part of Central Europe, a feeling of extreme insecurity in the individuals, and the necessity to produce the unusual or else face extinction. Teller was too young to leave Hungary during the worst of the Horthy years. This was the adolescent period, as Time magazine paraphrased Teller later, when Max Teller dinned into his son 2 grim lessons. 1, he would have to emigrate to some more favorable country when he grew up, and 2, As a member of a disliked minority, he would have to excel the average just to stay even. Teller added a lesson of his own. "I loved science," he told an interviewer once, "but it also offered a possibility for escaping this doomed society." Von Karman embeds in his autobiography a similarly striking statement about the place of science in his emotional life. When the Hungarian Soviet Republic collapsed, he retreated to the home of a wealthy friend, then found his way back to Germany. "I was glad to get out of Hungary," he writes of his state of mind then. "I felt I had had enough of politicians and government upheavals. Suddenly I was enveloped in the feeling that only science is lasting." That science can be a refuge from the world is a conviction common among men and women who turn to it. Abraham Pais remarks that Einstein once commented that he had sold himself body and soul to science, being in flight from the I and the we to the it. But science as a means of escaping from the familiar world of birth and childhood and language, when that world mounts an overwhelming threat, science as a way out, a portable culture, an international fellowship, and the only abiding certitude, must become a more desperate and therefore a more total dependency. Chaim Weizmann gives some measure of that totality in the harsher world of the Russian Pale, when he writes that the acquisition of knowledge was not for us so much a normal process of education as the storing up of weapons in an arsenal by means of which we hoped later to be able to hold our own in a hostile world. He remembers painfully that every division of one's life was a watershed. Teller's experience in Hungary before he left it in 1926 at 17 for the Technical Institute at Karlsruhe was far less rigorous than Weizmann's in the Pale. But external circumstance is no sure measure of internal wounding, and there are not many horrors as efficient for the generation of deep anger and terrible lifelong insecurity as the inability of a father to protect his child. In the last few years, Niels Bohr wrote the German theoretical physicist Arnold Sommerfeld at Munich in April 1922, "I have often felt myself scientifically very lonesome, under the impression that my effort to develop the principles of the quantum theory systematically to the best of my ability has been received with very little understanding." Through the war years, Bohr had struggled to follow, wherever it might lead, the radical change he had introduced into physics. It led to frustration. However stunning Bohr's pre-war results had been, too many older European scientists still thought his inconsistent hypotheses ad hoc and the idea of a quantized atom repugnant. The war itself stalled advance. Yet he persisted, groping his way forward in the darkness. "Only a rare and uncanny intuition," writes the Italian physicist Emilio Segre, "saved Bohr from getting lost in the maze." He guided himself delicately by what he called the correspondence principle. As Robert Oppenheimer once explained it, Bohr remembered that physics was physics, and that Newton described a great part of it and Maxwell a great part of it. So Bohr assumed that his quantum rules must approximate, in situations where the actions involved were large compared to the quantum, to the classical rules of Newton and Maxwell. That correspondence between the reliable old and the unfamiliar new gave him an outer limit, a wall to feel his way along. Bohr built his Institute for Theoretical Physics with support from the University of Copenhagen and from Danish private industry, occupying it on January 18, 1921, after more than a year of delay. He struggled with the architect's plans as painfully as he struggled with his scientific papers. The city of Copenhagen ceded land for the institute on the edge of the Feldepark, broad with soccer fields, where a carnival annually marks the Danish celebration of Constitution Day. The building itself was modest gray stucco with a red tile roof, no larger than many private homes, with 4 floors inside that looked like only 3 outside because the lowest floor was built partly below grade, and the top floor, which served the Bohrs at first as an apartment, extended into the space under the peaked roof. Later, as Bohr's family increased to 5 sons, he built a house next door, and the apartment served as living quarters for visiting students and colleagues. The institute included a lecture hall, a library, laboratories, offices, and a popular ping-pong table where Bohr often played. His reactions were very fast and accurate, says Otto Frisch, and he had tremendous willpower and stamina. In a way, those qualities characterized his scientific work as well. In 1922, the year his Nobel Prize made him a Danish national hero, Bohr accomplished a second great theoretical triumph, an explanation of the atomic structure that underlies the regularities of the periodic table of the elements. It linked chemistry irrevocably to physics, and is now standard in every basic chemistry text. Around the nucleus, Bohr proposed, atoms are built up of successive orbital shells of electrons. Imagine a set of nested spheres, each shell capable of accommodating up to a certain number of electrons, and no more. Elements that are similar chemically are similar because they have identical numbers of electrons in their outermost shells, available there for chemical combination. Barium, for example, an alkaline earth, the 56th element in the periodic table, atomic weight 137.34, has electron shells filled successively by 2, 8, 18, 18, 8, and 2 electrons. Radium, another alkaline earth, the 88th element, atomic weight 226, has electron shells filled successively by 2, 8, 18, 32, 18, 8, and 2 electrons. Because the outer shell of each element has 2 valence electrons, barium and radium are chemically similar, despite their considerable difference in atomic weight and number. That the insecure and contradictory foundation of Bohr's quantum hypotheses, Einstein would say, was sufficient to enable a man of Bohr's unique instinct and perceptiveness to discover the major laws of spectral lines and of the electron shells of the atom, as well as their significance for chemistry, appeared to me like a miracle. This is the highest form of musicality in the sphere of thought. Confirming the miracle, Bohr predicted in the autumn of 1922 that element 72, when discovered, would not be a rare earth, as chemists expected, and as elements 57 through 71 are, but would rather be a valence 4 metal like zirconium. George de Hevesy, now settled in at Bohr's Institute, and a newly arrived young Dutchman, Dirk Koster, went to work using X-ray spectroscopy to look for the element in zircon-bearing minerals. They had not finished their checking when Bohr went off with Margaret in early December to claim his Nobel Prize. They called him in Stockholm the night before his Nobel lecture, only just in time. They had definitely identified element 72. And it was chemically almost identical to zirconium. They named the new element hafnium, after Hafnia, the old Roman name for Copenhagen. Bohr announced its discovery with pride at the conclusion of his lecture the next day. Despite his success with it, quantum theory needed a more solid foundation than Bohr's intuition. Arnold Sommerfeld in Munich was an early contributor to that work. After the war, the brightest young men, searching out the growing point of physics, signed on to help. Bohr remembered the period as a unique cooperation of a whole generation of theoretical physicists from many countries, an unforgettable experience. He was lonesome no more. Sommerfeld brought with him to Göttingen in the early summer of 1922 his most promising student, a 20-year-old Bavarian named Werner Heisenberg, to hear Bohr as visiting lecturer there. "I shall never forget the first lecture," Heisenberg wrote 50 years later, the memory still textured with fine detail. The hall was filled to capacity. The great Danish physicist stood on the platform, his head slightly inclined, and a friendly but somewhat embarrassed smile on his lips. Summer light flooded in through the wide-open windows. Bohr spoke fairly softly, with a slight Danish accent. Each one of his carefully formulated sentences revealed a long chain of underlying thoughts, of philosophical reflections, hinted at, but never fully expressed. I found this approach highly exciting. Heisenberg, nevertheless, raised pointed objection to one of Bohr's statements. Bohr had learned to be alert for bright students who were not afraid to argue. At the end of the discussion, he came over to me and asked me to join him that afternoon on a walk over the Haine Mountain, Heisenberg remembers. My real scientific career only began that afternoon. It is the memory of a conversion. Bohr proposed that Heisenberg find his way to Copenhagen eventually so that they could work together. Suddenly, the future looked full of hope. At dinner the next evening, Bohr was startled to be challenged by two young men in the uniforms of the Göttingen police. One of them clapped him on the shoulder. "You are arrested on the charge of kidnapping small children." They were students, genial frauds. The small child they guarded was Heisenberg, boyish with freckles and a stiff brush of red hair. Heisenberg was athletic, vigorous, eager, radiant, a close friend says. He looked even greener in those days than he really was, for being a member of the youth movement. He often wore, even after reaching man's estate, an open shirt and walking shorts. In the youth movement, young Germans on hiking tours built campfires, sang folk songs, talked of knighthood and the Holy Grail, and of service to the fatherland. Many were idealists, but authoritarianism and anti-Semitism already bloomed poisonously among them. When Heisenberg finally got to Copenhagen at Eastertime in 1924, Bohr took him off on a hike through North Zealand and asked him about it all. But now and then, our papers also tell us about more ominous anti-Semitic trends in Germany, obviously fostered by demagogues. Heisenberg remembers Bohr questioning, "Have you come across any of that yourself?" That was the work of some of the old officers embittered by the war, Heisenberg said. But we don't take these groups very seriously. Now, as part of the unique cooperation Bohr would speak of, they went freshly to work on quantum theory. Heisenberg seems to have begun with a distaste for visualizing unmeasurable events. As an undergraduate, for example, he had been shocked to read in Plato's Timaeus that atoms had geometric forms. It saddened me to find a philosopher of Plato's critical acumen succumbing to such fancies. The orbits of Bohr's electrons were similarly fanciful, Heisenberg thought, and Max Born and Wolfgang Pauli, his colleagues at Göttingen, concurred. No one could see inside an atom. What was known and measurable was the light that came out of the atomic interior, the frequencies and amplitudes associated with spectral lines. Heisenberg decided to reject models entirely and look for regularities among the numbers alone. He returned to Göttingen as a Privatdozent, working under Born. Toward the end of May 1925, his hay fever flared. He asked Born for 2 weeks' leave of absence and made his way to Heligoland, a stormy sliver of island 28 miles off the German coast out in the North Sea, where very little pollen blew. He walked, he swam long distances in the cold sea. A few days were enough to jettison all the mathematical ballast that invariably encumbers the beginning of such attempts, and to arrive at a simple formulation of my problem. A few days more, and he glimpsed the system he needed. It required a strange algebra that he cobbled together as he went along, where numbers multiplied in one direction often produced different products from the same numbers multiplied in the opposite direction. He worried that his system might violate the basic physical law of the conservation of energy, and he worked until 3 o'clock in the morning checking his figures, nervously making mistakes. By then, he saw that he had mathematical consistency and coherence. And so often, with deep physical discovery, the experience was elating, but also psychologically disturbing. At first, I was deeply alarmed. I had the feeling that, through the surface of atomic phenomena, I was looking at a strangely beautiful interior, and felt almost giddy at the thought that I now had to probe this wealth of mathematical structures nature had so generously spread out before me. I was far too excited to sleep, and so, as a new day dawned, I made for the southern tip of the island, where I had been longing to climb a rock jutting out into the sea. I now did so without too much trouble, and waited for the sun to rise. Back in Göttingen, Max Born recognized Heisenberg's strange mathematics as matrix algebra, a mathematical system for representing and manipulating arrays of numbers on matrices, grids, that had been devised in the 1850s and that Born's teacher David Hilbert had extended in 1904. In 3 months of intensive work, Born, Heisenberg, and their colleague Pascual Jordan then developed what Heisenberg calls a coherent mathematical framework, one that promised to embrace all the multifarious aspects of atomic physics. Quantum mechanics, the new system was called. It fit the experimental evidence to a high degree of accuracy. Pauli managed, with heroic effort, to apply it to the hydrogen atom and derive in a consistent way the same results, the Balmer formula, Rydberg's constant, that Bohr had derived from inconsistent assumptions in 1913. Bohr was delighted. At Copenhagen, at Göttingen, at Munich, at Cambridge, the work of development went on. The bow of the Carpathians, as they curve around the northwestward, begins to define the northern border of Czechoslovakia. Long before it can complete that service, the bow bends down toward the Austrian Alps. But a border region of mountainous uplift, the Sudetes, continues across Czechoslovakia. Some 60 miles beyond Prague, it turns southwest to form a low range between Czechoslovakia and Germany that is called, in German, the Erzgebirge, the Ore Mountains. The Erzgebirge began to be mined for iron in medieval days. In 1516, a rich silver lode was discovered in Joachimsthal, St. Joachim's Dale, in the territory of the Count von Schlick, who immediately appropriated the mine. In 1519, coins were first struck from its silver at his command. Joachimsthaler, the name for the new coins, shortened to thaler, became dollar in English before 1600. Thereby, the U.S. dollar descends from the silver of Joachimsthal. The Joachimsthal mines, ancient and cavernous, shored with smoky timbers, offered up other unusual ores, including a black, pitchy, heavy nodular mineral descriptively named pitchblende. A German apothecary and self-taught chemist, Martin Heinrich Klaproth, who became the first professor of chemistry at the University of Berlin when it opened its doors in 1810, succeeded in 1789 in extracting a grayish metallic material from a sample of Joachimsthal pitchblende. He sought an appropriate name. 8 years previously, Sir William Herschel, the German-born English astronomer, had discovered a new planet and named it Uranus after the earliest supreme god of Greek mythology, son and husband of Gaia, father of Titans and Cyclopses, whose son, Cronus, with Gaia's help, castrated him, and from whose wounded blood, falling then on earth, the three vengeful Furies sprang. To honor Herschel's discovery, Klaproth named his new metal uranium. It was found to serve, in the form of sodium and ammonium diurinates, as an excellent coloring agent of ceramic glazes, giving a good yellow at 0.006% and with higher percentages successively orange, brown, green, and black. Uranium mining for ceramics, once begun, continued modestly at Joachimsthal in the modern era. It was from Joachimsthal pitchblende residues that Marie and Pierre Curie laboriously separated the first samples of the new elements they named radium and polonium. The radioactivity of the Erzgebirge ores thus lent glamour to the region's several spas, including Carlsbad and Marienbad, which could now announce that their waters were not only naturally heated, but dispersed tonic radioactivity as well. In the summer of 1921, a wealthy 17-year-old American student, a recent graduate of the Ethical Culture School of New York, made his way to Joachimsthal on an amateur prospecting trip. Young Robert Oppenheimer had begun collecting minerals when his grandfather, who lived in Hanau, Germany, had given him a modest starter collection on a visit there when Robert was a small boy before the Great War. He dated his interest in science from that time. This was certainly at first a collector's interest, he told an interviewer late in life, but it began to be also a bit of a scientist's interest, not in historical problems of how rocks and minerals came to be, but really a fascination with crystals, their structure, birefringence, what you saw in polarized light, and all the canonical business. The grandfather was an unsuccessful businessman, born himself in a hovel, really, in an almost medieval German village, with a taste for scholarship. Oppenheimer's father had left Hanau for America at 17 in 1898, worked his way to ownership of a textile importing company, and prospered importing lining fabrics for men's suits at a time when ready-made suits were replacing hand tailoring in the United States. The Oppenheimers, Julius, his beautiful and delicate wife Ella, artistically trained from Baltimore, Robert, born April 22, 1904, and Frank, Robert's sidekick brother, 8 years younger, could afford to summer in Europe, and frequently did so. Julius and Ella Oppenheimer were people of dignity and some caution, non-practicing Jews. They lived in a spacious apartment on Riverside Drive near 88th Street, overlooking the Hudson River, and kept a summer house at Bayshore on Long Island. They dressed with tailored care, practiced cultivation, sheltered themselves and their children from real and imagined harm. Ella Oppenheimer's congenitally unformed right hand, hidden always in a prosthetic glove, was not discussed, not even by the boys out of earshot among their friends. She was loving but formal. In her presence, only her husband presumed to raise his voice. Julius Oppenheimer, according to one of Robert's friends, a great talker and social arguer, according to another, was desperately amiable, anxious to be agreeable, but also essentially kind. He belonged to Columbia University educator Felix Adler's Society for Ethical Culture, of which Robert's school was an extension, which declared that man must assume responsibility for the direction of his life and destiny. Man, as opposed to God. Robert Oppenheimer remembered himself as an unctuous, repulsively good little boy. His childhood, he said, did not prepare me for the fact that the world is full of cruel and bitter things. It gave me no normal, healthy way to be a bastard. He was a frail child, frequently ill. For that reason, or because she had lost a middle son shortly after birth, his mother did not encourage him to run in the streets. He stayed home, collected minerals, and at 10 years of age wrote poems, but still played with blocks. He was already working up to science. A professional microscope was a childhood toy. He did laboratory experiments in the 3rd grade, began keeping scientific notebooks in the 4th, began studying physics in the 5th, though for many years chemistry would interest him more. The curator of crystals at the American Museum of Natural History took him as a pupil. He lectured to the surprised and then delighted members of the New York Mineralogical Club when he was 12. From the quality of his correspondence, the membership had assumed he was an adult. When he was 14, to get him out of doors and perhaps to help him find friends, his parents sent him to camp. He walked the trails of Camp Koenig, looking for rocks and discoursing with the only friend he found on George Eliot, emboldened by Eliot's conviction that cause and effect ruled human affairs. He was shy, awkward, unbearably precious and condescending, and he did not fight back. He wrote his parents that he was glad to be at camp because he was learning the facts of life. The Oppenheimers came running. When the camp director cracked down on dirty jokes, the other boys, the ones who called Robert Cutie, traced the censorship to him and hauled him off to the camp ice house, stripped him bare, beat him up, tortured him, his friend says, painted his genitals and buttocks green, and locked him away naked for the night. Responsibly, he held out to the end of camp, but never went back. Still a little boy, another childhood friend, a girl he liked more than she knew, remembers him at 15. Very frail, very pink-cheeked, very shy, and very brilliant, of course. Very quickly, everybody admitted that he was different from all the others and very superior. As far as studies were concerned, he was good in everything. Aside from that, he was physically, you can't say clumsy exactly. He was rather undeveloped. Not in the way he behaved, but the way he went about, the way he walked, the way he sat. There was something strangely childish about him. He graduated as ethical culture's valedictorian in February 1921. In April, he underwent surgery for appendicitis. Recovered from that, he traveled with his family to Europe and off on his side trip to Joachimsthal. Somewhere along the way, he came down with a heavy, almost fatal case of trench dysentery. He was supposed to enter Harvard in September, but I was sick abed, in Europe actually at the time. Severe colitis following the bout of dysentery laid him low for months. He spent the winter in the family apartment in New York. To round off Robert's convalescence and toughen him up, his father arranged for a favorite English teacher at ethical culture, a warm, supportive Harvard graduate named Herbert Smith, to take him out west for the summer. Robert was then 18, his face still boyish, but steadied by arresting blue-gray eyes. He was 6 feet tall, on an extremely narrow frame. He never in his life weighed more than 125 pounds, and at times of illness or stress could waste to 115. Smith guided his charge to a dude ranch, Los Pinos, in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains northeast of Santa Fe, and Robert chowed down, chopped wood, learned to ride horses, and live in rain and weather. A highlight of the summer was a pack trip. It started in Frijoles, a village within sheer pueblo-carved Cañón de los Frijoles across the Rio Grande from the Sangre de Cristos, and ascended the canyons and mesas of the Pajarito Plateau up to the Valle Grande of the vast Jemez Caldera above 10,000 feet. The Jemez Caldera is a bowl-shaped volcanic crater 12 miles across, with a grassy basin inside 3,500 feet below the rim. The basin divided by mountainous extrusions of lava into several high valleys. It is 1 million years old, and one of the largest calderas in the world, visible even from the moon. Northward 4 miles from the Cañón de los Frijoles, a parallel canyon took its Spanish name from the cottonwoods that shaded its washes, Los Alamos. Young Robert Oppenheimer first approached it in the summer of 1922. Like Eastern semi-invalids in frontier days, Oppenheimer's encounter with wilderness, freeing him from over-civilized restraints, was decisive, a healing of faith. From an ill and perhaps hypochondriac boy, he weathered across a vigorous summer to a physically confident young man. He arrived at Harvard tanned and fit, his body at least in shape. At Harvard, he imagined himself a Goth coming into Rome. He intellectually looted the place, a classmate says. He routinely took 6 courses for credit, the requirement was 5, and audited 4 more. Nor were they easy courses. He was majoring in chemistry, but a typical year might include 4 semesters of chemistry, 2 of French literature, 2 of mathematics, 1 of philosophy, and 3 of physics. These only the courses credited. He read on his own as well, studied languages, found occasional weekends for sailing the 27-foot sloop his father had given him, or for all-night hikes with friends, wrote short stories and poetry when the spirit moved him, but generally shied away from extracurricular activities and groups. Nor did he date. He was still unformed enough to brave no more than worshipping older women from afar. He judged later that, although I liked to work, I spread myself very thin and got by with murder. The murder he got by with resulted in a transcript solid with A's, sprinkled with B's. He graduated summa cum laude in 3 years. There was something frantic in all this grinding, however disguised in traditional Harvard languor. Oppenheimer had not yet found himself. Is that more difficult for Americans than for Europeans like Szilard or Teller, who seem all of a piece from their earliest days? and would not manage to do so at Harvard. Harvard, he would say, was the most exciting time I've ever had in my life. I really had a chance to learn. I loved it. I almost came alive. Behind the intellectual excitement, there was pain. He was always an intensely, even a cleverly, private man. But late in life, he revealed himself to a group of sensitive friends, a revelation that certainly reaches back all the way to his undergraduate years. Up to now, he told that group in 1963, and even more in the days of my almost infinitely prolonged adolescence, I hardly took an action, hardly did anything or failed to do anything, whether it was a paper in physics or a lecture or how I read a book, how I talked to a friend, how I loved, that did not arouse in me a very great sense of revulsion and of wrong. His friends at Harvard saw little of this side. An American university is, after all, a safe house, but he hinted of it in his letters to Herbert Smith. Generously you ask what I do. Aside from the activities exposed in last week's disgusting note, I labor and write innumerable theses, notes, poems, stories, and junk. I go to the math library and read, and to the Phil library, and divide my time between Minor, Bertrand Russell, and the contemplation of a most beautiful and lovely lady who is writing a thesis on Spinoza. Charmingly ironic at that, don't you think? I make stenches in 3 different labs, listen to Allard gossip about Racine, serve tea and talk learnedly to a few lost souls, go off for the weekend to distill the low-grade energy into laughter and exhaustion, read Greek, commit faux pas, search my desk for letters, and wish I were dead. Voila. Part of that exaggerated death wish is Oppenheimer making himself interesting to his counselor, but part of it is pure misery, considering its probable weight rather splendidly and courageously worn. Both of Oppenheimer's closest college friends, Francis Ferguson and Paul Horgan, agree that he was prone to baroque exaggeration, to making more of things than things could sustain on their own. Since that tendency would eventually ruin his life, it deserves to be examined. Oppenheimer was no longer a frightened boy, but he was still an insecure and uncertain young man. He sorted among information, knowledge, eras, systems, languages, arcane and apposite skills in the spirit of trying them on for size. Exaggeration made it clear that he knew you knew how awkwardly they fit, and self-destructively at the same time supplied the awkwardness. That was perhaps its social function. Deeper was worse. Deeper was self-loathing, a very great sense of revulsion and of wrong. Nothing was yet his, nothing was original, and what he had appropriated through learning he thought stolen, and himself a thief, a Goth looting Rome. He loved the loot, but despised the looter. He was as clear as Harry Moseley was clear in his last will about the difference between collectors and creators. At the same time, intellectual controls were the only controls he seems to have found at that point in his life, and he could hardly abandon them. He tried writing poems and short stories. His college letters are those of a literary man more than of a scientist. He would keep his literary skills, and they would serve him well, but he acquired them first of all for the access he thought they might open to self-knowledge. At the same time, he hoped writing would somehow humanize him. He read The Wasteland, newly published, identified with its Weltschmerz, and began to seek the stern consolations of Hindu philosophy. He worked through the rigors of Bertrand Russell's and Alfred North Whitehead's 3-volume Principia Mathematica. With Whitehead himself, newly arrived, only one other student braved the seminar, and prided himself throughout his life on that achievement. Crucially, he began to find the physics that underlay the chemistry, as he had found crystals emerging in clarity from the historical complexity of rocks. It came over me that what I liked in chemistry was very close to physics. It's obvious that If you were reading physical chemistry and you began to run into thermodynamical and statistical mechanical ideas, you'd want to find out about them. It's a very odd picture. I never had an elementary course in physics. He worked in the laboratory of Percy Bridgman, many years later a Nobel laureate, a man, says Oppenheimer, to whom one wanted to be an apprentice. He learned much of physics, but haphazardly. He graduated a chemist, and was foolhardy enough to imagine that Ernest Rutherford would welcome him at Cambridge, where the Manchester physicist had moved in 1919 to take over direction of the Cavendish from the aging J.J. Thomson. But Rutherford wouldn't have me, Oppenheimer told a historian later. He didn't think much of Bridgman, and my credentials were peculiar and not impressive, and certainly not impressive to a man with Rutherford's common sense. I don't even know why I left Harvard, but I somehow felt that Cambridge was more near the center. Nor would Bridgman's letter of recommendation, though well-meant, have helped with Rutherford. Oppenheimer had a perfectly prodigious power of assimilation, the Harvard physicist wrote, and his problems have in many cases shown a high degree of originality in treatment and much mathematical power. But his weakness is on the experimental side. His type of mind is analytical rather than physical, and he is not at home in the manipulations of the laboratory. Bridgman said honestly that he thought Oppenheimer a bit of a gamble. On the other hand, if he does make good at all, I believe that he will be a very unusual success. After another healing summer in New Mexico with Paul Horgan and old friends from the summer of 1921, Oppenheimer went off to Cambridge to attack the center where he could. J.J. Thomson still worked at the Cavendish. He let Oppenheimer in. "I'm having a pretty bad time," Oppenheimer wrote to Francis Ferguson at Oxford on November 1st. "The lab work is a terrible bore, and I am so bad at it that it is impossible to feel that I'm learning anything. The lectures are vile." Yet he thought the academic standard here would de-people Harvard overnight. He worked in one corner of a large basement room at the Cavendish, the garage it was called. Thomson worked in another. He labored painfully to make thin films of beryllium for an experiment he seems never to have finished. James Chadwick, who had moved down from Manchester and was now Rutherford's assistant director of research, later put them to use. "The business of the laboratory was really quite a sham," Oppenheimer recalled. "But it got me into the laboratory where I heard talk and found out a good deal of what people were interested in." Post-war work on quantum theory was just then getting underway. It excited Oppenheimer enormously. He wanted to be part of it. He was afraid he might be too late. All his learning had come easily before. At Cambridge, he hit the wall. It was as much an emotional wall as an intellectual, probably more. "The melancholy of the little boy who will not play because he has been snubbed," he described it 3 years later, after he broke through. The British gave him the same silent treatment they had given Niels Bohr, but he lacked Bohr's hard-earned self-confidence. Herbert Smith sensed the approaching disaster. "How is Robert doing?" he wrote Ferguson. "Is frigid England hellish socially and climatically, as you found it? Or does he enjoy its exoticism? I've a notion, by the way, that your ability to show him about should be exercised with great tact rather than in royal profusion. Your 2 years' start and social adaptivity are likely to make him despair, and instead of flying at your throat, I'm afraid he'd merely cease to think his own life worth living." Oppenheimer wrote Smith in December that he had not been busy making a career for myself. "Really, I have been engaged in the far more difficult business of making myself for a career." It was worse than that. He was, in fact, as he later said, on the point of bumping myself off. This was chronic. He saw Ferguson at Christmas time in Paris and reported despair at his lab work and frustration with sexual ventures. Then, contradicting Smith's prediction, he flew at Ferguson's throat and tried to strangle him. Ferguson easily set him aside. Back at Cambridge, Oppenheimer tried a letter of explanation. He wrote that he was sending Ferguson a noisy poem. I have left out, and that is probably where the fun came in, just as I did in Paris, the awful fact of excellence. But as you know, it is that fact now, combined with my inability to solder two copper wires together, which is probably succeeding in getting me crazy. The awful fact of excellence did not continue to elude him. As he approached a point of psychological crisis, he also drove hard to extend himself, understanding deeply that his mind must pull him through. He was doing a tremendous amount of work, a friend said, thinking, reading, discussing things, but obviously with a sense of great inner anxiety and alarm. A crucial change that year was his first meeting with Bohr. When Rutherford introduced me to Bohr, he asked me what I was working on. I told him, and he said, "How is it going?" I said, "I'm in difficulties." He said, "Are the difficulties mathematical or physical?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "That's bad." But something about Bohr, his avuncular warmth at least, what C.P. Snow calls his simple and genuine kindness, his uninsipid sweetness, helped release Oppenheimer to commitment. At that point, I forgot about beryllium and films and decided to try to learn the trade of being a theoretical physicist. Whether the decision precipitated the crisis or began to relieve it is not clear from the record. Oppenheimer visited a Cambridge psychiatrist. Someone wrote his parents about his problems, and they hurried over, as they had hurried to Camp Koenig years before. They pushed their son to see a new psychiatrist. He found one in London on Harley Street. After a few sessions, the man diagnosed dementia praecox, the older term for what is now called schizophrenia, a condition characterized by early adult onset, faulty thought processes, bizarre actions, a tendency to live in an inner world, incapacity to maintain normal interpersonal relationships, and an extremely poor prognosis. Given the vagueness of the symptomatology and Oppenheimer's intellectual dazzle and profound distress, the psychiatrist's mistake is easy enough to understand. Ferguson met Oppenheimer in Harley Street one day and asked him how it had gone. He said that the guy was too stupid to follow him and that he knew more about his troubles than the doctor did, which was probably true. Resolution began before the consultations on Harley Street, in the spring, on a 10-day visit to Corsica with two American friends. What happened to bring Oppenheimer through is a mystery, but a mystery important enough to him that he deliberately emphasized it, tantalizingly and incompletely, to one of the more sensitive of his profilers, Noel Farr Davis. Corsica, Oppenheimer wrote his brother Frank soon after his visit, was a great place, with every virtue from wine to glaciers, and from langoust to brigantines. To Davis, late in life, he emphasized that although the United States government had assembled hundreds of pages of information about him across the years, so that some people said his entire life was recorded there, the record, in fact, contained almost nothing of real importance. To prove his point, he said he would mention Corsica. The Cambridge psychiatrist was a prelude to what began for me in Corsica. You ask whether I will tell you the full story or whether you must dig it out, but it is known to few and they won't tell. You can't dig it out. What you need to know is that it was not a mere love affair, not a love affair at all, but love. It was, he said, a great thing in my life, a great and lasting part of it. Whether a love affair or love, Oppenheimer found his vocation in Cambridge that year. That was the certain healing. Science saved him from emotional disaster, as science was saving Teller from social disaster. He moved to Göttingen, the old medieval town in Lower Saxony in central Germany, with the university established by George II of England in the autumn of 1926, late Weimar years. Max Born headed the university physics department, newly installed in institute buildings on Buenstrasse, funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. Eugene Wigner traveled to Göttingen to work with Born, as had Werner Heisenberg and Wolfgang Pauli, and less happily, the Italian Enrico Fermi, all future Nobel laureates. James Franck, having moved over from Haber's Institute at the KWI, a Nobelist as of 1925, supervised laboratory classes. The mathematicians Richard Corot, Hermann Weyl, and John von Neumann collaborated. Edward Teller would show up later on an assistantship. The town was pleasant, for visiting Americans at least. They could drink Frichet beer at the 15th century Schwarzenbaren, the Black Bears, and sit to crisp, delicate Wiener Schnitzel at the Junkerschanke, the Junkers Hall, under a steel engraving of former patron Otto von Bismarck. The Junkerschanke, 400 years old, occupied 3 stories of stained glass and flowered half-timber at the corner of Barefoot and Jew streets, which makes it likely that Oppenheimer dined there. He would have appreciated the juxtaposition. When a student took his doctorate at Göttingen, he was required by his classmates to kiss the Goose Girl, a pretty, life-size bronze maiden within a bronze floral arbor that decorates the fountain on the square in front of the medieval town hall. To reach the lips of the Ganscheliesel required wading or leaping the fountain pool, the real point of the exercise, a baptism into professional distinction Oppenheimer must have welcomed. The townspeople still suffered from the disaster of the war and the inflation. Oppenheimer and other American students lodged at the walled mansion of a Göttingen physician who had lost everything and was forced to take in boarders. Although this society at the university was extremely rich and warm and helpful to me, Oppenheimer says, it was parked there in a very miserable German mood, bitter, sullen, and I would say discontent and angry, and with all those ingredients which were later to produce a major disaster. And this I felt very much. At Göttingen he first measured the depth of German ruin. Teller generalized it later from his own experience of lost wars and their aftermaths. Not only do wars create incredible suffering, but they engender deep hatreds that can last for generations. 2 of Oppenheimer's papers, On the Quantum Theory of Vibration Rotation Bands and On the Quantum Theory of the Problem of the Two Bodies, had already been accepted for publication in the Proceedings of the Cambridge Philosophical Society when he arrived at Göttingen, which helped to pave the way. As he came to his vocation, the papers multiplied. His work was no longer apprenticeship, but solid achievement, his special contribution, appropriate to the sweep of his mind, was to extend quantum theory beyond its narrow initial ground. His dissertation, On the Quantum Theory of Continuous Spectra, was published in German in the prestigious Zeitschrift für Physik. Born marked it with distinction. High praise indeed. Oppenheimer and Born jointly worked out the quantum theory of molecules, an important and enduring contribution. Counting the dissertation, Oppenheimer published 16 papers between 1926 and 1929. They established for him an international reputation as a theoretical physicist. He came home a far more confident man. Harvard offered him a job. So did the young, vigorous California Institute of Technology at Pasadena. The University of California at Berkeley especially interested him because it was, as he said later, a desert, meaning it taught no theoretical physics yet at all. He decided to take Berkeley and Caltech both, arranging to lecture on the Bay Area campus in the autumn and winter and shift to Pasadena in the spring. But first he went back to Europe on a National Research Council fellowship to tighten up his mathematics with Paul Ehrenfest at Leiden, and then with Pauli, now at Zurich, a mind more analytical and critical even than Oppenheimer's, a taste in physics more refined. After Ehrenfest, Oppenheimer had wanted to work in Copenhagen with Bohr. Ehrenfest thought not. Bohr's largesse and vagueness, in Oppenheimer's words, were not the proper astringent. I did see a copy of the letter Ehrenfest wrote Pauli. It was clear that he was sending me there to be fixed up. Before he left the United States for Leyden, Oppenheimer visited the Sangre de Cristos with Frank. The two brothers found a cabin and a piece of land they liked, house and 6 acres and stream, in Robert's terse description, up high on a mountain meadow. The house was rough-hewn timber chinked with caulk. It lacked even a privy. While Robert was in Europe, his father arranged a long-term lease and set aside $300 for what Oppenheimer calls restoration. A summer in the mountains was restoration for the celebrated young theoretician as well. At the end of that summer of 1927, the fascist government of Benito Mussolini convened an international physical congress at Como, on the southwestern end of the fjord-like Lake Como in the Lake District of northern Italy. The Congress commemorated the centennial of the death in 1827 of Alessandro Volta, the Como-born Italian physicist who invented the electric battery, and after whom the standard unit of electrical potential, the volt, is named. Everyone went to Como except Einstein, who refused to lend his prestige to fascism. Everyone went because quantum theory was beleaguered, and Niels Bohr was scheduled to speak in its defense. At issue was an old problem that had emerged in a new and more challenging form. Einstein's 1905 work on the photoelectric effect had demonstrated that light sometimes behaves as if it consists not of waves, but of particles. Turning the tables, early in 1926, an articulate, cultured Viennese theoretical physicist named Erwin Schrödinger published a wave theory of matter demonstrating that matter, at the atomic level, behaves as if it consists of waves. Schrödinger's theory was elegant, accessible, and completely consistent. Its equations produced the quantized energy levels of the Bohr atom, but as harmonics of vibrating matter waves, rather than as jumping electrons. Schrödinger soon thereafter proved that his wave mechanics was mathematically equivalent to quantum mechanics. In other words, says Heisenberg, the two were but different mathematical formulations of the same structure. That pleased the quantum mechanicists because it strengthened their case and because Schrödinger's more straightforward mathematics simplified calculation. But Schrödinger, whose sympathies lay with the older classical physics, made more far-reaching claims for his wave mechanics. In effect, he claimed that it represented the reality of the interior of the atom, that not particles, but standing matter waves resided there, that the atom was thereby recovered for the classical physics of continuous process and absolute determinism. In Bohr's atom, electrons navigated stationary states in quantum jumps that resulted in the emission of photons of light. Schrödinger offered, instead, multiple waves of matter that produced light by the process known as constructive interference, the waves adding their peaks of amplitude together. This hypothesis, says Heisenberg dryly, seemed to be too good to be true. For one thing, Planck's quantized radiation formula of 1900, by now exhaustively proven experimentally, opposed it. But many traditional physicists, who had never liked quantum theory, greeted Schrödinger's work, in Heisenberg's words, with a sense of liberation. Late in the summer, hoping to talk over the problem, Heisenberg turned up at a seminar in Munich, where Schrödinger was speaking. He raised his objections. Wilhelm Wien, a Nobel laureate who held the chair of experimental physics at the University of Munich, answered rather sharply that one must really put an end to quantum jumps and the whole atomic mysticism, and the difficulties I had mentioned would certainly soon be solved by Schrödinger. Bohr invited Schrödinger to Copenhagen. The debate began at the railroad station and continued morning and night, says Heisenberg. For though Bohr was an unusually considerate and obliging person, he was able, in such a discussion, which concerned epistemological problems which he considered to be of vital importance, to insist fanatically and with almost terrifying relentlessness on complete clarity in all arguments. He would not give up, even after hours of struggling, until Schrödinger had admitted that his interpretation was insufficient and could not even explain Planck's law. Every attempt from Schrödinger's side to get round this bitter result was slowly refuted, point by point, in infinitely laborious discussions. Schrödinger came down with a cold and took to his bed. Unfortunately, he was staying at the Bohr's. While Mrs. Bohr nursed him and brought him in tea and cake, Niels Bohr kept sitting on the edge of the bed, talking at him. "But you must surely admit that." Schrödinger approached desperation. "If one has to go on with these damned quantum jumps," he exploded, "then I'm sorry that I ever started to work on atomic theory." Bohr, always glad for conflicts that sharpened understanding, calmed his exhausted guest with praise. "But the rest of us are so grateful that you did, for you have thus brought atomic physics a decisive step forward." Schrödinger returned home, discouraged but unconvinced. Bohr and Heisenberg then went to work on the problem of reconciling the dualisms of atomic theory. Bohr hoped to formulate an approach that would allow matter and light to exist both as particle and as wave. Heisenberg argued consistently for abandoning models entirely and sticking to mathematics. In late February 1927, says Heisenberg, both of them utterly exhausted and rather tense, Bohr went off to Norway to ski. The young Bavarian tried, using quantum mechanical equations, to calculate something so seemingly simple as the trajectory of an electron in a cloud chamber, and realized it was hopeless. Facing that corner, he turned around. I began to wonder whether we might not have been asking the wrong sort of question all along. Working late one evening in his room under the eaves of Bohr's Institute, Heisenberg remembered a paradox Einstein had thrown at him in a conversation about the value of theory in scientific work. "It is the theory which decides what we can observe," Einstein had said. The memory made Heisenberg restless. He went downstairs and let himself out. It was after midnight, and walked past the great beech trees behind the Institute into the open soccer fields of the Feldepark. It was early March, and it would have been cold, but Heisenberg was a vigorous walker who did his best thinking outdoors. On this walk under the stars, the obvious idea occurred to me that one should postulate that nature allowed only experimental situations to occur which could be described within the framework of the mathematical formalism of quantum mechanics. The bald statement sounds wondrously arbitrary. Its test would be its consistent mathematical formulation and ultimately its predictive power for experiment. But it led Heisenberg immediately to a stunning conclusion, that on the extremely small scale of the atom, there must be inherent limits to how precisely events could be known. If you identified the position of a particle by allowing it to impact on a zinc sulfide screen, for example, as Rutherford did, you changed its velocity, and so lost that information. If you measured its velocity, by scattering gamma rays from it, perhaps, your energetic gamma ray photons battered it into a different path, and you could not then locate precisely where it was. One measurement always made the other measurement uncertain. Heisenberg climbed back to his room and began formulating his idea mathematically. The product of the uncertainties in the measured values of the position and momentum cannot be smaller than Planck's constant. So H appeared again at the heart of physics to define the basic, unresolvable granularity of the universe. What Heisenberg conceived that night came to be called the uncertainty principle, and it meant the end of strict determinism in physics. Because if atomic events are inherently blurred, if it is impossible to assemble complete information about the location of individual particles in time and space, then predictions of their future behavior can only be statistical. The dream or bad joke of the Marquis de Laplace, the 18th century French mathematician and astronomer, that if he knew at one moment The precise location in time and space of every particle in the universe, he could predict the future forever, was thus answered. Late at night, in a Copenhagen park, nature blurs that divine prerogative away. Bohr ought to have liked Heisenberg's democratization of the atomic interior. Instead, it bothered him. He had returned from his ski trip with a grander conception of his own, one that reached back for its force to his earliest understanding of doubleness and ambiguity, to Paul Martin Moller and Soren Kierkegaard. He was particularly unhappy that his Bavarian protege had not founded his uncertainty principle on the dualism between particles and waves. He trained on him the terrifying relentlessness he had previously directed at Schrödinger. Oskar Klein, Bohr's amanuensis of the period, fortunately mediated. But Heisenberg was only 26. However brilliant, he gave ground. The uncertainty principle, he agreed, was just a special case of the more general conception Bohr had devised. With that concession, Bohr allowed the paper Heisenberg had written to go to the printer, and set to work composing his Como address. At Como in pleasant September, Bohr began with a polite reference to Volta, the great genius whom we are here assembled to commemorate, then plunged in. He proposed to try to develop a certain general point of view, which might help to harmonize the apparently conflicting views taken by different scientists. The problem, Bohr said, was that quantum conditions ruled on the atomic scale, but our instruments for measuring those conditions, our senses ultimately, worked in classical ways. That inadequacy imposed necessary limitations on what we could know. An experiment that demonstrates that light travels in photons is valid within the limits of its terms. An experiment that demonstrates that light travels in waves is equally valid within its limits. The same is true of particles and waves of matter. The reason both could be accepted as valid is that particles and waves are words or abstractions. What we know is not particles and waves, but the equipment of our experiments and how that equipment changes in experimental use. The equipment is large, the interiors of atoms small, and between the two must be interposed a necessary and limiting translation. The solution, Bohr went on, is to accept the different and mutually exclusive results as equally valid and stand them side by side to build up a composite picture of the atomic domain. Nur die Vollfahrt zur Klarheit. Only wholeness leads to clarity. Bohr was never interested in an arrogant reductionism. He called instead, the word appears repeatedly in his Como lecture, for renunciation. Renunciation of the godlike determinism of classical physics, where the intimate scale of the atomic interior was concerned. The name he chose for this general point of view was complementarity, a word that derives from the Latin complementum, that which fills up or completes. Light as particle and light as wave, matter as particle and matter as wave, were mutually exclusive abstractions that complemented each other. They could not be merged or resolved. They had to stand side by side in their seeming paradox and contradiction. But accepting that uncomfortably non-Aristotelian condition meant physics could know more than it otherwise knew, and furthermore, as Heisenberg's recently published uncertainty principle demonstrated within its limited context, the universe appeared to be arranged that way, as far down as human senses would ever be able to see. Emilio Segre, who heard Bohr lecture at Como in 1927 as a young engineering student, explains complementarity simply and clearly in A History of Modern Physics he wrote in retirement. Two magnitudes are complementary when the measurement of one of them prevents the accurate simultaneous measurement of the other. Similarly, two concepts are complementary when one imposes limitations on the other. Carefully, Bohr then examined the conflicts of classical and quantum physics one at a time and showed how complementarity clarified them. In conclusion, he briefly pointed to complementarity's connection to philosophy. The situation in physics, he said, bears a deep-going analogy to the general difficulty in the formation of human ideas, inherent in the distinction between subject and object. That reached back all the way to the licentiate's dilemma in Adventures of a Danish Student, and resolved it. The I who thinks and the I who acts are different, mutually exclusive, but complementary abstractions of the self. In the years to come, Bohr would extend the compass of his certain general point of view far into the world. It would serve him as a guide not only in questions of physics, but in the largest questions of statesmanship as well. But it never commanded the central place in physics he hoped it would. At Como, a substantial minority of the older physicists were predictably unpersuaded. Nor was Einstein converted when he heard. In 1926, he had written to Max Born concerning the statistical nature of quantum theory that quantum mechanics demands serious attention, but an inner voice tells me that this is not the true Jacob. The theory accomplishes a lot, but it does not bring us closer to the secrets of the old one. In any case, I am convinced that he does not play dice. Another physics conference, the annual Solvay Conference, sponsored by a wealthy Belgian industrial chemist named Ernest Solvay, was held in Brussels a month after Como. Einstein attended, as did Bohr, Max Planck, Marie Curie, Hendrik Lorentz, Max Born, Paul Ehrenfest, Erwin Schrödinger, Wolfgang Pauli, Werner Heisenberg, and a crowd of others. We all stayed at the same hotel, Heisenberg remembers, and the keenest arguments took place, not in the conference hall, but during the hotel meals. Bohr and Einstein were in the thick of it all. Einstein refused to accept the idea that determinism on the atomic level was forbidden, that the fine structure of the universe was unknowable, that statistics rule. God does not throw dice was a phrase we often heard from his lips in these discussions, writes Heisenberg, and so he refused, point blank, to accept the uncertainty principle, and tried to think up cases in which the principle would not hold. Einstein would produce a challenging thought experiment at breakfast. The debate would go on all day, and as a rule, by supper time, we would have reached a point where Niels Bohr could prove to Einstein that even his latest experiment failed to shake the uncertainty principle. Einstein would look a bit worried, but by next morning he was ready with a new imaginary experiment more complicated than the last. This went on for days, until Ehrenfest chided Einstein, they were the oldest of friends, that he was ashamed of him, that Einstein was arguing against quantum theory just as irrationally as his opponents had argued against relativity theory. Einstein remained adamant. He remained adamant to the end of his life where quantum theory was concerned. Bohr, for his part, supple pragmatist and democrat that he was, never an absolutist, heard once too often about Einstein's personal insight into the gambling hands of the deity. He scolded his distinguished colleague finally in Einstein's own terms. God does not throw dice, nor is it our business to prescribe to God how he should run the world. 6. Machines. After the war, under Ernest Rutherford's direction, the Cavendish thrived. Robert Oppenheimer suffered there largely because he was not an experimentalist. For experimental physicists, Cambridge was exactly the center that Oppenheimer had thought it to be. C.P. Snow trained there a little later, in the early 1930s, and in his first novel, The Search, published in 1934, celebrated the experience in the narrative of a fictional young scientist. I shall not easily forget those Wednesday meetings in the Cavendish. For me, they were the essence of all the personal excitement in science. They were romantic, if you like, and not on the plane of the highest experience I was soon to know of scientific discovery, but week after week, I went away through the raw night, with east winds howling from the fens down the old streets, full of a glow that I had seen and heard and been close to the leaders of the greatest movement in the world. More crowded than ever, the laboratory was showing signs of wear and tear. Mark Oliphant remembers standing in the hallway outside Rutherford's office for the first time and noticing uncarpeted floorboards, dingy, varnished pine doors, and stained plastered walls, indifferently lit by a skylight with dirty glass. Oliphant also records Rutherford's appearance at that time in the late 20s, when the Cavendish director was in his mid-50s. I was received genially by a large, rather florid man with thinning, fair hair and a large mustache, who reminded me forcibly of the keeper of the general store and post office in a little village in the hills behind Adelaide, where I had spent part of my childhood. Rutherford made me feel welcome and at ease at once. He spluttered a little as he talked, from time to time holding a match to a pipe which produced smoke and ash like a volcano. With simple experimental apparatus, Rutherford continued to produce astonishing discoveries. The most important of them, besides the discovery of the nucleus, had come to fruition in 1919, shortly before he left Manchester for Cambridge. He sent off the paper in April. Afterward, at the Cavendish, he and James Chadwick followed through. The 1919 Manchester paper actually summarized a series of investigations Rutherford carried out in his rare moments of spare time during the 4 years of war, when he kept the Manchester lab going almost single-handedly while doing research for the Admiralty on submarine detection. It appeared in 4 parts. The first 3 parts cleared the way for the 4th. An anomalous effect in nitrogen, which was revolutionary. Ernest Marsden, whose examination of alpha scattering had led Rutherford to discover the atomic nucleus, had found a similarly fruitful oddity in the course of routine experimental studies at Manchester in 1915. Marsden was using alpha particles, helium nuclei, atomic weight 4, emanating from a small glass tube of radon gas to bombard hydrogen atoms. He did that by fixing the radon tube inside a sealed brass box fitted at one end with a zinc sulfide scintillation screen, evacuating the box of air and then filling it with hydrogen gas. The alpha particles emanating from the radon bounced off the hydrogen atoms, atomic weight approximately 1, like marbles, transferring energy to the H atoms and setting some of them in motion toward the scintillation screen. Marsden then measured their range by interposing pieces of absorbing metal foils behind the screen until the scintillations stopped. Predictably, the less massive H atoms recoiled farther as a result of their collisions with the heavier alpha particles than did the alphas, about 4 times as far, says Rutherford, just as smaller and larger marbles colliding in a marbles game do. That was straightforward enough. But then Marsden noticed, Rutherford relates, while the box was evacuated, that the glass radon tube itself gave rise to a number of scintillations like those from hydrogen. He tried a tube made of quartz, then a nickel disc coated with a radium compound, and found similarly bright, H-like scintillations. Marsden concluded that there was strong evidence that hydrogen arose from the radioactive matter itself. This conjecture would have been stunning, if true. So far, radioactive atoms had been found to eject only helium nuclei, beta electrons, and gamma rays in the course of their decay. But it was not the only possible deduction. Nor was it the one that Rutherford, who, after all, had discovered 2 of the 3 basic radiations and had never found hydrogen among them, was likely to accept out of hand. Marsden had returned to New Zealand in 1915 to teach. Rutherford pursued the strange anomaly. He had a good idea what he was after. "I occasionally find an odd half-day to try a few of my own experiments," he wrote Bohr on December 9, 1917. "And I have got, I think, results that will ultimately prove of great importance. I wish you were here to talk matters over with me. I am detecting and counting the lighter atoms set in motion by alpha particles. I am also trying to break up the atom by this method." His equipment was similar to Marsden's. A small brass box fitted with stopcocks to admit and evacuate gases from its interior, with a scintillation screen mounted on one end. For an alpha source, he used a beveled brass disc coated with a radium compound. The likeliest explanation for Marsden's anomalous H atoms was contamination. Hydrogen is light and chemically active and a minor component of the ubiquitous air. So Rutherford's problem was basically one of rigorous exclusion. He needed to narrow down the possible sources of hydrogen atoms in his box until he could conclusively prove their point of origin. He started by showing that they did not come from the radioactive materials alone. He established that they had the same mass and expected range as the H atoms that recoiled from alpha bombardment of hydrogen gas in Marsden's experiment. He admitted dry oxygen into the evacuated brass box, then carbon dioxide, and found in both cases that the H atoms coming off the radioactive source were slowed down by colliding with the atoms of those gases. Fewer scintillations showed up on the screen. Then he tried dry air. The results surprised him. Instead of decreasing the number of scintillations, as oxygen and carbon dioxide had done, dry air increased them, doubled them, in fact. These newfound scintillations appeared to the eye to be about equal in brightness to H scintillations, Rutherford notes cautiously near the beginning of the revolutionary Part 4 of his paper. He went after them. If they were H atoms, they still might be contaminants. He eliminated that possibility first. He showed that they could not be due merely to the hydrogen in water vapor, H2O. Drying the air even more thoroughly made little difference in their number. Dust might harbor H atoms like dangerous germs. He filtered the air he let into the box through long plugs of absorbent cotton, but found little change. Since the increase in H atoms occurred in air, but not in oxygen or carbon dioxide, Rutherford deduced then that it must be due either to nitrogen or to one of the other gases present in atmospheric air. And since air is 78% nitrogen, that gas appeared to be the likeliest candidate. He tested it simply by comparing scintillations from air to scintillations from pure nitrogen. The test confirmed his hunch. With pure nitrogen, the number of long-range scintillations under similar conditions was greater than in air. Finally, Rutherford established that the H atoms came in fact from the nitrogen and not from the radioactive source alone. And then he made his stunning announcement, couching it, as always, in the measured understatement of British science. From the results so far obtained, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that the long-range atoms arising from collision of alpha particles with nitrogen are not nitrogen atoms, but probably atoms of hydrogen. If this be the case, we must conclude that the nitrogen atom is disintegrated. Newspapers soon published the discovery in plainer words. Sir Ernest Rutherford, headlines blared in 1919, had split the atom. It was less a split than a transmutation, the first artificial transmutation ever achieved. When an alpha particle, atomic weight 4, collided with a nitrogen atom, atomic weight 14, knocking out a hydrogen nucleus, which Rutherford would shortly propose calling a proton, the net result was a new atom of oxygen in the form of the oxygen isotope 017, 4 plus 14 minus 1. There would hardly be enough 017 to breathe. Only about one alpha particle in 300,000 crashed through the electrical barrier around the nitrogen nucleus to do its alchemical work. But the discovery offered a new way to study the nucleus. Physicists had been confined so far to bouncing radiation off its exterior, or measuring the radiation that naturally came out of the nucleus during radioactive decay. Now, they had a technique for probing its insides as well. Rutherford and Chadwick soon went after other light atoms, to see if they also could be disintegrated, and as it turned out, many of them — boron, fluorine, sodium, aluminum, phosphorus — could. But farther along the periodic table, a barricade loomed. The naturally radioactive sources Rutherford used emitted relatively low-moving alpha particles that lacked the power to penetrate past the increasingly formidable electrical barriers of heavier nuclei. Chadwick and others at the Cavendish began to talk of finding ways to accelerate particles to higher velocities. Rutherford, who scorned complex equipment, resisted. Particle acceleration was, in any case, difficult to do. For a time, the newborn science of nuclear physics stalled. Besides Rutherford's crowd of boys, several individual researchers worked at the Cavendish, legatees of J.J. Thomson. One who pursued a different but related interest was a slim, handsome, athletic, wealthy experimentalist named Francis William Aston, the son of a Birmingham gunmaker's daughter and a Harborne metal merchant. As a child, Aston made picric acid bombs from soda bottle cartridges and designed and launched huge tissue paper fire balloons. As an adult, a lifelong bachelor, heir after 1908 to his father's wealth, he skied, built and raced motorcycles, played the cello, and took elegant trips around the world, stopping off in Honolulu in 1909 at 32 to learn surfing, which he thereafter declared to be the finest of all sports. Aston was one of Rutherford's regular Sunday partners at golf on the Gogs in Cambridge. It was he who announced, at the 1913 meeting of the British Association, the separation of neon into two isotopes by laborious diffusion through pipe clay. Aston trained originally as a chemist. Röntgen's discovery of X-rays turned him to physics. J.J. Thomson brought him into the Cavendish in 1910, and it was because Thomson seemed to have separated neon into two components inside a positive-ray discharge tube that Aston took up the laborious work of attempting to confirm the difference by gaseous diffusion. Thomson found that he could separate beams of different kinds of atoms by subjecting his discharge tube to parallel magnetic and electrostatic fields. The beams he produced inside his tubes were not cathode rays. He was working now with rays repelled from the opposite plate, the positively charged anode. Such rays were streams of atomic nuclei stripped of their electrons, ionized. They could be generated from gas introduced into the tube, or solid materials could be coated onto the anode plate itself, in which case ionized atoms of the material would boil off when the tube was evacuated and the anode was charged. Mixed nuclei, projected in a radiant beam through a magnetic field, would bend into separated component beams according to their velocity, which gave a measure of their mass. An electrostatic field bent the component beams differently, depending on their electrical charge, which gave a measure of their atomic number. In this way, writes George de Hevesy, a great variety of different atoms and atomic groupings were proved to be present in the discharge tube. Aston thought hard about J.J.'s discharge tube while he worked during the war at the Royal Aircraft Establishment at Farnborough, southwest of London, developing tougher dopes and fabrics for aircraft coverings. He wanted to prove unequivocally that neon was isotopic. J.J. was still unconvinced, and saw the possibility of sorting the isotopes of other elements as well. He thought the positive ray tube was the answer, but though it was good for general surveying, it was hopelessly imprecise. By the time Aston returned to Cambridge in 1918, he had worked the problem out theoretically. He then began building the precision instrument he had envisioned. It charged a gas or a coating until the material ionized into its component electrons and nuclei and projected the nuclei through two slits that produced a knife-edge beam like the slit-narrowed beam of light in a spectrograph. It then subjected the beam to a strong electrostatic field. That sorted the different nuclei into separated beams. The separated beams proceeded onward through a magnetic field that further sorted nuclei according to their mass, producing separated beams of isotopes. Finally, the sorted beams struck the plate holder of a camera and marked their precise locations on a calibrated strip of film. How much the magnetic field bent the separated beams, where they blackened the strip of film, determined the mass of their component nuclei to a high degree of accuracy. Aston called his invention a mass spectrograph because it sorted elements and isotopes of elements by mass, much as an optical spectrograph sorts light by its frequency. The mass spectrograph was immediately and sensationally a success. In letters to me in January and February 1920, says Bohr, Rutherford expressed his joy in Aston's work, which gave such a convincing confirmation of Rutherford's atomic model. Of 281 naturally occurring isotopes, over the next 2 decades, Aston identified 212. He discovered that the weights of the atoms of all the elements he measured, with the notable exception of hydrogen, were very nearly whole numbers, which was a powerful argument in favor of the theory that the elements were assembled in nature simply from protons and electrons, from hydrogen atoms, that is. Natural elements had not weighed up in whole numbers for the chemists because they were often mixtures of isotopes of different whole number weights. Aston proved, for example, as he noted in a later lecture, that neon consisted beyond doubt of isotopes 20 and 22, and that its atomic weight, 20.2, was the result of these being present in the ratio of about 9-1. That satisfied even J.J. Thomson. But why was hydrogen an exception? If the elements were built up from hydrogen atoms, why did the hydrogen atom itself, the elemental building block, weigh 1.008 alone? Why did it then shrink to 4 when it was packed in quartet as helium? Why not 4.032? And why was helium not exactly 4, but 4.002, or oxygen not exactly 16, but 15.994? What was the meaning of these extremely small and varying differences from whole numbers? Atoms do not fall apart, Aston reasoned. Something very powerful holds them together. That glue is now called binding energy. To acquire it, hydrogen atoms packed together in a nucleus sacrifice some of their mass. This mass defect is what Aston found when he compared the hydrogen atom to the atoms of other elements, following his whole number rule. In addition, he said, nuclei may be more or less loosely packed. The density of their packing requires more or less binding energy, and that in turn requires more or less mass. Hence, the small variations. The difference between the measured mass and the whole number he expressed as a fraction, the packing fraction. Roughly, the divergence of an element from its whole number divided by its whole number. High packing fractions, Aston proposed, indicate looseness of packing, and therefore low stability. Low packing fractions, the reverse. He plotted the packing fractions on a graph and demonstrated that the elements in the broad middle of the periodic table, nickel, iron, tin, for example, had the lowest packing fractions and were therefore the most stable, while elements at the extremes of the periodic table, hydrogen at the light end, for example, uranium at the heavy, had high packing fractions and were therefore the most unstable. Locked within all the elements, he said, but most unstably so in the case of those with high packing fractions, was mass converted to energy. Comparing helium to hydrogen, nearly 1% of the hydrogen mass was missing. 4 divided by 4.032 equals 0.992 equals 99.2%. If we were able to transmute hydrogen into helium, nearly 1% of the mass would be annihilated. On the relativity equivalence of mass and energy, now experimentally proved, Aston refers here to Einstein's famous equation E equals mc squared, the quantity of energy liberated would be prodigious. Thus, to change the hydrogen in a glass of water into helium would release enough energy to drive the Queen Mary across the Atlantic and back at full speed. Aston goes on in this lecture, delivered in 1936, to speculate about the social consequences of that energy release. Armed with the necessary knowledge, he says, the nuclear chemists, I am convinced, will be able to synthesize elements just as ordinary chemists synthesize compounds, and it may be taken as certain that in some reactions subatomic energy will be liberated. And continuing, there are those about us who say that such research should be stopped by law, alleging that man's destructive powers are already large enough. So, no doubt, the more elderly and ape-like of our prehistoric ancestors objected to the innovation of cooked food, and pointed out the grave dangers attending the use of the newly discovered agency, fire. Personally, I think there is no doubt that subatomic energy is available all around us, and that one day man will release and control its almost infinite power. We cannot prevent him from doing so, and can only hope that he will not use it exclusively in blowing up his next-door neighbor. The mass spectrograph Francis Aston invented in 1919 could not release the binding energy of the atom, but with it, he identified that binding energy and located the groups of elements which, in their comparative instability, might be most likely to release it, if suitably addressed. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1922 for his work. After accepting the award alongside Niels Bohr, Stockholm has been the city of our dreams ever since. His sister, who regularly traveled with him, reminisces. He returned to the Cavendish to build larger and more accurate mass spectrographs, operating them habitually at night because he particularly detested, his sister says, various human noises, including even conversations muffled through the walls of his rooms. He was very fond of animals, especially cats and kittens, and he would go to any amount of trouble to make their acquaintance. But he didn't like dogs of the barking kind. Although Aston respected Ernest Rutherford enormously, the Cavendish director's great boom must ever have been a trial. The United States led the way in particle acceleration. The American mechanical tradition that advanced the factory and diversified the armory now extended into the laboratory as well. A congressman in 1914 had questioned a witness at an appropriations hearing. "What is a physicist?" I was asked on the floor of the House what in the name of common sense a physicist is, and I could not answer. But the war made evident what a physicist was, made evident the value of science to the development of technology, including especially military technology, and government support and the support of private foundations were immediately forthcoming. Twice as many Americans became physicists in the dozen years between 1920 and 1932 as had in the previous 60. They were better trained than their older counterparts, at least 50 of them in Europe on National Research Council or International Education Board or New Guggenheim fellowships. By 1932, the United States counted about 2,500 physicists, 3 times as many as in 1919. The Physical Review, the journal that has been to American physicists what Zeitschrift für Physik is to German, was considered a backwater publication, if not a joke, in Europe before the 1920s. It thickened to more than twice its previous size in that decade, increased in 1929 to bi-weekly publication, and began to find readers in Cambridge, Copenhagen, Göttingen, and Berlin eager to scan it the moment it arrived. Psychometricians have closely questioned American scientists of this first modern generation, curious to know what kind of men they were. There were few women among them, and from what backgrounds they emerged. Small liberal arts colleges in the Middle West and on the Pacific Coast, one study found, were most productive of scientists then. By contrast, New England in the same period excelled at the manufacture of lawyers. Half the experimental physicists studied, and fully 84% of the theoreticians were the sons of professional men, typically engineers, physicians, and teachers, although a minority of experimentalists were farmers' sons. None of the fathers of the 64 scientists, including 22 physicists in the largest of these studies, was an unskilled laborer, and few of the fathers of physicists were businessmen. The physicists were almost all either firstborn sons or eldest sons. Theoretical physicists averaged the highest verbal IQs among all scientists studied, clustering around 170, almost 20% higher than the experimentalists. Theoreticians also averaged the highest spatial IQs, experimentalists ranking second. The 64-man study, which included 22 physicists among its most eminent scientists in the U.S., produced this composite portrait of the American scientist in his prime. He is likely to have been a sickly child or to have lost a parent at an early age. He has a very high IQ and in boyhood began to do a great deal of reading. He tended to feel lonely and different and to be shy and aloof from his classmates. He had only a moderate interest in girls and did not begin dating them until college. He married late, has 2 children, and finds security in family life. His marriage is more stable than the average. Not until his junior or senior year in college did he decide on his vocation as a scientist. What decided him, almost invariably, was a college project in which he had occasion to do some independent research, to find out things for himself. Once he discovered the pleasures of this kind of work, he never turned back. He is completely satisfied with his chosen vocation. He works hard and devotedly in his laboratory, often 7 days a week. He says his work is his life, and he has few recreations. The movies bore him. He avoids social affairs and political activity, and religion plays no part in his life or thinking. Better than any other interest or activity, scientific research seems to meet the inner need of his nature. Clearly, this is close to Robert Oppenheimer. The group studied, like the American physics community then, was predominantly Protestant in origin, with a disproportionate minority of Jews, and no Catholics. A psychological examination of scientists at Berkeley, using Rorschach and thematic apperception tests, as well as interviews, included 6 physicists and 12 chemists in a total group of 40. It found that scientists think about problems in much the same way artists do. Scientists and artists proved less similar in personality than in cognition, but both groups were similarly different from businessmen. Dramatically and significantly, almost half the scientists in this study reported themselves to have been fatherless as children. Their fathers dying early, or working away from home, or remaining so aloof and non-supportive that their sons scarcely knew them. Those scientists who grew up with living fathers described them as rigid, stern, aloof, and emotionally reserved. A group of artists previously studied was similarly fatherless. A group of businessmen was not. Often fatherless and shy, lonely, writes the psychometrician Louis M. Terman, slow in social development, indifferent to close personal relationships, group activities, or politics. These highly intelligent young men found their way into science through a more personal discovery than the regularly reported pleasure of independent research. Guiding that research was usually a fatherly science teacher. Of the qualities that distinguish this mentor in the minds of his students, not teaching ability, but masterfulness, warmth, and professional dignity ranked first. One study of 200 of these mentors concludes, "It would appear that the success of such teachers rests mainly upon their capacity to assume a father role to their students. The fatherless young man finds a masterful surrogate father of warmth and dignity, identifies with him, and proceeds to emulate him. In a later stage of this process, the independent scientist works toward becoming a mentor of historic stature himself." The man who would found big machine physics in America arrived at Berkeley 1 year before Oppenheimer, in 1928. Ernest Orlando Lawrence was 3 years older than the young theoretician, and in many ways his opposite, an extreme of the composite American type. Both he and Oppenheimer were tall, and both had blue eyes and high expectations. But Ernest Lawrence was an experimentalist from prairie, small-town South Dakota, of Norwegian stock, the son of a superintendent of schools and teachers' college president. Domestically educated through the Ph.D. at the universities of South Dakota, Minnesota, and Chicago, and at Yale, with almost an aversion to mathematical thought, according to one of his protégés, the later Nobel laureate Louis W. Alvarez, a boyish extrovert whose strongest expletives were sugar and oh fudge, who learned to stand at ease among the empire builders of patrician California's Bohemian Grove, a master salesman who paid his way through college peddling aluminum kitchenware farm to farm, with a gift for inventing ingenious machines. Lawrence arrived at Berkeley from Yale in a Rio flying cloud, with his parents and his younger brother in tow, and put up at the faculty club. Fired compulsively with ambition for physics, for himself, he worked from early morning until late at night. As far back as his first year of graduate school, 1922, Lawrence had begun to think about how to generate high energies. His flamboyant, fatherly mentor encouraged him. William Francis Gray Swan, an Englishman who had found his way to Minnesota via the Department of Terrestrial Magnetism of the District of Columbia's private Carnegie Institution, took Lawrence along with him first to Chicago and then to Yale as he moved up the academic ladder himself. After Lawrence earned his Ph.D. and a promising reputation, Swan convinced Yale to jump him over the traditional 4 years of instructorship to a starting position as assistant professor of physics. Swan's leaving Yale in 1926 was one reason Lawrence had decided to move west. That and Berkeley's offer of an associate professorship, a good laboratory, as many graduate student assistants as he could handle, and $3,300 a year, an offer Yale chose not to match. At Berkeley, Lawrence said later, it seemed opportune to review my plans for research, to see whether I might not profitably go into nuclear research, for the pioneer work of Rutherford and his school had clearly indicated that the next great frontier for the experimental physicist was surely the atomic nucleus. But, as Luis Alvarez explains, the tedious nature of Rutherford's technique repelled most prospective nuclear physicists. Simple calculations showed that 1 microampere of electrically accelerated light nuclei would be more valuable than the world's total supply of radium, if the nuclear particles had energies in the neighborhood of 1,000,000 electron volts. Alpha particles, or better, protons, could be accelerated by generating them in a discharge tube and then repelling or attracting them electrically. But no one knew how to confine in one place for any useful length of time, without electrical breakdown from sparking or overheating, the 1,000,000 volts that seemed to be necessary to penetrate the electrical barrier of the heavier nuclei. The problem was essentially mechanical and experimental. Not surprisingly, it attracted the young generation of American experimental physicists who had grown up in small towns and on farms experimenting with radio. By 1925, Lawrence's boyhood friend and Minnesota classmate Merle Tuve, another protege of W.F.G. Swan, now installed at the Carnegie Institution and working with 3 other physicists, had managed brief but impressive accelerations with a high-voltage transformer submerged in oil. Others, including Robert J. Van de Graaff at MIT and Charles C. Lauritsen at Caltech, were also developing machines. Lawrence pursued more promising studies, but kept the high-energy problem in mind. The essential vision came to him in the spring of 1929, 4 months before Oppenheimer arrived. In his early bachelor days at Berkeley, writes Alvarez, Lawrence spent many of his evenings in the library, reading widely. Although he passed his French and German requirements for the doctor's degree by the slimmest of margins, and consequently had almost no facility with either language, he faithfully leafed through the back issues of the foreign periodicals, night after night. Such was the extent of Lawrence's compulsion. It paid. He was skimming the German Archiv für Elektrotechnik, an electrical engineering journal physicists seldom read, and happened upon a report by a Norwegian engineer named Rolf Wiederow, über ein neues Prinzip zur Herstellung hoher Spannungen, on a new principle for the production of higher voltages. The title arrested him. He studied the accompanying photographs and diagrams. They explained enough to set Lawrence off, and he did not bother to struggle through the text. Wiederow, elaborating on a principle established by a Swedish physicist in 1924, had found an ingenious way to avoid the high-voltage problem. He mounted 2 metal cylinders in line, attached them to a voltage source, and evacuated them of air. The voltage source supplied 25,000 volts of high-frequency alternating current that changed rapidly from positive to negative potential. That meant it could be used both to push and to pull positive ions. Charge the first cylinder negatively to 25,000 volts, inject positive ions into one end, and the ions would be accelerated to 25,000 volts as they left the first cylinder for the second. Alternate the charge then, make the first cylinder positive and the second cylinder negative, and the ions would be pushed and pulled to further acceleration. Add more cylinders, each one longer than the last, to allow for the increasing speed of the ions, and theoretically, you could accelerate them further still until such a time as they scattered too far outward from the center and crashed into the cylinder walls. Wiederow's important innovation was the use of a relatively small voltage to produce increasing acceleration. This new idea, says Lawrence, immediately impressed me as the real answer which I had been looking for to the technical problem of accelerating positive ions, and without looking at the article further, I then and there made estimates of the general features of a linear accelerator for protons in the energy range above 1 million volts. Lawrence's calculations momentarily discouraged him. The accelerator tube would be some meters in length, too long, he thought, for the laboratory. Linear accelerators today range in length up to 2 miles. And accordingly, I asked myself the question, instead of using a large number of cylindrical electrodes in line, might it not be possible to use 2 electrodes over and over again by sending the positive ions back and forth through the electrodes by some sort of appropriate magnetic field arrangement? The arrangement he conceived was a spiral. It struck him almost immediately, Alvarez later wrote, that one might wind up a linear accelerator into a spiral accelerator by putting it in a magnetic field, because the magnetic lines of force in such a field guide the ions. Given a well-timed push, they would swing around in a spiral, the spiral becoming larger as the particles accelerated and were thus harder to confine. Then, making a simple calculation for the magnetic field effects, Lawrence uncovered an unsuspected advantage to a spiral accelerator. In a magnetic field, slow particles complete their smaller circuits in exactly the same time faster particles complete their larger circuits, which meant they could all be accelerated together efficiently with each alternating push. Exuberantly, Lawrence ran off to tell the world. An astronomer who was still awake at the faculty club was drafted to check his mathematics. He shocked one of his graduate students the next day by bombarding him with the mathematics of spiral accelerations, but mustering no interest whatever in his thesis experiment. "Oh, that," Lawrence told the questioning student. "Well, you know as much on that now as I do. Just go ahead on your own." A faculty wife crossing the campus the next evening heard a startling, "I'm going to be famous," as the young experimentalist burst past her on the walk. Lawrence then traveled east to a meeting of the American Physical Society and discovered that not many of his colleagues agreed. To less inspired mechanicians, the scattering problem looked insurmountable. Merle Tuve was skeptical. Jesse Beams, a Yale colleague and a close friend, thought it was a great idea if it worked. Despite Lawrence's reputation as a go-getter, perhaps because no one encouraged him, perhaps because the idea was solid and sure in his head, but the machine on the laboratory bench might not be, he kept putting off building his spiral particle accelerator. He was not the first man of ambition to find himself stalling on the summit ridge of a famous future. Oppenheimer arrived in a battered gray Chrysler in the late summer of 1929 from another holiday at the Sangre de Cristos ranch with Frank. The ranch was named Perro Caliente now. Hot dog! Oppenheimer's cheer when he had learned the property could be leased. He put up at the faculty club, and the two opposite numbers, he and Lawrence, became close friends. Oppenheimer saw unbelievable vitality and love of life in Lawrence. Work all day, run off for tennis, and work half the night. His interest was so primarily active and instrumental, and mine just the opposite. They rode horses together, Lawrence in jodhpurs and using an English saddle in the American West, to distance himself, Oppenheimer thought, from the farm. When Lawrence could get away, they went off on long recreational drives in the Rio to Yosemite and Death Valley. A distinguished experimentalist from the University of Hamburg, Otto Stern, a Breslau Ph.D., 41 that year and on his way to a Nobel Prize, though Lawrence would beat him, gave Lawrence the necessary boost. Sometime after the Christmas holidays, the two men dined out in San Francisco, a pleasant ferry ride across the unbridged bay. Lawrence rehearsed again his practiced story of particles spinning to boundless energies in a confining magnetic field. But instead of coughing politely and changing the subject, as so many other colleagues had done, Stern produced a Germanic duplicate of Lawrence's original enthusiasm and barked at him to leave the restaurant immediately and go to work. Lawrence waited in decency until morning, cornered one of his graduate students, and committed him to the project as soon as he had finished studying for his Ph.D. exam. The two cylinders of the Widerøe accelerator have become two brass electrodes shaped like the cut halves of a cylindrical flask. These are contained completely within a vacuum tank, and the vacuum tank is mounted between the round, flat poles of a large electromagnet. In the space between the two electrodes, which came to be called Ds because of their shape, at the center point, a hot filament and an outlet for hydrogen gas work together to produce protons which stream off into the magnetic field. The two Ds, alternately charged, push and pull the protons as they come around. When they have been accelerated through about 100 spirals, the particles exit in a beam which can then be directed onto a target. With a 4.5-inch chamber and with less than 1,000 volts on the Ds, on January 2, 1931, Lawrence and his student, M. Stanley Livingston, produced 80,000 volt protons. The scattering problem solved itself at low accelerations when Livingston thought to remove the fine grid of wires installed in the gap between the Ds that kept the accelerating electric field out of the drift space inside. The electric fields between the D edges suddenly began functioning as lenses, focusing the spiraling particles by deflecting them back toward the middle plane. The intensity then became 100 times what it was before, Livingston says. That effect was too weak to confine the higher speed particles. Livingston turned his attention to magnetic confinement. He suspected the particle beam lost focus at higher speeds because the pole faces of the magnet were not completely true, a lack of uniformity which in turn caused irregularities in the magnetic field. Impulsively, he cut sheets of iron foil into small shims, having a shape much like an exclamation point, as Lawrence and he would write in the Physical Review, and inserted the shims by trial and error between the pole faces and the vacuum chamber. Thus tuning the magnetic field increased the amplification factor from about 75 to about 300. Lawrence added triumphant italics. With both electric and magnetic focusing, in February 1932, an 11-inch machine produced million-volt protons. It had a nickname by then that Lawrence would make official in 1936, cyclotron. Even in the formal scientific report to the Physical Review on April 1, 1932, he was unable to contain his enthusiasm for the new machine's possibilities. Assuming then a voltage application of 500, the production of 25 million volt protons would require 50,000 volts at a wavelength of 14 meters applied across the accelerators. Thus, 25,000 volts on each accelerator with respect to ground. it does appear entirely feasible to do this. The magnet for that one would weigh 80 tons, heavier than any machine used in physics up to that time. Lawrence, now a full professor, was already raising funds. In his graduate student days in Europe, Robert Oppenheimer told a friend that he dreamed of founding a great school of theoretical physics in the United States, at Berkeley, as it happened, the second desert after New Mexico that he chose to colonize. Ernest Lawrence seems to have dreamed of founding a great laboratory. Both men coveted success, and each in his own way, the rewards of success, but they were differently driven. Oppenheimer's youthful preciosity matured in Europe and the early Berkeley years into refinement that was usually admirable, if still sometimes exquisite. Oppenheimer crafted that persona for himself, at least in part, from a distaste for vulgarity that probably originated in rebellion against his entrepreneurial father, and that was not without elements of anti-Semitic self-hatred. Along the way, he convinced himself that ambition and worldly success were vulgar, a conviction bolstered nicely by trust fund earnings to the extent of $10,000 a year. Thereby, he confounded his own strivings. The American experimental physicist I. Rabi would later question why men of Oppenheimer's gifts do not discover everything worth discovering. His answer addresses one possible source of limitation. It seems to me that in some respects Oppenheimer was overeducated in those fields which lie outside the scientific tradition, such as his interest in religion, in the Hindu religion in particular, which resulted in a feeling for the mystery of the universe that surrounded him, almost like a fog. He saw physics clearly, looking toward what had already been done, but at the border he tended to feel that there was much more of the mysterious and novel than there actually was. Some may call it a lack of faith, but in my opinion it was more a turning away from the hard, crude methods of theoretical physics into a mystical realm of broad intuition. But Oppenheimer's revulsion from what he considered vulgar, from just those hard, crude methods to which Rabi refers, must have been another and more directly punishing confusion. His elegant physics, so far as an outsider can tell, his scientific papers are nearly impenetrable to the non-mathematician, and deliberately so, is a physics of bank shots. It works the sides and the corners and uses the full court, but prefers not to drive relentlessly for the goal. Wolfgang Pauli and the hard, distant Cambridge theoretician Paul A.M. Dirac, Eugene Wigner's brother-in-law, both mathematicians of formidable originality, were his models. Oppenheimer first described the so-called tunnel effect, whereby an uncertainly located particle sails through the electrical barrier around the nucleus on a light breeze of probability, existing in particle terms, then ceasing to exist, then instantly existing again on the other side. But George Gamow, the antic Russian lecturing in Cambridge, devised the tunnel effect equations that the experimenters used. Hans Bethe, in the late 1930s, first defined the mechanisms of carbon cycle thermonuclear burning that fires the stars, work which won for him the Nobel Prize. Oppenheimer looked into the subtleties of the invisible cosmic margins, modeled the imploding collapse of dying suns, and described theoretical stellar objects that would not be discovered for 30 and 40 years, neutron stars, black holes, because the instruments required to detect them, radio telescopes and X-ray satellites, had not been invented yet. Alvarez believes if Oppenheimer had lived long enough to see those developments, he would have won a Nobel Prize for his work. That was originality, not so much ahead of its time as outside the frame. Some of this psychological and creative convolution winds through a capsule essay on the virtues of discipline that Oppenheimer composed within a letter to his brother Frank in March 1932, when he was not quite 28 years old. It is worth copying out at length. It hints of the long, self-punishing penance he expected to serve to cleanse any stain of crudity from his soul. You put a hard question on the virtue of discipline. What you say is true. I do value it, and I think that you do too. more than for its earthly fruit, proficiency. I think that one can give only a metaphysical ground for this evaluation. But the variety of metaphysics, which gave an answer to your question, has been very great. The metaphysics themselves very disparate. The Bhagavad Gita, Ecclesiastes, the Stoa, the beginning of the laws, Hugo of St. Victor, St. Thomas, John of the Cross, Spinoza. This very great disparity suggests that the fact that discipline is good for the soul is more fundamental than any of the grounds given for its goodness. I believe that through discipline, though not through discipline alone, we can achieve serenity and a certain small but precious measure of freedom from the accidents of incarnation, and charity, and that detachment which preserves the world which it renounces. I believe that through discipline, we can learn to preserve what is essential to our happiness in more and more adverse circumstances, and to abandon with simplicity what would else have seemed to us indispensable. That we come a little to see the world without the gross distortion of personal desire, and in seeing it so, accept more easily our earthly privation and its earthly horror. But because I believe that the reward of discipline is greater than its immediate objective, I would not have you think that discipline without objective is possible. In its nature, discipline involves the subjection of the soul to some perhaps minor end. And that end must be real if the discipline is not to be factitious. Therefore, I think that all things which evoke discipline, study, and our duties to men and to the commonwealth, war and personal hardship, and even the need for subsistence, ought to be greeted by us with profound gratitude, for only through them can we attain to the least detachment, and only so can we know peace. Lawrence, orders of magnitude less articulate than Oppenheimer, was also fiercely driven. The question is, what drove him? A paragraph from a letter to his brother John, written at about the same time as Oppenheimer's essay, is revealing. Interested to hear you have had a period of depression. I have them often. Sometimes nothing seems to be okay, but I've gotten used to them now. I expect the blues and I endure them. Of course, the best palliative is work, but sometimes it is hard to work under the circumstances. That work is only a palliative, not a cure, hints at how blue the blues could be. Lawrence was a hidden sufferer, in some measure manic-depressive. He kept moving, not to fall in. To all these emotional troublings, Oppenheimer's and Lawrence's, as Bohr's and others before and since, science offered an anchor. In discovery is the preservation of the world. The psychologist who studied scientists at Berkeley with Rorschach and TAT found that uncommon sensitivity to experiences, usually sensory experiences, is the beginning of creative discovery in science. Heightened sensitivity is accompanied in thinking by over-alertness to relatively unimportant or tangential aspects of problems. It makes scientists look for and postulate significance in things which customarily would not be singled out. It encourages highly individualized and even autistic ways of thinking. Consider Rutherford playing his thoroughly unlikely hunch about alpha backscattering, Heisenberg remembering an obscure remark of Einstein's and concluding that nature only performed in consonance with his mathematics, Lawrence flipping compulsively through obscure foreign journals. Were this thinking not in the framework of scientific work, it would be considered paranoid. In scientific work, creative thinking demands seeing things not seen previously, or in ways not previously imagined. And this necessitates jumping off from normal positions and taking risks by departing from reality. The difference between the thinking of the paranoid patient and the scientist comes from the latter's ability and willingness to test out his fantasies, or grandiose conceptualizations, through the systems of checks and balances science has established, and to give up those schemes that are shown not to be valid on the basis of these scientific checks. It is specifically because science provides such a framework of rules and regulations to control and set bounds to paranoid thinking that a scientist can feel comfortable about taking the paranoid leaps. Without this structuring, the threat of such unrealistic, illogical, and even bizarre thinking to overall thought and personality organization in general would be too great to permit the scientist the freedom of such fantasying. At the leading edges of science, at the threshold of the truly new, the threat is often nearly overwhelmed. Thus, Rutherford's shock at rebounding alpha particles. Quite the most incredible event that has ever happened to me in my life. Thus, Heisenberg's deep alarm when he came upon his quantum mechanics, his hallucination of looking through the surface of atomic phenomena into a strangely beautiful interior that left him giddy. Thus also, in November 1915, Einstein's extreme reaction when he realized that the general theory of relativity he was painfully developing in the isolation of his study explained anomalies in the orbit of Mercury that had been a mystery to astronomers for more than 50 years. The theoretical physicist Abraham Pais, his biographer, concludes, "This discovery was, I believe, by far the strongest emotional experience in Einstein's scientific life, perhaps in all his life. Nature had spoken to him. He had to be right. For a few days, I was beside myself with joyous excitement. Later, he told a friend that his discovery had given him palpitations of the heart. What he told another friend is even more profoundly significant. When he saw that his calculations agreed with the unexplained astronomical observations, he had the feeling that something actually snapped in him. The compensation for such emotional risk can be enormous. For the scientist, at exactly the moment of discovery, that most unstable existential moment, the external world, nature itself, deeply confirms his innermost fantastic convictions. Anchored abruptly in the world, Leviathan gasping on his hook, he is saved from extreme mental disorder by the most profound affirmation of the real. Bohr especially understood this mechanism and had the courage to turn it around and use it as an instrument of essay. Otto Frisch remembers a discussion someone attempted to deflect by telling Bohr it made him giddy, to which Bohr responded, "But if anybody says he can think about quantum problems without getting giddy, that only shows that he has not understood the first thing about them." Much later, Oppenheimer once told an audience Bohr was listening to Pauli talking about a new theory in which he had recently been attacked, and Bohr asked at the end, "Is this really crazy enough? The quantum mechanics was really crazy." And Pauli said, "I hope so, but maybe not quite." Bohr's understanding of how crazy discovery must be clarifies why Oppenheimer sometimes found himself unable to push alone into the raw original. To do so requires a sturdiness at the core of identity, even a brutality that men as different as Niels Bohr and Ernest Lawrence had earned or been granted, that he was unlucky enough to lack. It seems he was cut out for other work. For now, building that school of theoretical physics he had dreamed of. On June 3, 1920, Ernest Rutherford delivered the Bakerian Lecture before the Royal Society of London. It was the second time he had been invited to fill the distinguished lectureship. He used the occasion to sum up present understanding of the nuclear constitution and to discuss his successful transmutation of the nitrogen atom reported the previous year, the usual backward glance of such formal public events. But unusually and presciently, he also chose to speculate about the possibility of a third major constituent of atoms, besides electrons and protons. He spoke of the possible existence of an atom of mass 1 which has 0 nucleus charge. Such an atomic structure, he thought, seemed by no means impossible. It would not be a new elementary particle, he supposed, but a combination of existing particles, an electron and a proton intimately united, forming a single neutral particle. Such an atom Rutherford went on with his usual perspicacity, would have very novel properties. Its external electrical field would be practically zero, except very close to the nucleus, and in consequence, it should be able to move freely through matter. Its presence would probably be difficult to detect by the spectroscope, and it may be impossible to contain it in a sealed vessel. Those might be its peculiarities. This would be its exceptional use. On the other hand, it should enter readily the structure of atoms, and may either unite with the nucleus or be disintegrated by its intense field. A neutral particle, if such existed, a neutron, might be the most effective of all tools to probe the atomic nucleus. Rutherford's assistant James Chadwick attended this lecture and found cause for disagreement. Chadwick was then 29 years old. He had trained at Manchester and followed Rutherford down to Cambridge. He had accomplished much already. As a young man, two of his colleagues write, his output was hardly inferior to that of Moseley. But he had sat out the Great War in a German internment camp, to the detriment of his health and to his everlasting boredom. And he was eager to move the new work of nuclear physics along. A neutral particle would be a wonder, but Chadwick thought Rutherford had deduced it from flimsy evidence. That winter he discovered his mistake. Rutherford invited him to participate in the work of extending the nitrogen transmutation results to heavier elements. Chadwick had improved scintillation counting by developing a microscope that gathered more light and by tightening up procedures. He also knew chemistry and might help eliminate hydrogen as a possible contaminant, a challenge to the nitrogen results that still bothered Rutherford. But I also think, said Chadwick many years later in a memorial lecture, he wanted company to support the tedium of counting in the dark, and to lend an ear to his robust rendering of Onward Christian Soldiers. Before the experiments, Chadwick once told an interviewer, before we began to observe in these experiments, we had to accustom ourselves to the dark to get our eyes adjusted, and we had a big box in the room in which we took refuge while Crow, Rutherford's personal assistant and technician, prepared the apparatus. That is to say, he brought the radioactive source down from the radium room, put it in the apparatus, evacuated it, or filled it with whatever, put the various sources in, and made the arrangements that we'd agreed upon. And we sat in this dark room, dark box, for perhaps half an hour or so, and naturally talked. Among other things, they talked about Rutherford's Beckerian lecture, and it was then that I realized that these observations, which I suspected were quite wrong, and which proved to be wrong later on, had nothing whatever to do with his suggestion of the neutron. Not really. He just hung the suggestion onto it because it had been in his mind for some considerable time. Most physicists had been content with the seemingly complete symmetry of two particles, the electron and the proton, one negative, one positive. Outside the atom, among the stripped ionized matter beaming through a discharge tube, for example, two elementary atomic constituents might be enough. But Rutherford was concerned with how each element was assembled. He had asked himself, Chadwick continues, and kept on asking himself, how the atoms were built up. How on earth were you going to get, the general idea being at the time that protons and electrons were the constituents of an atomic nucleus, how on earth were you going to build up a big nucleus with a large positive charge? And the answer was a neutral particle. From the lightest elements in the periodic table, beyond hydrogen to the heaviest, atomic number, the nucleus's electrical charge and account of its protons, differed from atomic weight. Helium's atomic number was 2, but its atomic weight was 4. Nitrogen's atomic number was 7, but its atomic weight was 14. And the disparity increased farther along. Silver, 47 but 107. Barium, 56 but 137. Radium, 88 but 226. Uranium, 92 but 235 or 238. Theory at the time proposed that the difference was made up by additional protons in the nucleus closely associated with nuclear electrons that neutralized them. But the nucleus had a definite maximum size, well established by experiment, and as elements increased in atomic number and atomic weight, there appeared to be less and less room in their nuclei for all the extra electrons. The problem worsened with the development in the 1920s of quantum theory, which made it clear that confining particles as light as electrons so closely would require enormous energies that ought to show up when the nucleus was disturbed, but never did. The only evidence for the presence of electrons in the nucleus was its occasional ejection of beta particles, energetic electrons. That was something to go on, but given the other difficulties with packing electrons into the nucleus, it was not enough. And so, Chadwick concludes, it was these conversations that convinced me that the neutron must exist. The only question was how the devil could one get evidence for it? It was shortly after that I began to make experiments on the side when I could. The Cavendish was very busy and left me little time, and occasionally Rutherford's interest would revive, but only occasionally. Chadwick would search for the neutron with Rutherford's blessing, but the frustrating work of experiment was usually his alone. His temperament matched the challenge of discovering a particle that might leave little trace of itself in its passage through matter. He was a shy, quiet, conscientious, reliable man, something of a neutron himself. Rutherford even felt it necessary to scold him for giving the boys at the Cavendish too much attention, though Chadwick took their care and nurturing to be his primary responsibility. It was Chadwick, remembers Mark Oliphant, who saw that research students got the equipment they needed within the very limited resources of the stores and funds at his disposal. If he seemed dour and unsmiling at first, with time, the kindly, helpful, and generous person beneath became apparent. He tended, says Otto Frisch, to conceal his kindness behind a gruff facade. The facade was protective. James Chadwick was tall, wiry, dark with a high forehead, thin lips, and a raven's beak nose. He had, say his joint biographers, colleagues both, a deep voice and a dry sense of humor with a characteristic chuckle. He was born in the village of Bollington, south of Manchester in Cheshire in 1891. When he was still a small boy, his father left their country home to start a laundry in Manchester. Chadwick's grandmother seems to have raised him. He sat for 2 scholarships to the University of Manchester at 16, an early age even in the English educational system, won them both, kept one, and went off to the university. He meant to read mathematics. The entrance interviews were held publicly in a large crowded hall. Chadwick got into the wrong line. He had already begun to answer the lecturer's questions when he realized he was being questioned for a physics course. Since he was too timid to explain, he decided that the physics lecturer impressed him and he would read for physics. The first year, he was sorry, his biographers report. The physics classes were large and noisy. The second year, he heard Rutherford lecture on his early New Zealand experiments and was converted. In his third year, Rutherford gave him a research project. His timidity again confounded him, this time almost fatally for his career. He discovered a snag in the procedure Rutherford had recommended to him, but could not bring himself to point it out. Rutherford thought he missed it. Man and boy found their way past that misunderstanding, and Chadwick graduated from Manchester in 1911 with first-class honors. He stayed on for his master's degree, working with A.S. Russell and following the research in those productive years of Geiger, Marsden, de Hevesy, Moseley, Darwin, and Bohr. In 1913, taking his Master's of Science, he won an important research scholarship that required him to change laboratories to broaden his training. By then, Geiger had returned to Berlin. Chadwick followed, which was a pleasure while it lasted, Geiger made a point of introducing Chadwick around so that he became acquainted with Einstein, Hahn, and Meitner, among others in Berlin. But the war intervened. A reserve officer, Geiger was called up early. He fortified Chadwick with a personal check for 200 marks before he left. Some of the young Englishman's German friends advised him to leave the country quickly, but others convinced him to wait to avoid the danger of encountering troop trains along the way. On August 2nd, Chadwick tried to buy a ticket home by way of Holland at the Cook's Tours office in Berlin. Cook's suggested going through Switzerland instead. That struck Chadwick's friends as risky. He again accepted their advice and settled in to wait. Then, it was too late. He was arrested along with a German friend for allegedly making subversive remarks. Merely speaking English would have done the job in those first weeks of hysterical nationalism, and languished in a Berlin jail for 10 days before Geiger's laboratory arranged his release. Once out, he returned to the laboratory until chaos retreated behind order again, and the Kaiser's government found time to direct that all Englishmen in Germany be interned for the duration of the war. The place of internment was a racetrack at Ruhleben. The name means quiet life, near Spandau. Chadwick shared with 5 other men a box stall designed for 2 horses, and must have thought of Gulliver. In the winter, he had to stamp his feet till late morning before they thawed. He and other interns formed a scientific society and even managed to conduct experiments. Chadwick's cold, hungry, quiet life at Ruhleben continued for 4 interminable years. This was the time, he said later, making the best of it, when he really began to grow up. He returned to Manchester after the armistice with his digestion ruined and 11 pounds in his pocket. He was at least alive, unlike poor Harry Moseley. Rutherford took him in. Some of the experiments Chadwick conducted at the Cavendish in the 1920s to look for the neutron, he says, were so desperate, so far-fetched, as to belong to the days of alchemy. He and Rutherford both thought of the neutron, as Rutherford had imagined it in his Beckerian lecture, as a close union of proton and electron. They therefore conjured up various ways to torture hydrogen, blasting it with electrical discharges, searching out the effects on it of passing cosmic rays, in the hope that the H atom, that had been stable since the early days of the universe, would somehow agree to collapse into neutrality at their hands. The neutral particle resisted their blandishments, and the nucleus resisted attack. The laboratory, Chadwick remembers, passed through a relatively quiet spell. Much interesting and important work was done, but it was work of consolidation rather than of discovery. In spite of many attempts, the paths to new fields could not be found. It began to seem, he adds, that the problem of the new structure of the nucleus might indeed have to be left to the next generation, as Rutherford had once said, and as many physicists continued to believe. Rutherford was a little disappointed, because it was so very difficult to find out anything really important. Quantum theory bloomed while nuclear studies stalled. Rutherford had felt optimistic enough in 1923 to shout at the annual meeting of the British Association, "We are living in the heroic age of physics." By 1927, in a paper on atomic structure, he was a little less confident. "We are not yet able to do more than guess at the structure, even of the lighter and presumably least complex atoms," he writes. He proposed a structure nonetheless, with electrons in the nucleus orbiting around nuclear protons, an atom within an atom. They had other work. In hindsight, it was necessary preparation. The scintillation method of detecting radiation had reached its limit of effectiveness. It was unreliable if the counting rate was greater than 150 per minute or less than about 3 per minute. And both ranges now came into view in nuclear studies. A disagreement between the Cavendish and the Vienna Radium Institute convinced even Rutherford of the necessity of change. Vienna had reproduced the Cavendish's light element disintegration experiments and published completely different results. Worse, the Vienna physicists attributed the discrepancy to inferior Cavendish equipment. Chadwick laboriously reran the experiments with a specially made microscope with zinc sulfide coated directly onto the lens of the microscope's objective, which greatly brightened the field. The results confirmed the Cavendish's earlier count. Chadwick then went to Vienna. He found, write his biographers, that the scintillation counting was done by 3 young women. It was thought that not only did women have better eyes than men, but they were less likely to be distracted by thinking while counting. Chadwick observed the young women at work and realized that because they understood what was expected of the experiments, they produced the expected results, unconsciously counting non-existent scintillations. To test the technicians, he gave them, without explanation, an unfamiliar experiment. This time, their counts matched his own. Vienna apologized. Hans Geiger, among others, turned back to the electrical counter he had devised with Rutherford in 1908 and improved it. The result, the Geiger counter, was essentially an electrically charged wire strung inside a gas-filled tube with a thinly covered window that allowed charged particles to enter. Once inside the tube, the charged particles ionized gas atoms. The electrons thus stripped from the gas atoms were drawn to the positively charged wire. That changed the current level in the wire. The change, in the form of an electrical pulse, could then be run through an amplifier and converted to a sound, typically a click, or shown as a jump in the sweep of a light beam on the television-like screen of an oscilloscope. The electrical counter could operate continuously and could count above and below the limits possible to fallible physicists peering at scintillation screens. But the early counters had a significant disadvantage. They were highly sensitive to gamma radiation, much more so than zinc sulfide, and the radium compounds the Cavendish used as alpha sources gave off plentiful gamma rays. Polonium, the radioactive element that Marie Curie had discovered in 1898 and named after her native Poland, could be an excellent alternative. It was a good alpha source, and with a gamma ray background 100,000 times less intense than radium, it was much less likely to overload an electrical counter. Unfortunately, polonium was difficult to acquire. A ton of uranium ore contained only about 0.1 gram, too little for commercial separation. It was available practically only as a byproduct of the radioactive decay of radium, and radium, too, was scarce. There was time in those years to recover from the bleakness of war and get on with living. In 1925, Chadwick married Aileen Stewart Brown, daughter of a family long established in business in Liverpool. He had been living at Gonville and Caius College. Now he made plans for permanent residence. A year later, in the midst of house building, when Rutherford asked him and another Cavendish man to take on part of the work of revising Rutherford's old textbook on radioactivity, he fitted in the duty at night, working bundled in an overcoat at a writing table moved close to the fireplace of a drafty temporary rental. When the fire burned low, he even pulled on gloves. At the end of the decade, the Rutherfords suffered a personal tragedy. Their daughter Eileen, 29 years old and the mother of 3 children, she was married to a theoretician, R.H. Fowler, who kept up that end of physics at the Cavendish, gave birth to a 4th. 1 week later, on December 23rd, she was felled by a lethal blood clot. The loss of his only child, writes A.S. Eve, whom he loved and admired, aged Rutherford for a time. He looked older and stooped more. He continued his life and work with a manful purpose, and one of the delights of his life was his group of 4 grandchildren. His face always lit up when he spoke of them. Rutherford was elevated to Baron in the New Year's Honors List of 1931, the year he would turn 60. A Kiwi crested his armorial bearings. They were supported on the dexter side by a figure representing Hermes Trismegistus, the Egyptian god of wisdom, who was supposed to have written alchemical books, and on the sinister side by a Maori holding a club, and the 2 crossed curves that quartered his escutcheon traced the matched growth and decay of activity that gives each radioactive element and isotope its characteristic half-life. Around 1928, a German physicist, Walter Botha, a real physicist's physicist to Emilio Segre, and Botha's student, Herbert Becker, began studying the gamma radiation excited by alpha bombardment of light elements. They surveyed the light elements from lithium to oxygen, as well as magnesium, aluminum, and silver. Since they were concentrating on gamma radiation excited from a target, they wanted a minimum gamma background and used a polonium radiation source. I don't know how Botha got his sources, Chadwick puzzles, but he did. Lise Meitner had generously sent polonium to Chadwick from the Kaiser Wilhelm Institutes, but it was too little to allow Chadwick to do the work Botha was doing. The Germans found gamma excitation with boron, magnesium, and aluminum, as they had more or less expected, because alpha particles disintegrate those elements. But they also and unexpectedly found it with lithium and beryllium, which alphas in this reaction did not disintegrate. Indeed, writes Norman Feather, one of Chadwick's colleagues at the Cavendish, with beryllium, the intensity of the radiation was nearly 10 times as great as with any other element investigated. That was strange enough. Equally strange was the oddity that beryllium emitted this intense radiation under alpha bombardment without emitting protons. Botha and Becker reported their results briefly in August 1930, then more fully in December. The radiation they had excited from beryllium had more energy than the bombarding alpha particles. The principle of the conservation of energy required a source for the excess. They proposed that it came from nuclear disintegration despite the absence of protons. Chadwick set one of his research students, an Australian named H.C. Webster, to work studying these unusual results. A French team began the same study a little later with better resources. Irene Curie, Madame Curie's somber and talented daughter, then 33, and her husband, Frédéric Joliot, 2 years younger, a handsome, outgoing man, trained originally as an engineer, whose charm reminded Segre of the French singer Maurice Chevalier. Marie Curie's Radium Institute at the east end of the Rue Pierre Curie in the Latin Quarter, built just before the war with funds from the French government and the Pasteur Foundation, had the advantage in any studies that required polonium. Radon gas decays over time to 3 only mildly radioactive isotopes, lead-210, bismuth-210, and polonium-210, which thus become available for chemical separation. Medical doctors throughout the world then used radon sealed into glass ampules, seeds, for cancer treatment. When the radon decayed, which it did in a matter of days, the seeds no longer served. Many physicians sent them on to Paris as a tribute to the woman who discovered radium. They accumulated to the world's largest source of polonium. The Joliot-Curies had worked independently for the 2 years since their marriage in 1927. In 1929, they decided to work in collaboration. They first developed new chemical techniques for separating polonium, and by 1931 had purified a volume of the element almost 10 times more intense than any other existing source. With their powerful new source, they turned their attention to the mystery of beryllium. Chadwick's student, H.C. Webster, had progressed in the meantime by the late spring of 1931 beyond recapitulation to discovery. He found, says Chadwick, that the radiation from beryllium, which was emitted in the same direction as the alpha particles, was more penetrating than the radiation emitted in a backward direction. Gamma radiation, an energetic form of light, should be emitted equally in every direction from a point source such as a nucleus, just as visible light radiates equally from a light bulb filament. A particle, on the other hand, would usually be bumped forward by an incoming alpha. And that, of course, Chadwick adds, was a point which excited me very much indeed, because I thought, here's the neutron. With twin daughters now, Chadwick had become a family man of regular habits. Among the most sacred of these was his annual June family vacation. The possibility of finding his long-sought neutron was not sufficient cause to change his plans. It might have been, but he thought he needed a cloud chamber for the next step in the search, and the one immediately available to him at the Cavendish was not in working order. He found a cloud chamber in other hands. Its owner agreed to help Webster use it when he had finished using it himself. Still assuming that the neutron was an electron-proton doublet with enough residual electrical charge to ionize a gas at least weakly, Chadwick wanted Webster to aim the beryllium radiation into the cloud chamber and see if he could photograph its ionizing tracks. He left his student to the work and went off on holiday. Of course, Chadwick said in retrospect of the neutron he was hunting for, they should not have seen anything in the cloud chamber. Nor did they. They wrote and told me what had happened, that they hadn't found anything, which disappointed me very much. When Webster moved on to the University of Bristol, Chadwick decided to take over the beryllium research himself. First, he had to shift his laboratory to a different part of the Cavendish building, and that delayed him. Then he had to prepare a strong polonium source. In the matter of polonium, he was lucky. Norman Feather had spent the 1929-30 academic year in Baltimore in the physics department at Johns Hopkins, and there befriended an English physician who was in charge of the radium supply at Baltimore's Kelly Hospital. The physician had stored away several hundred used radon seeds. Together, Feather remembers, they contained almost as much polonium as was available to Curie and Joliot in Paris. The hospital donated them to the Cavendish, and Feather brought them home. Chadwick accomplished the dangerous chemical separation that autumn. Irene Joliot-Curie reported her first results to the French Academy of Sciences on December 28, 1931. The beryllium radiation, she found, was even more penetrating than Botha and Becker had reported. She standardized her measurements and put the energy of the radiation at 3 times the energy of the bombarding alpha particle. The Joliot-Curies decided next to see if the beryllium radiation would knock protons out of matter as alpha particles did. They fitted their ionization chamber with a thin window, explains Feather, and placed various materials close to the window in the path of the radiation. They found nothing, except with materials such as paraffin wax and cellophane, which already contained hydrogen in chemical combination. When thin layers of these substances were close to the window, the current in the ionization chamber was greater than usual. By a series of experimental tests, both simple and elegant, they produced convincing evidence that this excess ionization was due to protons ejected from the hydrogenous material. The Joliot-Curies understood then that what they were seeing were elastic collisions, like the collisions of billiard balls or marbles between the beryllium radiation and the nuclei of H atoms. But they were still committed to their previous conviction that the penetrating radiation from beryllium was gamma radiation. They had not thought about the possibility of a neutral particle. They had not read Rutherford's Beckerian lecture because such lectures were invariably, in their experience, only recapitulations of previously reported work. Rutherford and Chadwick alone had thought seriously about the neutron. On January 18, 1932, the Joliot-Curies reported to the Academy of Sciences their discovery that paraffin wax emitted high-velocity protons when bombarded by beryllium radiation. But that was not the title and the argument of the paper they wrote. They titled their paper, "The Emission of Protons of High Velocity from Hydrogenous Materials Irradiated with Very Penetrating Gamma Rays," which was as unlikely as if a marble should deflect a wrecking ball. Gamma rays could deflect electrons, a phenomenon known as the Compton effect after its discoverer, the American experimental physicist Arthur Holly Compton. But a proton is 1,836 times heavier than an electron, and not easily moved. At the Cavendish in early February, Chadwick found the Campus Rendus, the French physics journal, in his morning mail, discovered the Joliot-Curie paper, and read it with widening eyes. Not many minutes afterward, Feather came to my room to tell me about this report, as astonished as I was. A little later that morning, I told Rutherford it was a custom of long standing that I should visit him about 11 a.m. to tell him any news of interest and to discuss the work in progress in the laboratory. As I told him about the Curie-Joliot observation and their views on it, I saw his growing amazement, and finally he burst out, "I don't believe it!" Such an impatient remark was utterly out of character, and in all my long association with him I recall no similar occasion. I mention it to emphasize the electrifying effect of the Curie-Joliot report. Of course, Rutherford agreed that one must believe the observations. The explanation was quite another matter. No further duty interposed itself between Chadwick and his destiny. He went fervently to work, starting on February 7th, 1932, a Sunday. It so happened that I was just ready to begin experiment when he read of the Joliot-Curie discovery. I started with an open mind, though naturally my thoughts were on the neutron. I was reasonably sure that the Curie-Joliot observations could not be ascribed to a kind of Compton effect, for I had looked for this more than once. I was convinced that there was something quite new, as well as strange. His simple apparatus consisted of a radiation source and an ionization chamber, the chamber connected to a vacuum tube amplifier and thence to an oscilloscope. The radiation source, an evacuated metal tube strapped to a rough-sawn block of pine, contained a 1-centimeter silver disc coated with polonium, mounted close behind a 2-centimeter disc of pure beryllium, a silver-gray metal that is 3 times as light as aluminum. Alpha particles from the polonium striking beryllium nuclei knocked out the penetrating beryllium radiation, which, Chadwick found immediately, would pass essentially unimpeded through as much as 2 centimeters of lead. The half-inch opening into the small ionization chamber that faced this radiation source was covered with aluminum foil. Within the shallow chamber, in an atmosphere of air at normal pressure, a small charged plate collected the electrons ionized by incoming radiation and moved their pulses along to the amplifier and oscilloscope. For the purpose at hand, explains Norman Feather, such an arrangement was ideal. If the amplifier were carefully designed, it was possible to ensure that the magnitude of the oscillograph deflection was directly proportional to the amount of ionization produced in the chamber. The energy of the recoil atom producing the ionization could thus be calculated directly from the size of the deflection on the oscillograph record. Chadwick mounted a sheet of paraffin 2 millimeters thick in front of the aluminum foil window into the ionization chamber. Immediately, he wrote in his final report on the experiment, the number of deflections recorded by the oscillograph increased markedly. That showed that particles ejected from the paraffin were entering the chamber. Then he began interposing sheets of aluminum foil between the wax and the chamber window, until no more kicks appeared on the oscilloscope. By scaling the absorptions of aluminum compared to air, he calculated the range of the particles as just over 40 centimeters in air. That range meant it was obvious that the particles were protons. Thus, repeating the Joliot-Curie work prepared the way. Now, Chadwick broke new ground. He removed the paraffin sheet. He wanted to study what happens to other elements bombarded directly by the beryllium radiation. Elements in the form of solids he mounted in front of the chamber window. In this way, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, and nitrogen, as paracyanogen, were tested. Elements in the form of gases he simply pumped into the chamber to replace the ambient air. Hydrogen, helium, nitrogen, oxygen, and argon were examined in this way. In every case, the kicks increased on the oscilloscope. The powerful beryllium radiation knocked protons out of all the elements Chadwick tested. It knocked about the same number out of each element. And most important for his conclusion, the energies of the recoiling protons were significantly greater than they could possibly be if the beryllium radiation consisted of gamma rays. In general, Chadwick wrote, "The experimental results show that if the recoil atoms are to be explained by collision with a gamma-ray photon, we must assume a larger and larger energy for the photon as the mass of the struck atom increases." Then, quietly, in what in fact is a devastating criticism of the Joliot-Curie thesis, invoking the basic physical rule that no more energy or momentum can come out of an event than went into it, it is evident that we must either relinquish the application of the conservation of energy and momentum in these collisions, or adopt another hypothesis about the nature of the radiation. When they read that sentence, the Joliot-Curies were deeply and properly chagrined. The hypothesis Chadwick proposed adopting should come as no surprise. If we suppose that the radiation is not a gamma radiation, but consists of particles of mass very nearly equal to that of the proton, all the difficulties connected with the collisions disappear, both with regard to their frequency and to the energy transfer to different masses. In order to explain the great penetrating power of the radiation, we must further assume that the particle has no net charge. We may suppose it to be the neutron discussed by Rutherford in his Beckerian lecture of 1920. Chadwick then worked the numbers to show that his hypothesis was the correct one to explain the facts. "It was a strenuous time," he said afterward. "From beginning to end, the work took 10 days, and he kept up his Cavendish responsibilities besides. He averaged perhaps 3 hours of sleep a night, labored over the weekend of February 13th through 14th as well, finished probably on the 17th, a Wednesday, the day he sent off a first brief report to Nature to establish priority of discovery. He titled that report, published as a letter to the editor, Possible Existence of a Neutron. But there was no doubt whatever in my mind, or I should not have written the letter." To Chadwick's great credit, writes Segre in tribute, when the neutron was not present in earlier experiments, he did not detect it, and when it ultimately was there, he perceived it immediately, clearly and convincingly. These are the marks of a great experimental physicist. A young Russian, Peter Kapitsa, had come up to Cambridge in 1921 to work at the Cavendish. He was solid, dedicated, charming, and technically inventive, and he soon made himself the apple of Rutherford's eye, the only one among all the boys, even including Chadwick, who could convince the frugal director to allow large sums of money to be spent for apparatus. In 1936, Rutherford would attack Chadwick angrily for encouraging the construction of a cyclotron at the Cavendish. But already in 1932, Kapitsa had a separate laboratory in an elegant new brick building in the Cavendish courtyard for his expensive experiments with powerful magnetic fields. As Kapitsa had settled in at Cambridge, he had noticed what he considered to be an excessive and unproductive deference of British physics students to their seniors. He therefore founded a club, the Kapitsa Club, devoted to open and unhierarchical discussion. Membership was limited and coveted. Members met in college rooms, and Kapitsa frequently opened discussions with deliberate howlers so that even the youngest would speak up to correct him, loosening the grip of tradition on their necks. That Wednesday, Kapitsa wined and dined the exhausted Chadwick into what Mark Oliphant calls a very mellow mood, then brought him along to a Kapitsa Club meeting. The intense excitement of all in the Cavendish, including Rutherford, Oliphant remembers, was already remarkable, for we had heard rumors of Chadwick's results. Oliphant says Chadwick spoke lucidly and with conviction, not failing to mention the contributions of Botha, Becker, Webster, and the Joliot-Curies, a lesson to us all. C.P. Snow, who was also present, remembers the performance as one of the shortest accounts ever made about a major discovery. When tall and bird-like Chadwick finished speaking, he looked over the assembly and announced abruptly, "Now I want to be chloroformed and put to bed for a fortnight." He deserved his rest. He had discovered a new elementary particle, the third basic constituent of matter. It was this neutral mass that compounded the weight of the elements without adding electrical charge. 2 protons and 2 neutrons made a helium nucleus. 7 protons and 7 neutrons a nitrogen. 47 protons and 60 neutrons a silver. 56 protons and 81 neutrons a barium. 92 protons and 146 or 143 neutrons a uranium. And because the neutron was as massive as a proton, but carried no electrical charge, it was hardly affected by the shell of electrons around a nucleus, nor did the electrical barrier of the nucleus itself block its way. It would therefore serve as a new nuclear probe of surpassing power of penetration. A beam of thermal neutrons, writes the American theoretical physicist Philip Morrison, moving at about the speed of sound, which corresponds to a kinetic energy of only about a 40th of an electron volt, produces nuclear reactions in many materials much more easily than a beam of protons of millions of volts energy, traveling thousands of times faster. Ernest Lawrence's cyclotron, spiraling protons to million-volt energies for the first time the same month that Chadwick made his fateful discovery, fortunately proved to be adaptable to the production of neutrons. More than any other development, Chadwick's neutron made practical the detailed examination of the nucleus. Hans Bethe once remarked that he considered everything before 1932 the prehistory of nuclear physics, and from 1932 on, the history of nuclear physics. The difference, he said, was the discovery of the neutron. Word of the discovery reached Copenhagen in the midst of preparations for an amateur theatrical, a parody of Goethe's Faust, to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the opening of Bohr's Institute for Theoretical Physics. The postdoctoral dramatists gave the new particle the last word. They had cast Wolfgang Pauli, a corpulent man with a smooth, round face and protuberant, heavy-lidded eyes, who resembled the actor Peter Lorre, as Mephistopheles, Bohr as the Lord. Eclectically, they cast Chadwick in absentia as Wagner, and an anonymous illustrator drew him into the script, the personification of the ideal experimentalist, according to the stage directions, balancing a vastly magnified neutron on his finger. In Copenhagen, as before in Cambridge, Chadwick reports his discovery briefly and succinctly. The neutron has come to be. Loaded with mass is he, of charge forever free. Pauli, do you agree? Pauli steps forward to dispense his Mephistophelian blessing. That which experiment has found, though theory has no part in, is always reckoned more than sound to put your mind and heart in. And a chorus of clowning, friendly physicists, Bohr's brilliant young crew, dances out to sing a finale and bring the curtain down. Now a reality, once but a vision. What classicality, grace, and precision, hailed with cordiality, honored in song, eternal neutrality pulls us along. It was the last peaceful time many of them would know for years to come. 7. Exodus. Anti-Semitism is strong here, and political reaction is violent. Albert Einstein wrote Paul Ehrenfest from Berlin in December 1919. The letter coincides with Einstein's discovery by the popular press, the beginning of his years of international celebrity. A new figure in world history, the Berliner Illustrierte Zeitung described him under a cover photograph on December 14th. Whose investigations signify a complete revision of our concepts of nature and are on a par with the insights of a Copernicus, a Kepler, a Newton. Immediately, the anti-Semites and fascists set to work on him. Einstein was already, at 43, respected in the first rank of theoretical physicists. He had been nominated for the Nobel Prize in all but 2 years since 1910, the secondings increasing in number after 1917. Max Planck, who was not given to exaggeration, wrote the Nobel Committee in 1919 that Einstein made the first step beyond Newton. The award might have come sooner than in 1922. Belatedly, for 1921, the 1922 prize was Bohr's, had relativity been less paradoxical a revelation. Physically, Einstein was not yet the amused, grandfatherly notable of his later American years. His mustache was still dark, and his thick black hair had only begun to gray. C.P. Snow would observe a massive body, very heavily muscled. The Swabian-born physicist's friends thought his loud laugh boyish. His enemies thought it rude. A powerful sensuality, Snow suspecting also that Einstein took his sensuality to be one of the chains of personality that ought to be slipped off. Nor had he yet learned, in the psychoanalyst Erik Erikson's words, to look into cameras as if he were meeting the eye of the future beholders of his image. In the past year, Einstein had endured a stomach ulcer, jaundice, and a painful divorce. He had lost and partly regained 56 pounds. His mother was dying of cancer. Fatigue stained his expressive face. Leopold Infeld, a young Polish physicist who knocked at his door in post-war Berlin seeking a letter of recommendation, found him dressed in a morning coat and striped trousers with one important button missing. Infeld knew Einstein's face from magazines and newsreels, but no picture could reproduce the shining glow of his eyes. They were large and dark brown, and the diffident young visitor was one of many. Leo Szilard was another, who found comfort in those cold days in their honest warmth. The immediate occasion for world notice was an eclipse of the sun. Einstein had presented a paper to the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin on November 25, 1915. The field equations of gravitation, in which he reported happily, finally, the general theory of relativity is closed as a logical structure. The paper stands as his first finished statement of the general theory. It was susceptible of proof. It explained mysterious anomalies in the orbit of Mercury. That confirmed prediction was the one which left Einstein feeling something had snapped in him. The general theory also predicted that starlight would be deflected when it passed a massive body like the sun through an angle equal to twice the value Newtonian theory predicts. The Great War delayed measurement of the Einsteinian value. A total eclipse of the sun, which would block the sun's glare and make the stars beyond it visible, due on May 29, 1919, offered the first post-war occasion. The British, not the Germans, followed through. Cambridge astronomer Arthur Stanley Eddington led an expedition to Principe Island off the West African coast. The Greenwich Observatory sent another expedition to Sobral, inland from the coast of northern Brazil. A joint meeting of the Royal Society and the Royal Astronomical Society at Burlington House in London on November 6th, under a portrait of Newton, confirmed the stunning results. The Einstein value, not the Newton value, held good. One of the greatest achievements in the history of human thought, J.J. Thomson told the assembled worthies. It is not the discovery of an outlying island, but of a whole continent of new scientific ideas. That was news. The Times headlined it, "Revolution in Science," and the word spread. From that day forward, Einstein was a marked man. It rankled German chauvinists, including rightist students and some physicists, that the eyes of the world should turn to a Jew who had declared himself a pacifist during the bloodiest of nationalistic wars, and who spoke out for internationalism now. When Einstein prepared to offer a series of popular lectures in the University of Berlin's largest hall, everyone was lecturing on relativity that winter. Students complained of the expense for coal and electricity. The student body president challenged Einstein to hire his own hall. He ignored the insult and spoke in the university hall as scheduled, but at least one of his lectures, in February, was disrupted. He was challenged more seriously the following August by an organization assembled under the obscure leadership and extravagant but clandestine financing that called itself the Committee of German Scientists for the Preservation of Pure Scholarship. The 1905 Nobel laureate Philippe Lenard, seeing relativity hailed and Einstein come to fame, retreated into a vindictive anti-Semitism and lent his respectability to the committee, which attacked relativity theory as a Jewish corruption and Einstein as a tasteless self-promoter. The organization held a well-attended public meeting in Berlin's Philharmonic Hall on August 20th. Einstein went to listen. One speaker, as Leopold Infelt recalled, said that uproar about the theory of relativity was hostile to the German spirit, and stayed to scorn the crackpot talk with laughter and satiric applause. The criticism nevertheless stung. Einstein mistakenly thought the majority of his German colleagues subscribed to it. Rashly, he struck off an uncharacteristically defensive statement. It appeared in the Berliner Tagblatt 3 days after the Philharmonic Hall meeting. My answer to the Anti-Relativity Theory Company Limited shocked his friends, but it presciently identified the deeper issues of the committee attack. I have good reason to believe that motives other than a desire to search for truth are at the bottom of their enterprise, Einstein wrote, and parenthetically, leaving his implications unstated in Elysian. Were I a German national, with or without swastika, instead of a Jew liberal, international disposition, then... A month later, his sense of humor had returned. He asked Max Born not to be too hard on him. Everyone has to sacrifice at the altar of stupidity from time to time, and this I have done with my article. But before then, he had seriously considered leaving Germany. It would not be the first time. Einstein had renounced German citizenship and departed the country once before, at the extraordinary age of 16. That earlier rejection, which he reversed 2 decades later, prepared him for the final one, after the Weimar Interlude, when Adolf Hitler came to power. Germany had been united in empire for only 8 years when Einstein was born in Ulm on March 14, 1879. He grew up in Munich. He was slow to speak, but he was not, as legend has it, slow in his studies. He consistently earned the highest or next highest marks in mathematics and Latin in school and gymnasium. At 4 or 5, the miracle of a compass his father showed him excited him so much, he remembered, that he trembled and grew cold. It seemed to him then that there had to be something behind objects that lay deeply hidden. He would look for the something which objects hid, though his particular genius was to discover that there was nothing behind them to hide, that objects, as matter and as energy, were all, that even space and time were not the invisible matrices of the material world, but its attributes. If you will not take the answer too seriously, he told a clamorous crowd of reporters in New York in 1921, who asked him for a short explanation of relativity, and consider it only as a kind of joke, then I can explain it as follows. It was formerly believed that if all material things disappeared out of the universe, time and space would be left. According to the relativity theory, however, time and space disappear together with the things. The quiet child became a rebellious adolescent. He was working his own way through Kant and Darwin and mathematics, while the gymnasium pounded him with rote. He veered off into religion, Judaism, and came back bitterly disillusioned. Through the reading of popular scientific books, I soon reached the conviction that much of the stories in the Bible could not be true. The consequence was a positively fanatic free thinking, coupled with the impression that youth is intentionally being deceived by the state through lies. It was a crushing impression. Suspicion against every kind of authority grew out of this experience, a skeptical attitude towards the convictions which were alive in any specific social environment. His father stumbled in business, not for the first time. The family moved across the Alps to Milan to start again. But Albert stayed behind in a boarding house to complete his gymnasium work. He was probably expelled from the gymnasium before he could quit. He acquired a doctor's certificate claiming nervous disorders. It was not only the autocracy of his German school that he despised. Politically, he wrote later, I hated Germany from my youth. He had thought of renouncing his citizenship while his family was still in Munich as a rebellious adolescent of 15. That began a long family debate. He won it after he moved from Milan to Zurich to try again to finish his schooling. His father wrote the German authorities on his behalf. Einstein renounced his German citizenship officially on January 28, 1896. The Swiss took him aboard in 1901. He liked their doughty democracy and was prepared to serve in their militia, but was found medically unfit because of flat feet and varicose veins. But one reason he quit Germany was to avoid the duty of Prussian conscription, Kadavergehormigkeit, the obedience of the corpse. The boy and the young man rebelled to protect the child within. The victorious child, Erik Erikson has it in Einstein's case, the child with its uninhibited creativity preserved into adulthood. Einstein grazes the point in a letter to James Franck. I sometimes ask myself how it came about that I was the one to develop the theory of relativity. The reason, I think, is that a normal adult never stops to think about problems of space and time. These are things which he has thought of as a child. But my intellectual development was retarded, as a result of which I began to wonder about space and time only when I had already grown up. Relativity was a misnomer. Einstein worked his way to a new physics by demanding consistency and greater objectivity of the old. If the speed of light is a constant, then something else must serve as the elastic between two systems at motion in relation to one another, even if that something else is time. If a body gives off an amount E of energy, its mass minutely diminishes. But if energy has mass, then mass must have energy. The two must be equivalent. E equals mc squared. E divided by c squared equals m. That is, an amount of energy E in joules is equal to an amount of mass m in kilograms multiplied by the square of the speed of light, an enormous number, 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second times 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second equals 9 times 10 to the 16th, or 90 quintillion joules per kilogram. Dividing E by c squared demonstrates how large an amount of energy is contained within even a small mass. Einstein came to that beautiful, harrowing equivalency in 1907 in a long paper published in the Jahrbuch der Radioaktivität und Elektronik. It is possible, he wrote there, that radioactive processes may become known in which a considerably larger percentage of the mass of the initial atom is converted into radiations of various kinds than is the case for radium. Like Soddy and Rutherford earlier in England, he saw the lesson of radium, that there was vast energy stored in matter, though he was not at all sure that it could be released, even experimentally. The line of thought is amusing and fascinating, he confided to a friend at the time. But I wonder if the dear Lord laughs about it and has led me around by the nose. He had his Ph.D. then from the University of Zurich, and Max Planck had begun to correspond with him. But he had not yet left the patent office where he worked as a technical expert from 1902 to 1909, the years of his first great burst of papers, including those on Brownian motion, the photoelectric effect, and special relativity. He habilitated as a Privatdozent at the University of Bern in 1908, but he held on to the patent office job for another year for security. Finally, in October 1909, after receiving his first honorary doctorate, he moved up to associate professor at the University of Zurich. A full professorship enticed him to isolated Prague. He was married now, with a wife and 2 sons to support. but happily the Polytechnic in Zurich drew him back a year later with a matching offer. The academic hesitations measure how radically new was his work. It was 1913 before Max Planck, Fritz Haber, and a muster of German notables, recognizing the waste, offered him a triple appointment in Berlin: a research position under the aegis of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, a research professorship at the university, and the directorship of the planned Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics. After the Germans left, Einstein quipped to his assistant, Otto Stern, that they were like men looking for a rare postage stamp. He arrived in Berlin in April 1914. In the war years, separated from his first wife and living alone, he completed the general theory. To Max Born, that great work of art was the greatest feat of human thinking about nature, the most amazing combination of philosophical penetration, physical intuition, and mathematical skill, even though its connections with experience were slender. Einstein's crowning achievement ameliorated for him the universal madness of the war. I began to feel comfortable amid the present insane tumult, in conscious detachment from all things which preoccupy the crazy community. Why should one not be able to live contentedly as a member of the service personnel in the lunatic asylum? After all, one respects the lunatics as the people for whom the building in which one lives exists. Up to a point, you can make your own choice of institution, though the distinction between them is smaller than you think in your younger years. Einstein raised funds for the Zionist cause of a Hebrew university in Palestine on a first trip to the United States with Chaim Weizmann in April and May 1921. He had seen the crowds of Eastern Jews stumbling into Berlin in the wake of war and revolution, watched the German incitement against them, and decided to take their part. His guide to Zionist thinking was the eloquent spokesman and organizer Kurt Blumenfeld, who also served in that capacity to the young Hannah Arendt. It was Blumenfeld who convinced him to accompany Weizmann to America. His relations with the forceful, single-minded Weizmann, Einstein told Abraham Pais once, were, as Freud would say, ambivalent. He lectured on relativity at Columbia, the City College of New York, and Princeton, met Fiorella LaGuardia and President Warren G. Harding, conceived a new theory of eternity, sitting through formal speeches at the annual dinner of the National Academy of Sciences, and spoke to crowds of enthusiastic American Jews. Back home, he wrote, he first discovered the Jewish people in America. I have seen any number of Jews, but the Jewish people I have never met either in Berlin or elsewhere in Germany. The Jewish people which I found in America came from Russia, Poland, and Eastern Europe generally. These men and women still retain a healthy national feeling. It has not yet been destroyed by the process of atomization and dispersion. The statement implicitly criticizes the Jews of Germany, whose undignified assimilationist cravings and strivings, Einstein wrote elsewhere, had always annoyed him. Blumenfeld propounded a radical, post-assimilatory Zionism and had taught him well. A decade later, Hannah Arendt would write that, in a society on the whole hostile to Jews, it is possible to assimilate only by assimilating to anti-Semitism also. Einstein specialized in driving assumptions to their logical conclusions. Clearly, he had arrived at a similar understanding of the Jewish question. He was now not only the most famous scientist in the world, but also a known spokesman for Jewish causes. In Berlin, on June 24, 1922, right-wing extremists gunned down Walter Rathenau, the Weimar Republic's first foreign minister, a physical chemist and industrialist friend of Einstein and a highly visible Jew. It appeared that Einstein might be next. I am supposed to belong to that group of persons whom the people are planning to assassinate, he wrote Max Planck. I have been informed independently by serious persons that it would be dangerous for me in the near future to stay in Berlin or, for that matter, to appear anywhere in public in Germany. He lived privately until October, then left with his second wife, Elsa, on a long trip to the Far East and Japan, receiving notice of his Nobel Prize en route. He spent 12 days in Palestine on the way back and stopped over in Spain. By the time he returned to Berlin, German preoccupation with politics had temporarily retreated behind preoccupation with the Dadaistic mark, then soaring toward 54,000 to the dollar. Einstein went on with his work, including the Einstein-Szilard refrigerator pump and his first efforts toward a unified field theory, but began frequently to travel abroad. The anti-Semitism Einstein found strong in Berlin in December 1919 was rampant in Munich. Pale, thin, 30-year-old Adolf Hitler sat down that month at the single battered table in the cramped office of the German Workers' Party, formerly a tap room, to draft his party's platform. A grotesque wood carving served as inspiration. It would follow its master into history. A touring Australian academic encountered it again in 1936. I was being shown round a famous collection of Nazi Party relics in Munich. The curator was a mild old man, a student of the old German academic class. After showing me everything, he led, almost with bated breath, to his pièce de résistance. He produced a small, sculptured wooden gibbet, from which was suspended a brutally realistic figure of a dangling Jew. This piece of humorless sadism, he said, decorated the table at which Hitler founded the party 17 years ago. His pale blue eyes shining, Hitler read out the 25 points of his party's program the following February in the Fastsaal of Munich's Hofbrauhaus, before nearly 2,000 people, the largest crowd the little German Workers' Party had yet attracted. "These points of ours," he had shouted in triumph the day he finished drafting them, "are going to rival Luther's placard on the doors of Wittenberg." All or part of 6 of them applied specifically to Jews. That Jews were not countrymen of German blood, and therefore could not be citizens. That only citizens could hold public office or publish German-language newspapers. That no more non-Germans might immigrate into the country, and that all non-Germans admitted since the beginning of the Great War should be expelled. The 25 points were never officially declared the program of the Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, the Nazi Party, which the German Workers' Party evolved to, but their power was felt nevertheless. The beer hall putsch on November 8, 1923, delivered Hitler to a comfortable, sunlit cell in Landsberg prison, where he dictated his personal and political testament to his bashful acolyte Rudolf Hess. Mein Kampf has much to say about the Jews. Across the nearly 700 pages of its 2 volumes, it refers to Jewry more frequently than to any other subject except Marxism. And Hitler considered Marxism a Jewish invention and a Jewish weapon. Jews, the future Chancellor of Germany declares in Mein Kampf, are no lovers of water. He often grew sick to my stomach from their smell. Their dress is unclean, their appearance generally unheroic. A foreign people. They have definite racial characteristics. They are inferior beings. Vampires with poisoned fangs, yellow fists, and repulsive traits. The personification of the devil as the symbol of all evil assumes the living shape of the Jew. The attributes of the Jew are legion, Hitler goes on. The Jew is a garbage separator, splashing his filth in the face of humanity, or he is a scribbler who poisons men's souls like germ carriers of the worst sort. Or the cold-hearted, shameless, and calculating director of this revolting vice traffic in the scum of the big city. Was there any form of filth or profligacy, Hitler asks rhetorically, without at least one Jew involved in it? If you cut even cautiously into such an abscess, you found, like a maggot in a rotting body, often dazzled by the sudden light, a kike. The Jew is no German. Jews are a race of dialectical liars, a people which lives only for this earth. The great masters of the lie, traitors, profiteers, usurers, and swindlers. A world hydra, a horde of rats. Alone in this world, they would stifle in filth and offal. Without any true culture, the Jew is a parasite on the body of other peoples, a sponger who, like a noxious bacillus, keeps spreading as soon as a favorable medium invites him. He lacks idealism in any form. He is an eternal bloodsucker of diabolical purposes, restrained by no moral scruples, who poisons the blood of others but preserves his own. He systematically ruins women and girls. With satanic joy on his face, the black-haired Jewish youth lurks in wait for the unsuspecting girl whom he defiles with his blood, thus stealing her from her people. He is master over bastards and bastards alone. And it was and is Jews who bring the Negroes into the Rhineland, always with the same secret thought and clear aim of ruining the hated white race by the necessarily resulting bastardization. Syphilis is a Jewish disease, a Jewification of our spiritual life and mammonization of our mating instinct that will sooner or later destroy our entire offspring. The Jew makes a mockery of natural feelings, overthrows all concepts of beauty and sublimity, of the noble and the good, and instead drags men down into the sphere of his own base nature, and apparition in a black caftan and black hair locks, responsible for spiritual pestilence worse than the Black Death of olden times. The Jew is a coward, a plunderer, a menace, a foreign element, a viper, a tyrant, a ferment of decomposition. The sun shines in the wide windows of Hitler's cell at Landsberg. Boyish in Lederhosen, he remembers that he was blinded by mustard gas below Ypres. He wrote a poem during the war, a poem out of a dream before he took shrapnel in the thigh on the Somme, before Ypres. I often go on bitter nights to Wotan's oak in the quiet glade, with dark powers to weave a union. The runic letters of the moon makes with its magic spell, and all who are full of impudence during the day are made small by the magic formula. Hitler's testament is almost finished. He dictates, his blanched face tumefying, "If at the beginning of the war and during the war 12 or 15,000 of these Hebrew corrupters of the people had been held under poisoned gas, as happened to hundreds of thousands of our very best German workers in the field, the sacrifice of millions at the front would not have been in vain." The dispersion of the Jewish people from Palestine, the diaspora, began in the 6th century BC, when Babylon conquered the southern Palestinian kingdom of Judah, destroyed Solomon's temple, and carried a large body of Jews into captivity. By the beginning of the Christian era, under Roman hegemony, Jews had established communities in Egypt, in Greece, around the Mediterranean and on the shores of the Black Sea, and there were Jewish slaves with the Roman legions on the Rhine. Conditions worsened again for the Jews when the empire was Christianized in the 4th century AD with the conversion of the Emperor Constantine. Christianity and Judaism competed, in a Darwinian sense, for the same Holy Land and the same holy books. Under systematic persecution, only a small remnant of the Jewish people remained in Judea. The fantasy of Jews as a brotherhood of evil was invented during this era when Christianity fought its missionary way to dominance. In the disorder of the Dark Ages, the Jews lost even their vestigial Roman citizenship. Those who sought protection won it from rulers like Charlemagne's son Louis the Pious, who knew their worth as merchants and craftsmen. But the price of protection was that they became the ruler's property. Their rights were thus no longer inherent, but chartered. Against that threatening insecurity, Jews could count their gain of judicial autonomy. Within their communities, they were allowed to administer their own laws. In parts of Spain, they had the power even of life and death. The medieval church, challenged by the spread of learning and the militancy of Islam to shore up its defenses against heresy, exercised its increasing power over the Jews balefully. The Lateran Councils of 1179 and 1215 made the baleful conflict visible by denying Jews authority over Christians, denying them Christian servants, relegating money lending to Jews by forbidding it to Christians, forbidding Christians lodging in Jewish quarters, and thus officially sanctioning the establishment of ghettos, and most honorously, requiring every Jew to wear a distinguishing badge. Frequently, on local authority, the yellow Magen David that the Nazis later restored. Every Jew who ventured from the ghetto distinctively marked was a painted bird, exposed to attack. The fantasy of Jews as a brotherhood of evil swelled in medieval times to a full-blown demonology. The Jewish Messiah became the Antichrist. The Jews became sorcerers of Satan who poisoned wells, tortured the consecrated host, and murdered Christian children to collect their blood for diabolic rites. When the Black Death struck in the 14th century, a supposedly demonic people who poisoned wells were obvious suspects. They needed only to have infiltrated some more vicious poison into the water supply. A quarter of Europe died of plague. And in that time of horror, tens of thousands of Jews were burned, drowned, hanged, or buried alive in retaliation. Massacre became endemic. 350 Jewish communities were decimated in German lands alone. The English were the first to expel the Jews entirely. The Jews of England belonged to the Crown, which had systematically extracted their wealth through a special exchequer to the Jews. By 1290, it had bled them dry. Edward I thereupon confiscated what little they had left and threw them out. They crossed to France, but expulsion from that country followed in 1392, from Spain at the demand of the Inquisition in 1492, from Portugal in 1497. Since Germany was a region of multiple sovereignties, German Jews could not be generally expelled. They had been fleeing eastward from bitter German persecution in any case since the 12th century. The Jews expelled from Western Europe fled to Poland, a large and thinly populated kingdom where elected monarchs welcomed them with generous charters. The medieval German of these immigrant Ashkenazim evolved into Yiddish. They founded villages and towns. They dispersed up and down the long eastern Polish frontier and lived in relative peace for 200 years. 25,000 at the end of the 15th century had increased at least tenfold by the middle of the 17th. Then, in violent wars with Russia and Sweden, Poland began to break up. Cossacks and their peasant allies murdered great numbers of Jews and sacked hundreds of their communities. The Ukraine was split in two. Poland lost the northern half to Russia. War and disorder continued into the 18th century with Prussia, Austria, and Turkey variously joining battle. When Russia invaded Poland in 1768, Prussia proposed a three-way partition with Austria to forestall a complete takeover. That led to Poland's partial dismemberment in 1772. In 1795, after another Russian invasion, the country was completely partitioned and ceased to exist. Much truncated, it was revived by the Congress of Vienna in 1814 as Congress Poland, joined to Russia by the linkage of Polish kingship for the Tsar. Its Jewish population had increased by then to more than 1 million souls. Prussia acquired about 150,000, but promptly expelled them eastward. Austria acquired about 250,000. Russia, which soon controlled more than 3/4 of what had been the Polish Commonwealth, then also controlled the fates of most of the Eastern Jews. But while Poland had welcomed them, Russia despised them. Its economy was too primitive to need their commercial skills, and it abhorred their religion. To Catherine the Great, her 1 million new subjects were first and foremost the enemies of Christ. The enemies of Christ became Russia's Jewish problem. In Russia's benighted intolerance, it framed only two solutions: assimilation by conversion to Christianity, or expulsion. For the interim, it practiced quarantine. A decree of 1791 limited Jewish residents to the formerly Polish territories and the unpopulated steppes above the Black Sea, a region that extended north across 286,000 square miles of Central Europe to the Baltic. The Pale of Settlement, pale in its old sense of enclosed by a boundary. The Ashkenazim numbered 1/9 of the Pale's total population, and might have prospered there, but they were burdened with further restrictions. They were heavily taxed. They could not live in the villages as they had done for generations. They could not keep the village inns or sell liquor to the peasants. Their traditional local governments, the Kahilot, were stripped of legal authority, but required to collect Jewish taxes. More horribly, under Nicholas I, after 1825, the Kahilot were charged to conscript 12-year-old Jewish children for a lifetime of forced service in the Russian army. 6 years of brutal education, followed by 25 years in the ranks, a fate that befell between 40,000 and 50,000 Jewish sons before the requirement was relaxed in 1856. The memory of that cruelty would endure. Edward Teller's grandmother responded to his childhood misbehavior, he reminisced once with a friend, by warning him to be a good boy, or the Russians would get him. While Eastern Jews toiled to survive in Mother Russia, emancipation was proceeding in the West. Small Jewish communities had reestablished themselves, made up partly of nominal converts to Christianity who had escaped Spain and Portugal for Holland, and England and America, partly of Eastern returnees. The Austrian Emperor Joseph II issued an Edict of Tolerance in 1782. The edicts of emperors were less important to the political future of the Jewish people than the temper of the Enlightenment, with its religious skepticism and its faith in the self-evident rights of man. The time had come in the evolution of European forms of government when no single group or class any longer had the power to dominate all others, as the nobility had previously done. The nation-state evolved in part to remove this impasse by investing power in the state itself. Such a mechanism made no distinction between Jew and Christian. American Jews thus became American citizens automatically with the Revolution in the Bill of Rights. The French, remembering ghettos and expulsions, found the emancipation of the Jews of France more difficult. The Jews should be denied everything as a nation, the Count of Clermont-Tonnerre argued in the French National Assembly, but granted everything as individuals. It is intolerable that they should become a separate political formation or class in the country. Every one of them must individually become a citizen. When a Jewish community contracted its loyalty to a monarch in exchange for his protection, it only did what other medieval classes and orders had done. But the nation-state was secular, and it considered the autonomous Jewish theocracies lodged within its borders in secular terms. In secular terms, a separate political body, theocratic or not, to which citizens gave their first loyalty, was potentially a rival and inherently subversive. Much monstrosity would devolve from that reification. In the meantime, liberty, equality, and fraternity prevailed, and the Jews of France became citoyens on a September Tuesday in 1791. Emancipations as they progressed within less revolutionary states included Holland-Belgium, 1795, Sweden, 1848, Denmark and Greece, 1849, England, by a gradual unmuddling completely in 1866, Austria, 1867, Spain, by the withdrawal of its 1492 Order of Expulsion in 1868, the new German Empire, 1871. Though they were influential out of all proportion to their numbers, the emancipated Jews of Western Europe, many of whom moved directly to assimilate, were only a minute fraction of the diaspora. The preponderance of the Jewish people increased by 1850 to 2.5 million, by 1900 to 5 million, struggled in increasing misery in the Pale. At his coronation in 1856, amid remissions and amnesties, Tsar Alexander II abolished the special conscription of Jewish children. Other alleviations followed, all designed to encourage Jewish assimilation. Useful Jews, wealthy merchants, university graduates, craftsmen, and medical assistants were allowed residence in the interior of Russia, beyond the Pale. The universities were restored to autonomy and Jews allowed to attend. Within the Pale, Jews received limited civil rights and became eligible for local councils. But the Tsar, who freed 30 million peasants from serfdom, was dismayed to discover that reform, after so many centuries of repression, might lead not to expressions of gratitude, but to revolutionary agitation and revolt as it did in Congress Poland in 1863, and the liberalization of Russian life stalled. Revolutionaries, a splinter group that called itself the People's Will, murdered Alexander on March 13, 1881, by lobbing a hail of small bombs into his open carriage in broad daylight on a main street of St. Petersburg as he drove home from reviewing the Imperial Guards. One member of the People's Will, not a bomber, was Jewish. That was pretext enough in the confused aftermath of regicide to blame the assassination on the Jews. A wave of pogroms, the curious Russian word refers to a violent riot by one group against another, began. They continued until 1884. Jewish disorders, the dogmatic new Tsar Alexander III called these murderous raids of drunken mobs on Jewish quarters everywhere in the Pale. They erupted with the active participation or tacit consent of the authorities. More than 200 Jewish communities were attacked. The first wave of pogroms, there would be more in later decades, left 20,000 Jews homeless and 100,000 ruined. Women were raped, families murdered. The government blamed the violence on anarchists and moved to expel even the useful Jews back into the ghettos of the Pale. With the pogroms came the 1882 May Laws, revising or repealing previous reforms and imposing catastrophic new restrictions. Between 1881 and 1900, more than 1 million Jews emigrated from Russia and Central Europe to the United States, and another 1.5 million between 1900 and 1920. A much smaller number of immigrants, like Chaim Weizmann, chose Western Europe and England. Most found less opportunity there than their American counterparts and more virulent anti-Semitism. One of the important sources of German anti-Semitism in the years after the Great War was the strange forgery known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Adolf Hitler took the Protocols as a text, to the extent that National Socialism had a text for world domination. "I have read the Protocols of the Elders of Zion," Hitler told one of his loyalists. "It simply appalled me, the stealthiness of the enemy and his ubiquity. I saw at once that we must copy it, in our own way, of course." Heinrich Himmler confirmed that connection. "We owe the art of government to the Jews." To the protocols, he meant, which the Führer learned by heart. The protocols were Russian work. They link the Jewish experience in Russia to the Jewish experience in Germany, where so few Jews actually lived. Only about 500,000 in 1933, less than 1% of the German population. If Russia's hostility to the Jews was rooted in part in religious conflict, German anti-Semitism, by contrast, needed a secular myth. A half-educated apostate autodidact like Hitler especially needed some structure on which to hang his anti-Semitic pathology. German anti-Semitism had plentiful German antecedents. Richard Wagner's foamings were high on Hitler's list. But the protocols happened to arrive at the right time and place to earn a prominent position well forward. In the 1920s and 1930s, millions of copies of various translations and editions were sold throughout the world. The book is cast in the form of lectures and begins in mid-sentence, its scene unset, as if torn from the evil hands of its perpetrators. To supply the missing background, editors usually bound in explanatory material. A popular preliminary was a chapter from the novel Biarritz, the work of a minor German postal official, entitled In the Jewish Cemetery in Prague. Editors offered this lurid fiction, like the fiction of the protocols themselves, as fact. The historian Norman Cohn summarizes its setting. At 11 o'clock the gates of the cemetery creak softly, and the rustling of long coats is heard as they touch against the stones and shrubbery. A vague white figure passes like a shadow through the cemetery until it reaches a certain tombstone. Here it kneels down, touches the tombstone 3 times with its forehead, and whispers a prayer. Another figure approaches. It is that of an old man, bent and limping. He coughs and sighs as he moves. The figure takes its place next to its predecessor, and it too kneels down and whispers a prayer. 13 times this procedure is repeated. When the 13th and last figure has taken its place, a clock strikes midnight. From the grave there comes a sharp, metallic sound. A blue flame appears and lights up the 13 kneeling figures. A hollow voice, the 13th figure, says, "I greet you, heads of the 12 tribes of Israel." It is the devil speaking, and the figures dutifully reply, "We greet you, son of the accursed." The protocols follow. They are 24 in all, some 80 pages in book form. "What I am about to set forth, then," explains the speaker at the beginning of the first protocol, "is our system from the 2 points of view, that of ourselves and that of the Goyim." Much about the system set forth is incoherent, but the protocols elaborate 3 main themes: a bitter attack on liberalism, the political methods of the Jewish world conspiracy, and an outline of the world government the elders expect soon to install. The attack on liberalism would be comical if the protocols had not found such vicious use. Liberalism produced constitutional states, and a constitution, as you well know, is nothing else but a school of discords, misunderstandings, quarrels, disagreements, fruitless party agitations, party whims. We replaced the ruler by a caricature of a government, by a president taken from the mob, from the midst of our puppet creatures, our slaves. A touching loyalty to the Russian Ancien Régime surfaces from time to time, and must have given European readers pause. The principal guarantee of stability of rule is to confirm the aureola of power, and this aureola is attained only by such a majestic inflexibility of might as shall carry on its face the emblems of inviolability from mystical causes, from the choice of God. Such was, until recent times, the Russian autocracy, the one and only serious foe we had in the world, without counting the papacy. In brief, the elders have stage-managed the invention and dissemination of modern ideas, of the modern world. Everything more recent than the Russian imperial system of czar, landed nobility, and serfs is part and parcel of their diabolical work, which helps explain how so obscure a study as physics came in Germany in the 1920s to be counted part of the Jewish conspiracy. The elders worked to establish a world autocracy ruled by a leader who is a patriarchal, paternal guardian. Liberalism will be rooted out, the masses led away from politics, censorship strict, freedom of the press abolished. A third of the population will be recruited for amateur spying. It will then be no disgrace to be a spy and informer, but a merit. And a vast secret police will keep order. All these were Nazi strategies, and certainly Hitler's debt to the protocols is evident in Mein Kampf and explicitly acknowledged. Russia's contribution to German anti-Semitism was plagiarized from a work of political satire, Dialogues from Hell between Montesquieu and Machiavelli, written by a French lawyer, Maurice Joly, and first published in Brussels in 1864. Montesquieu speaks for liberalism, Machiavelli for despotism. The concoction of the protocols was probably the work of the head of the Tsarist secret police outside Russia, a Paris-based agent named Pyotr Ivanovich Rachovsky. Borrowing and paraphrasing Machiavelli's speeches without even bothering to change their order and attributing them to a secret Jewish council, Rachovsky was attempting to discredit Russian liberalism by showing it to be a Jewish plot. A St. Petersburg newspaper serialized the earliest version of the protocols in 1903. It was one of 3 books belonging to the Tsarina Alexandra Fyodorovna, the other 2 were the Bible and War and Peace, found among her possessions at Ekaterinburg after the murder of the imperial family by communist revolutionaries on July 17, 1918. That coincidence returned the protocols west. Fyodor Winberg, who arranged the German translation and publication of the protocols in Berlin in 1920, was a colonel in the Imperial Guard. The Tsarina had been an honorary colonel of his regiment, and he had worshipped her. He escaped to Germany at the end of the Great War, convinced that her murderers had been Jews. Thereafter, revenge on the Jews was the central fixation of his life. He was a friend to Hitler's advisors, particularly the Nazi Party philosopher, Russian-born Alfred Rosenberg, who published a study of the protocols in 1923. The fiction of a Jewish world conspiracy had practical value for the Nazi Party. As it had done for earlier anti-Semitic parties, writes Hannah Arendt, who was on the scene as a student in Berlin in the 1920s, it gave them the advantage of a domestic program, and conditions were such that one had to enter the arena of social struggle in order to win political power. They could pretend to fight the Jews exactly as the workers were fighting the bourgeoisie. Their advantage was that by attacking the Jews, who were believed to be the secret power behind governments, they could openly attack the state itself. The fiction also served for propaganda, to reassure the German people. If the Jews could dominate the world, then so could the Aryans. Arendt continues, thus the protocols presented world conquest as a practical possibility, implied that the whole affair was only a question of inspired or shrewd know-how, and that nobody stood in the way of a German victory over the entire world but a patently small people, the Jews, who ruled it without possessing instruments of violence. An easy opponent, therefore, once their secret was discovered and their method emulated on a larger scale. But the scurrilities of Mein Kampf, which, on the evidence of their incoherence, are not calculated manipulations but violent emotional outbursts, demonstrate that Hitler pathologically feared and hated the Jews. In black megalomania, he masked an intelligent, industrious, and much persecuted people with the distorted features of his own terror. And that would make all the difference. A German journalist had the temerity in 1931 to ask Adolf Hitler where he would find the brains to run the country if he took it over. Hitler snapped that he would be the brains, but went on contemptuously to enlist the help of the German class that still resisted voting the Nazis into power. Do you think perhaps that, in the event of a successful revolution along the lines of my party, we would not inherit the brains in droves? Do you believe that the German middle class, this flower of the intelligentsia, would refuse to serve us and place their minds at our disposal? The German middle class would take its stand on the famed ground of the accomplished fact, we will do what we like with the middle class. But what about the Jews? The journalist persisted. Those talented people, war heroes among them, Einstein among them. Everything they have created has been stolen from us, Hitler charged. Everything that they know will be used against us. They should just go and foment their unrest among other peoples. We do not need them. At noon on January 30th, 1933, Adolf Hitler, 43 years old, gleefully accepted appointment as Chancellor of Germany. With the Reichstag fire and the subsequent suspension of constitutional liberties, with the Enabling Act of March 23rd, by which the Reichstag voluntarily gave over its powers to the Hitler cabinet, the Nazis began to consolidate their control. They moved immediately to legalize anti-Semitism and abolish the civil rights of German Jews. Meeting at his country retreat in Bergstaden with Joseph Goebbels, now his propaganda minister, Hitler decided on a boycott of Jewish businesses as an opening sally. The national boycott began on Saturday, April 1st. Already during the previous week, Jewish judges and lawyers had been dismissed from practice in Prussia and Bavaria. Now, newspapers conveniently published business addresses, and teams of Nazi stormtroopers stationed themselves at storefronts to direct the mobs. Jews caught in the streets were beaten while the police looked on. The boycott was a nationwide German pogrom, and it lasted through a violent weekend. A month earlier, the evening after the Reichstag fire, Wolfgang Pauli had dropped in on a Göttingen group that included Edward Teller. The group had discussed Germany's political situation, and Pauli had declared emphatically that the idea of a German dictatorship was Quatsch, Pauli's favorite dismissal. Rubbish, mush, nonsense. I have seen dictatorship in Russia, he told them. In Germany it just couldn't happen. In Hamburg, Otto Frisch had mustered similar optimism, as indeed had many Germans. I didn't take Hitler at all seriously at first, Frisch told an interviewer later. I had the feeling, well, chancellors come and chancellors go, and he will be no worse than the rest of them.